And we are live just in time, 40 seconds before the race start of the 30th running of the CHUCKANUT 50k. I'm Corinne Shalhoy, and I'm joined today by Brett Hornig and Ellie here to bring you all of the action from this Pacific Northwest Classic on Mountain Outpost for the first time being live streamed. And we're just going to get right into it here.
15 seconds, we did it.
We did it.
Hopefully
We've
there's no
got
runners also sprinting it to the start line like we were.
Yeah, there's always a handful. Okay. They're off. Looks like a nice weather day.
It does. And that's always a question mark out here. We saw last year many runners succumbing to hypothermia. We see some runners starting with jackets or long sleeves, but looks like also some short sleevers. And this is a classic. This is a 600 person race. It's grown over the years. It's been race directed by the one and only Chrissy Mail for 24 years now. And we're going to be excited to see if the course records, which are very, very stout, are going to be under threat today. But like you're saying, Brett, conditions, we're thinking there could even be a little bit of sun, which is just not something you see often out there, but cooler temperatures, possibly a little bit of muddy conditions, just because there has been a lot of precipitation over the last days and weeks out there. But all things considered, we're getting some great visuals here.
Yeah, I think a little bit of precipitation in the last few days is a bit of an understatement. I mean, was it yesterday?
Landslide.
There was a landslide that went across I-5 just south of the course, which
Yep.
maybe impacted travel a little bit just for delays, but I don't think it was too slow in terms of getting up here. But yeah, I expect that at least on some of the more classically muddy sections of the course, Ellie, maybe you can help us break down that. Will probably still be plenty muddy today.
I think there's going to be plenty of mud. I mean, I'm sitting in North Vancouver, a couple of hours north of CHUCKANUT, and we have had atmospheric rivers this week of just rain, rain, rain. Yeah, and there's definitely bits of the CHUCKANUT course that if the rain comes down, it's going to pool, it's going to sit there. There'll be some good sections up by Fragrance Lake that I think the runners are going to come through with some good mud on their legs at the end of the day, but we'll see how much it slows it down. At least it's dry weather for today. So, yeah.
And this first 10K here got 6 miles of Chrissy described as very slight downhill. I think you lose maybe 500 feet total in this first 10K of the race. So it's quite fast. And the challenge is always go fast, but don't go too fast, because you have to come back up this at the end of the race and you have a really solid mountainous climbing ridge, technical-ish trail in the middle. So yeah, these are fast paces to start. And I think we have some bike cams potentially following some of our lead runners out there. We're going to talk a little bit about who's racing this year, but CHUCKANUT always brings, a handful of really outstanding runners who kind of test their mettle against a course that's for the most part been unchanged over the years.
Yeah, it's interesting how the first 10K of this race, slightly downhill when you're out there, you don't realize it's slightly downhill. But then when you come do it at the end, you're like, where did this mountain come from? And it feels like it's never been steeper, even though it's still just kind of barely uphill. It's pretty amazing what the middle 18 miles or 30 kilometers do to the legs for that last 10K section.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. Ellie, to describe the ridge for everyone, and some of the trail lead up to that ridge section, if you wouldn't mind. You've run the race 7 times and won it 5 of those times. You're quite familiar with the course. And
I'm pretty familiar with the course. Yeah, no, it's super unique because you see, especially these days, like the winning times, and they're like super fast. So it's easy to think, and then you see like some of the images we're seeing now, going along the first and last sort of 10K, sort of 6.5 miles or so, on that interurban stretch, like super fast. But then, of course, that means there's about 5,000 foot of vertical gain. And that's all jammed into those middle 18 miles. So, and again, it really has got a bit of everything, because we'll see later, hopefully, but once the runners are off the interurban, soon they're going up Clearter Road, which is like a nice forestry road. So if, you know, you're not needing super technical skills there, just need to be a good climber. But then you get onto the ridge section and there's a little more hopping over the roots and rocks. I'm guessing that'll be pretty slick today. So it's kind of neat how it demands all sorts of skills. Like you certainly can't just be somebody with leg speed, but on the other hand, there's a good, what's it, probably about 13 miles where you do want to have that leg speed as well. So.
Yeah, and I remember there's some interesting climbing on this course too, where uh, some of it is, climbing, short little punchy technical climbs like along the ridge trail, but then out of, I believe it's the second aid station, the climb up Cleater Road, where it's just like a pure fitness contest where it's, you know,
Yep. Yep.
all a road,
But
dirt road, pretty steep for a dirt road, but the leaders of these races should still be running every step of it. And it's always been interesting. You always see a little bit of separation there.
Yeah, it's definitely one I was going to say. I would agree, Brett. Like, I mean, I was never a particularly strong uphill person, and so I will confess I've walked sections of Clearter Road. But definitely, if somebody's stronger on the uphill, it's that significant section for quite a few miles. So definitely you can see like that's where people's strengths are, maybe pulling ahead at those little sections, but then again, you get onto the more technical stuff afterwards. So it's, yeah, but it's a pretty decent grind up Clearter Road, and certainly more for the mid-pack runners. It's not always the most fun. You sort of think like you want to be out in the nice trails, and instead you're just grinding up this, I kind of should run it hill, but it's just that little bit too steep for a little bit too long in sections. So
Yeah, definitely. And that's just one of the other elements that makes this course so dynamic, which is historically why we've seen not necessarily packs at the front of these races. And we see lots of, spreading out and coming back together, just because this really is one of those races where someone's going to have strengths in one spot, someone's going to have strengths in other spots. I think it was maybe the last year that Max King won the race. Was it Corinne? I think you were telling me
yeah,
this. Max
yeah,
versus Hayden Hawks.
Yeah, Chrissy told this great story, Hayden Hawks versus, it was when Hayden was just getting into the sport. Max and Hayden were running the race, and it tied into, she was telling a little bit about the shoe choice and why that mattered. And apparently Hayden wore very, very fast road shoes, and he lost time to Max in that middle section, and then they had 6 miles to go, and apparently Max crossed the line completely gassed, just absolutely like he was running from something, and looked back and said, you know, Hayden's right there, and he had made up 6 minutes almost in 6 miles at the end of that race. And so it's just something that, like, apparently is, the footwear choices, but then, like, people can, if that's their strength, is the fast road running, and you have your legs at the end of this, you can make up a lot of time. Okay, great. We've got some visuals out here. This is beautiful. Look how green it is. And we'll try to ID runners as we can with some bib numbers, but some of the folks that are in the field that we might be seeing up here at the front, on the men's side, we've got Will Murray racing, Preston Cates, Blake Slattengren was a late add to this field, Noah Dussault, Eric Hamill, Josh Potvin, some of the names we may be IDing on the men's side here. And then just to mention some of the women in the race today: Jenny Quilty, Sarah Beal, Jade Bellsberg, Corinne Malcolm, Christina Randrup, and Leah Mulligan are all out there, as well as so many other, runners that we didn't mention that are either locals. This is a big pack right here.
This is what I expected, and I don't know if somebody there, so I haven't ID'd that. Is it the front runner that's gone off the front? But I
We got a
much more
flyer off the
expected,
front.
because like we said, it's super easy for a lot of people to go at this pace on the first 10K. But it's a 50K race. So this is where it gets interesting. You can get pulled along in a pack of maybe going a little too fast for some people, but it's super easy when it's so runnable. And you can see here, this section, like there's a few little ups and downs, a few little roots and rocks, but generally you can really, it's pretty good conditions out there.
It's a beautiful
Yeah.
path. And yeah, I mean, we're right now, I mean, we're probably going 5:30 pace or well, 5-minute pace probably because we're on the way downhill. But you can tell there's already a bit of a gap between, these lead 10 men or so and our bike. And I'm sure some of these guys have already been faced with the challenge of they look behind them and see that there's already a big gap, and they have to make the decision of, do I back off and run by myself, or do I try and pack up and just like quote unquote go for it? And we're already seeing some of those like, all right, I'm just gonna go out with this front pack because it doesn't feel too bad, and we're just gonna go for it and see how that goes. And one thing we see every year at CHUCKANUT is how running in a way from, like a fitness standpoint, it's pretty black and white. And if you don't have the trail legs or the aerobic engine, it gets showed pretty quickly after that first aid station.
Well, and the tough thing too here, right, is you can see the runners ahead. Somebody's, I don't know, 200 meters ahead, you can kind of almost like just not be focusing on them too much, whereas it's super hard to hold back when there's often like pretty decent stretches where you could be able to see maybe like the people in the lead just, just pulling a bit ahead. And so instead it's a bit tempting to stick with people on this bit. So
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
this
was
first
curious.
stretch, 6.2 miles, sorry, Brett, 6.2 miles to the first aid station. And we have at times, at least last year, Chris Myers hit that in 36 minutes and 39 seconds, and he was the winner of the race. So, but there were a number of gentlemen close to one another. So we'll be kind of paying attention to that, 35, 36-minute mark for those front running guys.
Yeah, I was curious who that was off the front. Someone in the chat said maybe that was Adam Soland, which wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Younger,
That's
younger, younger guy based out of Flagstaff, but super speedy track kid. He ran D1 for University of Nevada, Reno, and he has a 5K PR right around 14 minutes. And his training, I was just stalking his Strava last night, and um, his training's been solid, like pretty big. He's a pretty high mileage runner while also still maintaining some speed. So it wouldn't
Is he doing
surprise me at
vert?
all. Oh yeah, yeah, pretty big vert, but
Okay.
still like hitting some flat, fast workouts.
I
Looked
mean,
like pretty targeted chucking
this is going
training.
to feel like cruising pace for him if he's
Yes.
run a 14:11 5K, and in a
Hmm.
certain extent use your strengths, even if that
Yeah.
like if it looks crazy going off the front, if that's comfortable, you've got to take advantage on the sections that work.
Yeah, he even hit a Olympic trials qualifier mark in the marathon for the last trials when he was like 21 or 22 years
Oh,
old, right out of college. So the only thing is he hasn't quite consistently nailed it for the ultra marathon distances. I think he's gone up to maybe 50 miles or 100K. Um, had some like flashes of greatness results, but then also has had some pretty big blow ups. So definitely still workshopping the longer side of things, but the fitness is there. You just need to
yeah.
get the ultra experience, which is what makes these longer races very interesting. Is that it's not just who comes in with like the highest VO2 max.
Yeah, you gotta wonder then, is that, fueling, is that sodium, is that like what's causing some of those, or improper pacing of, yeah, what's causing some of those issues in the ultra distance, and has he figured those out since the last one, kind of thing. But we're seeing that, or constantly these, some people coming over with raw leg speed and nailing it, Molly Seidel getting a golden ticket at Black Canyon in her first 100K, and just obviously, like, sometimes it translates, sometimes it doesn't. And I think a big part of that too is how much people enjoy being on the trails, how much they really want to embrace, the trail running aspect of it. So um, great call out from you, Brett, on Adam. Is it pronounced Soland?
I think Soland, yeah.
Soland? Yeah.
This
And
is
I would have thought somebody like him is hoping for the best trail conditions possible, right? Like,
Yeah.
in a sense, the faster you are, sometimes those little things of like, if he hasn't quite nailed the trail skills yet, you're just hoping for it to be as dry and as least technical as possible today.
Yeah, absolutely. Yo,
He looks
should
like
we
he's
talk?
running a road marathon. He looks like he just looks like he's running a road marathon with the pack on.
Should we go through a few more names in the field? I mean, I think there's some interesting kind of storylines and matchups, especially like on the women's side, we've got Jade Bellsberg looking to be a repeat champion in this race.
Yep.
I'm curious
She would.
what why she might be back to this race again, other than to simply improve upon the time now. See how close
Yeah.
she could get to that elusive course record.
I mean,
Yeah,
definitely
maybe
having, oh, sorry, Corinne, having run it last year, Jade, obviously it was like suboptimal conditions. And looking at her time, I mean, she ran 4:22 last year. Jade can run way faster than 4:22. So I would have thought, and also, I mean, she now lives in Langley in BC. Oh, we've got our male leader here. So we're still trying to, I guess, exactly ID him. But yeah, he looks like he's cruising along and super
That's so
comfortable
pretty.
there.
So
So yeah.
pretty. Yeah, Jade
Interesting. Oh, sorry. If we go back to Jade, yeah, I mean, she can run just so much faster than that. She lives in Langley in Canada, so just over the border. So I'm wondering too whether it's just like perfect location. You can hop down for the day relatively early in the season. She's definitely a fast ultra runner, so I think it's a course that really suits her. And she is somebody I could see eyeing that 4:01 course record, even though you look at last year's time and you go, well, it's way off. I would have thought a lot of that was the conditions. So
yeah, I mean, she qualified for essentially every distance for the world's teams, like for both US and Canada, basically. So extraordinarily versatile, and won JFK last year. She is coming off of a DNF at the Black Canyon 100K this year, so thinking that might have been a injury issue or just not wanting to overpush something going on with the body. So hopefully we'll be seeing a fully healthy Jade Bellsberg out there. But yeah, she seems to like these kinds of courses that really just offer both the fast running and some mountainous terrain, and I think that's to your point, try to hit it on a great condition day and see, how much better I can do, when it's not, when I'm not on the verge of hypothermia potentially during the race.
yeah, and I'm wondering too, if this is why we're seeing our lead male with a pack on, because I'm pretty sure it's new for this year after the weather last year. They have actually got some mandatory gear at CHUCKANUT, which I had to make us chuckle that sometimes as trail runners we get carried away with racing, so we actually have to get told to bring and it's pretty minimal. Bring a jacket, bring a beanie, bring a pair of gloves, kind of thing. But obviously it's the sort of course where it's tempting to be like the lead guys out there for 3.5 hours. Why am I going to cart all that around? But I think that was probably a learning lesson for everybody, right?
10 degrees cooler higher up, right? You're not that far from Mount Baker here. You're getting into some higher altitude stuff that, yeah, it very, very much in the, storm blows in. We've seen this at many races this past year, Run Rabbit Run and others, that all of a sudden, if you don't have that jacket on you when you need to put it on, it becomes a big, big problem. So I think it's smart, and it makes sense. And I think Chrissy and team are trying to keep everybody safe out there, and that's the number one goal. So yeah, might see some people trying to pack that stuff into a belt, but also, there are 5 aid stations on this course, and they're about 6 miles apart. But Chrissy mentioned we did a podcast with her last year on Ultra Uncovered, and she talked a lot about how critical it is that you don't skip those aid stations, that you make sure that you're full at all of them, that you, even though you only have 6 miles between that and the next one, that you make sure you top off, and that you're in superhuman conditions out here. You're going to be sweating a lot, even if it's cooler temperatures. Like, you need to stay hydrated and fueled throughout this entire race, especially at the paces people are trying to run.
So I think the pack that we see on the right side of our screen does have Jade at the front of it.
All right.
I think I can see her hiding right at the very front of this.
She's pacing this group of dudes. That's awesome. Let's go, Jade.
Yeah, it'll
And
be
shout
interesting to
out
see what her first split is.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. Shout out in the chat, if you're joining us, we really appreciate you being here. There's a lot going on in trail and ultra running this weekend, and that's super exciting. But this is the first time that CHUCKANUT has been live streamed fully. They did some live updates last year, but Mountain Outpost taking over is going to be really cool. So let us know where you're tuning in from, and who you're cheering for. If you know a runner out there, or if you've run the race yourself, we love to see where people are joining in from.
Yeah, in terms of what to expect for today, we're gonna have a handful of bike cams, runner cams, all throughout the course. Yeah, I'm really excited that we finally get to
Oh,
showcase this beautiful historic CHUCKANUT course. Is that Sarah Beal on the right?
that looks like Sarah Beal. Yeah.
Yeah, and Sarah's had probably some of her best results in the 2022 to 2023 range.
Yeah.
But I will say her last year, 2025, was her most consistent year in a while. And, the results have definitely been in an upward trajectory. And it looks like her training recently has been very consistent. And, again, one of those speedier ultra runners.
Hmm.
Actually has like a trail resume very similar looking to Jade. Um, which would make for a really interesting matchup. I know that they've actually raced each other quite a bit in the last few years, so we could potentially see some good back and forth racing here.
Yeah, and Sarah was, I believe, one of the runners who kind of succumbed to the conditions last year, and so, and I mean, I think even some of that, those issues with people getting hypothermia were very late in the race, and so it's like you got to think that you're back for redemption and trying to actually just complete it this time and run a little smarter. So I think, does she have long sleeves on or
Long
a
sleeve to
jacket?
start, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think one of the runners last year, maybe it was even Chris Myers who won the race, ran the entire thing in a rain jacket, like for the
Yep.
whole day. So yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting, kind of, Corinne, to your point, talking about, making sure that you don't skip aid stations. That's definitely been one of the, I don't know, bad habits that a lot of the elites in this race have made, where you see a lot of them blow through either the very last aid station as they hop back onto the inner urban trail, or they blow through this first one and not grab any fuel. And it's really easy to generate body heat for yourself on a non-technical flat bike path when you can just lay down more power to get warmer. But when you get up high on some of the more technical trails, if you start to get cold, and you start to bonk, you simply can't just run faster to create more heat, because the course doesn't allow you to do that. So I think that's where we get this perfect storm of hypothermia that can set in on this course, because people are like starting to get cold, but there's nothing that they can actually do because they're not able to just speed up to to get warmer, which that's usually something we see in like more, technical, like 100-mile races. We see that happen at UTMB all the time. But that just kind of goes to show the dynamic weather of this course, and the technicality that happens in the middle miles, and also what can happen if you skip an aid station and like try to thread that needle just a little bit too thin.
It'll be interesting to see how many people. I mean, the first aid station is the end of this flat interurban section. Also super easy crewable spot, right? So I can see that in past years, people maybe would have dropped off a jacket there, that kind of stuff. But certainly it's a super easy place to have like bottles handed over, a bit of fuel handed over, that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, and I think you have to wonder too, like, does it make sense to put on a dry jacket? Like, because staying wet for a long period of time, right, is another one of those concerns that can kind of sneak up on you. To your point, Brett, of like, just you just can't. How do you warm up? Well, gotta maybe take off the whatever wet layer you have on you. I know that it's certainly something you could consider. So it'll be really interesting to see how people kind of learn from last year and what they do differently this year. But yeah, we do believe we have maybe Sarah Beal, I would assume maybe lead runner on the women's side there on the right screen, and a pack of guys on the left that may include Jade Belsberg in the front. And we believe maybe Adam Soland is out front on the guys' side.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if this was Sarah trying to chase down the Jade pack, or if it was the Jade Pack trying to chase down Sarah. Once that first split updates in probably the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll definitely get confirmation there. In terms of, maybe who's the overall favorite on the men's and women's side today, I mean, it feels like it's got to be Jade on the women's side, especially with winning it last year and then what the rest of her year looked like. It seems like this
Yeah,
is
I think
probably Jade's race to lose. On the men's
as,
side, is it
as
Will?
long as she's healthy, as long as Jade is healthy, I would say so. And maybe I don't know, sneakily, I think maybe we're going to see Jenny Quilty coming off some momentum from last year. Well, she ran it last year, but momentum of racing, it seems like she's really kind of leveled up a bit in the last few months here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see her, maybe Sarah Carter, maybe, as we mentioned, Sarah Beal up there. So yeah, I think on the men's side, I think Will Murray is got to be the favorite. He's now living locally, um, and running for Brooks and Open Fuel, and has just, as we've seen, thrown down some incredible results, including lowering the Javelin 100 course record
Mhm.
by 20 minutes last year, and taking the win there. So I think Will is certainly someone as well as Blake Slatengren, jumping in late. It'll be interesting to see, is this just part of the training? Did he actually taper? What? And then obviously some folks that we have seen on there, Adam Solon, maybe, and some leg speed guys that are also lining up that might be throwing down something very interesting today.
And Will has moved back to Bellingham
Yep.
too. So he's like,
He's been
he could
training
run
on
this
the
whole
course.
course with his eyes closed.
Yep. Yeah. I was sharing a house at Black Canyon with him, and he said he'd been training on the course a lot. So I mean, not only, but just like recently, right? So really getting specific, and yeah, you gotta think that maybe he's gonna try to run some Francesco Pupi type splits, which he is our men's course record holder. Francesco in 2024 ran a 3:26:31, just absolutely flying. We dug up his Strava, and I was looking at these splits, and it's like, oh, there's a 600-foot mile, but 8-minute flat, and then some of the downhills, dipping into the mid fours on some of these downhills, and nothing like very consistent throughout the entire race. It's almost like you wouldn't think there was that much climbing or technicality in the middle section, how fast he was able to run it. So
Yeah. And before anyone in the chat goes, well, but Adam Peterman ran 3:24 in 2022. That was a slightly different start and finish area. So we're going off of Francesco's time, which is a much more accurate representation of today's course. So yeah, on your face.
We're talking about the most accurate, courses that we can. And I'm so curious, do we think this is Adam? Can
I
anybody
wish
ID Adam Soland in the chat for us there?
I know, yeah. I got to line up against Adam once in a race. I raced his home course race when he was living in Reno, the Silver State 50 mile, and I can't recognize his running form because he was out of sight within the first like 2 minutes. Um, I think he might have broken the course record there. It was like a David Sinclair course record. It was very good.
Wow.
And it was amazing to see how quickly he transitioned from track to trail, because his track season ended in April, and then Silver State 50 was in May. And that was the time that he went to trail. Who gave himself like 1 month of 150-mile weeks, and then just came and blasted it.
Nice. That's a strategy for sure. We've got shout outs in the chat for Alex Parker. Apparently there is a group of 3 guys called the Ponderosa Pirates. That's Eric, Preston, and Adam. So we're cheering for the Ponderosa Pirates in the chat. Aiden Connolly getting a call out. Shout outs for Corinne Malcolm, who's out there and who is also a local and has run the race many times. So yeah, and we've got folks joining in from Maine, Chattanooga, cheering for Leah Mulligan. So thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you joining in and following along, and we're really glad that there's good weather so you can get these visuals.
The other thing we were talking about too before we went live was that sometimes it's hard to ID people in this first bit because they have extra layers on that
Mhm.
they will likely strip off as they head up the trail.
Yeah, I think we've probably got about, what, 6 minutes or so until they're coming into that first aid station, somewhere like that, right? Because
Yeah,
the
that's
first, and you can start to see, like, I mean, this is hardly technical trail, but you get little bits where there's a few dips and weaves, and you know, they're starting to get off that like really pure gravel section. So
And I think we're also doing our best here to bring the visuals, which I think I hear, you know, we love the drone shots. The drone shots are epic and amazing, quite difficult to near impossible to do in this part of the country. And I would say like this brings a little bit more of a, you know, kind of this is what people I think want to see when they watch an ultra race is this on the ground. This is what the runners are experiencing right here. Like this is it's a little bit more of an intimate view. It's really hard to tell how fast somebody is running from a drone, you know, shot. And here I feel like you get a pretty good picture of like these guys are at pace and they're all working together, and you can see, you know, what they're traversing underfoot, which is really cool. So it's also super lush and like, man, that's
yeah, this is probably the
awesome.
least forested section of the course, to give it
Oh,
some
geez.
perspective, right? So I cannot see how drones you would manage to get much at all. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like there's little sections, and maybe once you get onto Cleator, but I mean that's the one forgiving thing. If it is raining, like at least you're under tree cover for a bunch of it. But yeah, you're certainly, if it's a dark and dreary Pacific Northwest day, you're in the forest, and there's not a lot of sunlight coming through. So
Also wanted to shout out just you know, this race is very much embraced and supported by the community. You know, not only is this live stream is being made possible because there was a grant that was awarded by the tourism board to the race, which just shows the, you know, the investment and the level of support that they're giving. So the tourism grant from the city of Bellingham for the second time this year awarded CHUCKANUT some funds to do this, and they're also, that money's also supporting finisher awards, corduroy hats, and the Endurance HQ app, which has helped with communication and volunteer organization this year. So many volunteers out there. Shout out not only to Chrissy Mail with, you know, leading the way as an RD, but there are co-race directors Nick Barris and Ashley Gregg. Tyler Pooley, 10 years of volunteer of working with the race and the volunteers. And then quick shout out to the in the aid station captains who have head up some of these aid stations for many years. We've got Gretchen Walla and the Walla Trail and Community, which are going to be at Aid 1, which we're about to see here pretty soon. And that's also Aid 5 on the return. Alicia Browder and the Bellingham Distance Project, a staple in this area as well, is doing Aid 2. Chris is supporting Aid 3, and Cat Class and Chrissy Pervini with Queer Run are heading up and leading the Aid 4 aid station. I heard there might be some costumes on some of those, so we'll be looking for what they're dressing up as. And yeah, just huge shout out to the folks who do all of this volunteering and support at the aid stations and for the race
it's
in
really
general.
cool to hear about the kind of support and the belief that the city of has in this race, you know, to get grant money from
Mhm.
the city kind of shows that they want this race to exist there. And, you know, as you had mentioned too, there's so many a lot of these aid stations have been captained by the same people and the same groups for, you know, decade plus. Just really goes to show like how community led this race is, and it's not like a corporate led race. And there's been a lot of debate recently about how can a race that, you know, is like kind of your quote unquote like community mom and pop sort of race, can it scale up to larger numbers without being like a corporate led race? And I think Chuckanut does
Mhm.
a perfect example of showing how when you get the right people within the community to rally behind a race and show that it can, you know, benefit the entire area, you can, you know, successfully put something on like this that almost, you know, you feel like, oh yeah, I'm one of like 50 people doing this race, but then it's actually 600, and you can
Yeah.
have those vibes and still have an amount of people that can boost the economic impact of the area.
Well, and I think
Yeah,
that's
for
having somebody
sure.
like Chrissy Mail, what she's been the race director, I think
Mhm.
24 of the 32 years, which just seems
24,
crazy.
yeah.
But obviously, Chrissy's competed at like the highest of levels all over the world. So I feel she brings in that, you know, the ideas from all over. And yet also, this is her. She's really fostered bringing everybody in. So I think having somebody like Chrissy who can bring those ideas and influences, but still ultimately say, hey, this is a race that I want, you know, everybody. It's we're talking about 3 hours 30 or so for the winners, but you know, it's got an 8-hour cutoff. People could have started an hour early today at 7 a.m. It's very much everybody's welcome, everyone's greeted in at the finish line, with those like that real community atmosphere.
The first aid
Yeah.
station.
Yeah, I was getting
I
more supporters at the side, and
Yeah, 35. We're at 35:26 elapsed, and 36:39 was last year's winner. Chris Myers split through here. Um, so, oh, we might get, oh, it froze, but we might get closer shots on. And I didn't see any type of bottle, but we kind of lost that
Ellie, are
feed.
you able to give us a little breakdown of what the trail is like after they hop off this interurban trail? Because it's not like they go straight up a hill, right? It's a little rolling.
no, it's a little rolling. So, well, they do start going uphill, but it's not up Cleator Road. So first they're going to like turn into the forest. As I said, Creed, this is not forest for the Pacific Northwest. This is wide
It is
open.
for a
But
Colorado
so
person.
then they
This is
really get
a
into the
jungle,
forest.
man.
So after this section, you soon get onto more single track, which is where the interesting thing, it's so easy to run in like packs of 10 on this interurban, whereas it's very soon after leaving this aid station, they're going to hop into single track. It does start climbing, but it's and it's a little twisty, turny, you know, modestly technical. So definitely it's going to be, you know, maybe two people start splitting up, but then you've also got a descent coming in as well. Like, so you're sort of, you go up, you roll along for a little, and then they've got a short descent to the second aid station, and that's just before where they start the big climb up Cleator Road. So yeah, definitely we're getting onto single track soon. We're getting into what they call the middle 18 at Chuckanut. So there's 18 miles where you're not on this really flat, wide runnable stuff. And now it's going to start bringing out different people's skill sets. But yeah, it's a little rolling and mixed to start with. So this is
Nice.
So
them just coming into the aid station
in
very
the bright
soon.
green T-shirt, that was Will Murray, because the new Brooks kits
He's
for
got
the
the
year
Brooks kit.
have
Yeah.
got that green, which Blake Slatengren will also be donning that green as well.
All right. Conversational pace question, Brett. What would you be wearing on this course from Brooks?
Okay, so from Brooks, the Brooks Cascadia Elite.
Cascadia Elite. And
That's an
he
easy
said he
answer.
loved that shirt. Okay, but
Um,
okay, just generally.
yeah, I didn't sleep at all last night because I was thinking like, what would be the perfect shoe for
I
Chuckanut
didn't,
this
yeah.
year? Because the answer will change depending on year to year, because there's no snow up high, there's no ice up high. We're gonna have mud, but maybe not like a torrential amount. I think a shoe with like super foam, so you know, like Brooks Cascade Elite, every company has one now, but you still need to have some decent lug depth for
Mm-hmm.
that middle section. So
Yeah.
the newest, the Adidas Agravic Speed Ultra 2,
Two.
which has been catching some flack because the outsole lugs got bigger. I think this is one of those courses where the shoe actually benefits, because it's still got that amazing super foam pop. Okay, we see Blake Slatengren coming through
That's
right now
Blake.
as he
And
comes up the
Josh
trail.
Potvin on the back
And Josh
there.
Potvin. Okay,
Okay.
nice, Ellie. Nice
Of
idea,
white
Ellie.
shirt.
There you go.
He flies by me on the local trails often.
All right, there we go. Yeah, this is why Ellie
I'm
Johnson,
used to
she
seeing
can
a
ID
blur
that
like
Josh
that.
Potvin. Yeah. But do you think is it heavier, Brett? Is the 2 heavier than
It
the
is,
1?
but the benefit that you'd
That's
actually
okay,
get
'cause the
from the deeper
protection.
lugs
Yeah.
that for this course would be well worth it.
Okay.
The
And
Hoka Tech 10 X3 is another nice one
Mhm.
because that one actually does have pretty beefy lugs.
Mhm.
But you still get that super foam pop with the carbon plate for the first and last 10K.
What about an Arc'teryx Sylvan 2? I'm really
That's
excited
Sean
about that.
Stephen Wales coming through.
Yeah. That totally could as well. It kind of checks all the right boxes.
Or in order to not have the 005, does it have deep
I'd be a
enough
little
lugs, you
worried
think?
about the lug depth on the 005.
Oh, the
Okay.
Canadians are pouring in. That was Brandon
All right.
Gardner coming through.
Perfect, Ellie.
But this
IDing the
is goodness.
Canadians.
This is where you can see how fast the first section in. The guys are just pouring through now. Like, what's this? Within like 2 minutes of each other.
Like 20, 30. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and going back to shoes, Brett, I mean, I am not a shoe guru, but there's definitely some like slightly slabby rocks up on the ridge section too. So you definitely want to have that traction, otherwise you're really going to lose time up there.
Try to ID also our front women. I'm not sure any of them have gone through yet.
Yeah, and our live tracking site hasn't updated any of the times yet. I'm just frantically hitting refresh. But
Again,
it looks like split-wise it was similar to last year.
Yeah, maybe a touch faster, and that wouldn't be surprising considering, if that was Adam, a super fast road track guy.
Yeah, and conditions, temperatures were a little bit worse last year. I guess for Chris Myers won the race in the Brooks Cascadia Elite last year.
That's right. Yeah, there you go.
That was pretty sloppy. There's a lot of good choices now.
Jade was certainly probably wearing an ultra of some sort when she won.
Yeah, Mont Blanc Carbon would be a nice one. Actually got a pretty sweet outsole.
I was thinking maybe Keely was also an ultra athlete when she ran this fast, so she was probably wearing that same shoe.
Yeah, I would actually like that shoe on the more technical bits because even though it does have a carbon plate, it's super flexible as far as carbon shoes go. So staying along that ridge trail and some of the more technical sections, down by Fragrance Lake, it would be nice to have the shoe actually move a little bit.
I believe if we still got Sarah Beale in the lead, she's coming into the aid station. Looks like there's a slight double back, so some of the speedier men are coming back to then hook onto start climbing up onto the Fragrance Lake Trail.
Okay,
yeah,
so
they do almost like a little lollipop.
They do a tiny lollipop.
Okay.
They do a tiny lollipop. It is not very long, but yeah, they come into this aid station, which for lack of a better word is in a parking lot. Just easy setup there, easy to come in and crew your runners there, and then they look back. So we saw some of the fast men coming in, and I'm guessing we're going to see Sarah Beale pop out in a moment.
Okay.
So this is Lost Lake Aid 1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we're 6.7 or so miles in. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's about 6.8 miles.
And they've been running fast on a combination of kind of packed gravel and maybe even a little bit of pavement. I heard Chrissy mention some of it's turned into almost pavement.
Yeah, there's a few road crossings there, and it's definitely, I mean, it's super fast going, as you can see up until this point, right?
Yeah, and this is what they'll hit again on the way back before then finishing off that stretch we just saw, but the other direction. Slight gain going up on the way back here. So looks like the community has come out. There's a good solid group of spectators out there. It must be a little chilly. They're all in puffies, and if you're standing around, but if you're running, I would imagine it's pretty ideal.
Oh, this is Sarah Beale coming through by the looks of it.
Yep.
And that'll be interesting to see if
festive.
Jade is next and how is that. That's
That's
Jade
Jade right
just
there.
behind her.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep.
they're literally
Ooh,
seconds
okay.
apart.
Like that.
Mm-hmm. Seconds apart, and looked like Jade
And
was
that's
doing gloves.
Andrea Lee, I think our third woman
Okay.
there with the
All
singlet on.
right.
Yep.
Andrea Lee, a 1:16 half marathoner, I learned.
Yeah,
That's
she's
good for
run
this first
CHUCKANUT
10K.
before too, so she's got course experience.
Awesome. That's very good.
Good.
I mean, that's important.
Was that Jenny?
Ooh.
That might have just gone by in the blue pack.
Okay.
It
So
wa
we're
it was
thinking,
brief. It was very quick.
I'm not sure, Brett. We'll see.
was there a
Let's see.
ponytail? Doesn't
There
she have a?
was. She was wearing a
Okay.
hat, black long sleeve.
Oh,
I've
that
actually
does
got
sound a
the
bit like Jenny.
I've got the YouTube live pulled up, so now I actually get my 15-second
You get to
delayed
watch it
replay.
again. We get to watch it again. I know, right? Yeah.
It didn't help me.
It's Leia Mulligan's birthday. Everyone's saying happy birthday to Leia Mulligan in the chat. So happy birthday, Leia. Yep, that might have been Leia. That kind of looked like her. There have been shout outs, Finn's shouting out Dylan Fluling. I saw you said, tell us more about Dylan. So yeah, educate us on some of these runners that you know. And then there's a mom in the chat shouting, following and giving some love. I got to go back to where this was, but to their son. So yeah, love to have everybody in there cheering on folks that you know.
All right, someone in
I
the
haven't
chat said
seen.
that was Jenny.
Okay, cool. That was Jenny. Yeah, I haven't seen very many people getting new stuff here or doing much of anything. I mean, that's not that unusual, their first 7-mile aid station at Black Canyon. It doesn't, everyone just blows through that, but there hasn't been very much.
Yeah, and I
I've
can
seen.
see that with having to carry a bit of mandatory gear, there's no incentive to drop anything off.
Oh, that
It's
was a
not
good
wet.
bop. That was
They
a
don't
good
need
swap right
anything
there.
new.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
That was a drop and grab. The drop and grab. We're getting some, are you guys getting that?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's getting passed along to
Okay, all right, we're getting some audio, but
Elliot, is there any other crewable spots in the middle section of the trail, or is it just this interurban path?
You've caught me there, Brett. I don't
Can't
know,
think of
but
them
if
right
they
now.
are, they're pretty hard to access.
I heard there's a spot that there can be spectators. I don't think you can technically crew, but I think some
Crew.
people spectate kind of in that middle, like somewhere up on the ridge. I don't believe there's any other crewable aid stations, so runners will have to rely on the existing aid stations there if they need something.
Yeah, but I'm guessing for the lead folks, what it's going to be maybe 2.5 hours in that middle section. So it's not a super, super long section. I don't know who.
Is this Keely crewing someone? Yep. I think that's Keely with the backpack on crewing a runner. And they are doing a little reef, like top off, get everything ready for this next section. All right, that was quick.
Crews are only allowed at aid stations number 1 and number 5.
Yeah, which is this one that we're at
This
on
one.
interurban. Yeah.
Only
Yeah.
this one.
So easy day for the crews.
Well, you'd have to have super dedicated crew that'd be prepared to go up a bunch of trails for you. And yeah, they're definitely not road accessible, the other ones. So
Yeah, it seems more fair to have it
yeah.
this way.
Yeah, so runners coming through this first Lost Lake aid station here. And
Yeah, and you can still 48 minutes in for having done 10K or so, which just goes to show how many people. I know we've got 600 people in the race, but they're still pouring through, which kind of goes to show how fast this front section is.
Yep, very, very runnable. We had the lead men who we believe was Adam Solon, possibly out in the very front, coming through maybe 30 seconds to a minute under last year's lead man. And then I don't know the split on the women and how close they were, but we did have Sarah Beal and Jade Bellsberg, and potentially we think Jenny Quilty, right? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Very close to one another, seconds apart there.
There was one more in between
Oh, who was that? Do
Jenny
we know?
and Ellie. You had
Oh,
called
you
out.
mentioned
Oh,
it was
Andrea
the,
Lee, my
it was
apologies.
Andrea
Yeah,
Lee. Yes.
Andrea Lee, yeah, Vancouver runner. She came third in 2020.
Nice.
So super speedy. She had a baby last year.
Right.
She
Mom
didn't
strength.
seem to skip a beat and was back racing a 50k. I'm within 3 or 4 months. So, but obviously, I mean, I guess her kid's probably about a year old now, but she's been back racing. So it'll be
Wow.
cool to
Awesome.
see how she does today.
So last year, Jade came through this first aid station in about 41 minutes. Looks like 40 minutes and 41 seconds for the official split from last year.
Perfect.
I can see the weather last year wouldn't have slowed down this first section too much, right? Like I think where people would have lost it is later on. They're getting colder, maybe taking slightly longer stops. It's a bit muddier, a bit, you know, in that middle section. Whereas, I mean, almost with the weather last year, you'd be wanting to go fast early on just to keep warm and get going. So.
All right. Looks like we've got our first special guest making their way into our remote studio. We would like to welcome Matt Daniels to come hop in here with us and maybe chit chat a little bit about his experience here at CHUCKANUT and what his expectations are for today.
Yeah. Hey guys, can you hear me all right?
Hey, Matt.
Yeah. Hey, Matt.
Cool. Great to join you guys. Broadcast has been awesome so far. It's really cool to see a broadcast at CHUCKANUT. So this is neat.
Yeah.
Would love to hear. Well, where are you calling in from for sure for one?
Oh, I'm in Boulder right now. I wish I was in Bellingham. I originally was planning on coming out and racing, but got COVID after our team camp, and it took me out. So figured I need to have a few weeks of getting back into shape before I hop into a 50k race that's like CHUCKANUT.
But you are no stranger to this race. You were second in 2024 in the Francesco Pupi course record year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you've got some experience here, and you know, it's probably still close enough to the memory to remember what it was like out there. Can you give us a little breakdown of like what makes this course so dynamic to you?
Yeah, I think it suits all sorts of different types of runners. You know, you have the fast inner urban trail that's, you know, suits all the road runners, and then you get some like kind of longer grindy climbs that aren't technical, but you have to be fit to you know, to run them at a good speed to keep up with the front pack. And then right when you kind of get into a rhythm on those climbs, you're thrown into like the most of the course, and it's chunky, it's slow. There's a lot of like, you know, you're all of a sudden running, you know, 6:30, 7:30 pace going uphill all of a sudden to like kind of climbing over rocks and trying not to trip on roots and slip on slick moss and that sort of thing. And then as soon as you get off of that, you're just running, you know, 4:30 to 5-minute pace downhill again on fast trail, and then you hit the inner urban. So it's a lot of just kind of back and forth changing gears, but trying to make sure that you're keeping a consistent effort through the whole thing. And it's really easy to get too caught up on a climb or too caught up on a descent. And this course really plays the favors of those who can kind of keep that consistent effort and keep like I guess almost like a grade adjusted pace is kind of the same throughout the whole way. And yeah, it's a tricky course, but also yeah, it's kind of unlike anything else, you know, out of the country or even in the U.S. So yeah, it's a fun one.
Who are you looking out for today in this field?
Yeah, well, of course, Will, Will's fit. This is his home course now, and I was out in Bellingham back in, oh gosh, December, and ran on the trails with him, and it's like, he knows how to run these trails really, really strong and well. I coached Josh Potvin, and Josh is really fit and ready to run fast, so of course I'm looking out for him. I think Dylan Fluing is a guy to kind of watch out for, new younger runner into trail, debuted his first 50k in like 3:40 out in Vermont not too long ago. And then the women's side, I coached Sarah Beal, and so I think this course plays to her strengths on a lot of the runnable sections. I think if she can use her fitness on the runnable sections in the uphill, and then kind of coast through the ridge, and then come back and run strong at the end, she'll have a good day. But of course, Jade, what she did here last year was really impressive too, and I think Jade has a really good shot at running close to that 4-hour range, as long as the conditions up higher are not too crazy. So yeah, a lot of cool people to watch out for. It's always fun seeing a lot of the road guys come in. This is kind of being like their first real trail race with competition, and seeing how they how they respond coming off the interurban trail, and then getting onto some actual single track, and then getting back onto the interurban. If they don't cramp up, some of these road guys can have a really good debut on the trail scene. So that's fun to watch too.
Yeah, I've always thought that this was an interesting first 50k to debut at, because I know the first and last 10k seem very enticing for someone on the speedier side, but then when you actually take that part away and look at the fact that the middle 18 miles has almost 6,000 feet of climbing, that's not introductory at all for a road runner. Yeah, kind of going back to like what you said, like it's amazing to see the blow ups that have happened in the last 10k of this race.
Yeah, it is interesting. Like I said earlier, the climbs on this course really play to people who are really fit, because they're very, quote unquote, runnable climbs. They're long and they're steep, but you can still get some turnover and get going. So if you're a really fast marathoner, a lot good can happen. And then it's the technical sections that get them, and then a lot of the cramping happens coming back down, running too fast. So.
Matt, could you speak at all to the kind of the nutrition piece, and like thinking about just coaching Sarah? How does that change at all with like the humidity factor, right? And kind of paying attention to how much fluid and sodium you need, even if you're not necessarily feeling like warm out there.
Yeah, well, Sarah's actually an interesting runner where she tends to struggle more in at altitude and drier climates, and loves the humidity. And so I think she kind of grew up and trained a lot in Ohio growing up, so maybe that's where that comes from. But I think in general, this race is interesting because it is a lot cooler, but yet the pace is so fast, so you're losing fluids a lot quicker than you think you are. And then you get up on the ridge, and it's 10, 15 degrees cooler than the rest of the course too. And so you kind of forget to fuel. I made that mistake, and the last 10K was brutal for me. That's why Francesco put, 2 minutes on me in the last, 5 miles or whatever. Was I was cramping up and didn't take fluids, didn't take advantage of the aid stations, just blew right through them all. And I think it's really important that I think this is the kind of course where you have to stay on top of it, because you're just burning through the glycogen stores too, and fueling is really, really important. It's a fast race, and then the weather, because it's cooler, you just forget to fuel, and so it's really important to stay on top of it. I think a lot of people will just kind of roll through the aid stations and early on, and that's a mistake, because the time in between the aid stations and the middle of the course, it's slower, so you're gonna have a little bit more time, and you forget, like, crud, maybe it was only 45 minutes to the first aid station, but there's gonna be like an hour in between the next aid station, and if you don't have full bottles, you're gonna be in a hole. And that last 10K is it's brutal if you don't have a bottle. I think I remember talking to Seth Ruling, I train a lot with him, and the year he ran it, he didn't take a bottle of that last 10K, because he was like, oh, it's just a flat last 6 miles. And Mary outkicked him, and he was cramping up too. And so This is
Yeah.
a course where, yeah, you got to stay on top of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were talking about how there's only crew access at this at basically in this parking lot at the first and last aid station, and how that then does force the runners to be pretty self-reliant in the middle, which at this point in, where trail racing is, that can actually be a little bit foreign for some of these top crew at a lot of the aid stations for the races that they're at. Um, do you think, just that self-reliance and having the knowledge of, exactly where the aid stations are, what to grab, can play to an advantage? Or is it short enough where you could just run the middle 18 with everything you need?
Yeah, I think for the top athletes, it's probably short enough where you can run with everything you need. I like for athletes to find out what's going to be stations in terms of like at least for liquid and fluids and practice with that just so you can it's not too big of a like surprise if you need it. If you're taking in more fluids than you thought you were. I ran this whole race with just one bottle and refilled at one of the aid stations just with water, but I had electrolyte tabs, and that wasn't even enough for me. So I think just being really aware of what's in the middle of the course, being testing that out in training, and then taking advantage of that in the race, because these downhills, they happen so fast, and I think if you're not like you don't want to waste too much time at an aid station if you're in the front of the race, because the competition will fly by you. And so I think it's important to know what you're grabbing or carry it on you and then get going.
Matt, if you're looking back at your race from 2024, um, when you finished, or maybe a couple of days after, is there anything looking back on your race that you were like, if I were to do this again, I would have definitely changed that part?
It was a pretty perfect day for me, other than I think I probably didn't. Honestly, I didn't hydrate enough. Cramping that last bit, and I think it was just the hydration issue. Could have been partly just muscle breakdown from the fast downhills. I mean, Fran and I were running under 5-minute pace for the last big downhill, and that does a number on the legs on a fast course like this. And so I think, I don't know, it was one of those days where I executed it pretty perfectly, minus that last 10K. I think that was the only part I was a little frustrated with. But at the same time, I finished that race thinking, man, like I thought it was going to be more of like a 4:30, 4:32 type day, and we rolled through in like 4:26, sorry, 3:30 to 3:35 type day, and we rolled through in 3:26, and I was like, okay, I got the most out of myself. Again, no, we had nearly perfect conditions the year I ran, and that makes a big difference on this course. The ridge wasn't super slick, it's always going to be a little wet up there, but when you get kind of a sunny year and not a whole lot of rain the week before, I mean, anything's possible out here.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we were talking about what the course conditions were like today, and while the actual weather is super nice this morning, it's been very rainy and wet all week leading up to the race. So we anticipate that some of the sections of the course will probably drain out nicely, but then the kind of historical wet sections, like the top of the Ridge Trail and along Fragrance Lake, are probably going to be pretty classically sloppy today, which we were kind of going back and forth whether how much that would actually slow down the course record chase or not, because there's very rarely ever any years where those sections are not sloppy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I feel like where the course gets slower, is on years when the like the downhills are the mud it gets slick out here. It's not necessarily the type of mud that will just like stick to your shoe and be heavy. It's kind of that mud where you plant your foot and you're just sliding. And so if you're not able to open up on the downhills here, you eat a lot of time. Like it's that's the key, is you want the downhills to be kind of that tacky type trail, so you can just really open up and get the most out of them. And if you're not able to do that, you're losing so much time. And I think that's honestly what Chris Myers ran out here last year, and Jade, those times with the way the conditions were, blew my mind. I think they were some of the most overlooked performances of the year. Like, I mean, they were really fast times for the trail conditions. I was looking at some videos and pictures and just couldn't believe how fast they ran with on those downhills, even with the way the trail conditions looked. So yeah, that's the part you want to be most careful with. I think the ridge is always going to be a little slow and kind of sloppy regardless, but yeah.
We were speculating on why Jade might be back again this year after, winning last year. And yeah, maybe it does sound like it's not actually getting, you got to keep showing up if you want to get a year that has good conditions.
Yeah, that's right. And I think a lot of the women were talking before the race wanting to get, as close to that 4 hour range as possible. So it's exciting. It's cool. They were all, in group text messages talking about, for months. This has been going on since, basically since the race last year. They were all talking about how they wanted to come out and really have a fast race this year. And of course, weather conditions permitting. But yeah, it's really cool to see. And I imagine a lot of them will keep coming back until they get one of those years and are able to chase after a sub 4 on here.
Yeah. Yeah. I love when there's a big hour barrier that, the door is being knocked on, just waiting to get kicked down. And this is one of those ones where it's been quite a few years. And it's like, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? And it always adds to a fun dynamic, especially when calling the race.
Yeah.
Real quick, I
Definitely.
think that we have just from the live tracking, according to this, there were about 9 guys that were under at least last year's Chris Meyer split to this first aid station. So that would have been Adam Suland. We looks like we can confirm he was first there. Dylan Fluling, Will Murray, Ryan Sullivan, Eric Hamill, Noah Dussault, Blake Slatengren, Josh Potvin, Nate Marshall. And then just, 10th, 11th, 12th, just because there's a name in here that I think people will recognize too. Sean Stevens Whale, Brandon Gardner, and then Ryan Smith, who I believe won the Masters race last year, super fast guy out of Boulder, also hitting that in around 37. So the story continues of people hitting aid splits under previous course record. Well, that wasn't course record. So I don't know I don't know if you remember what you and Francesco hit there at that first aid station by chance, Matt, but was it around that 35, 36 minute mark?
Yeah, I
Do you
think.
remember? Put you on the spot here. Look up your splits and
Yeah,
figure out.
looking at it now. I think is that right around 10K in, if I'm
Yeah,
not mistaken?
it's 6.2. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
at 6.2, I was at 35:30. Right at
35:30. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's exactly. So Adam was at 35:09 here today. And then Dylan was at 35:35. So it seems like very, very much on par with, yeah, kind of what you guys, and were the two of you together
Yeah,
essentially through
actually,
that?
I came through, I think I was in like 12th or 15th. I was in the second pack. The guys that year went out really, really hard.
Oh, wow.
I didn't break into the top 5 until halfway through the Cleater Road climb.
Oh,
And that's
wow.
where I
Okay.
started to really move, was going up Cleater Roads. Yeah, I'm sure they had to have been at least 30 or 45 seconds ahead of me because I could hardly see them at that first aid station.
Wow. Nice. Okay. So maybe they are a little bit behind, but I don't know. But pacing appropriately, we could say, for
Yeah,
similar kind of finish times here today.
definitely.
Nice. Awesome. And Brian Sullivan, I think he was a question mark. I talked to him just a couple weeks ago. He was debating whether or not he was going to run today. Just working on recovering after Black Canyon 50k. Sounds like and looks like he is out there, so that's exciting to see. Yeah.
Matt,
Right.
you seem
Matt,
like
go
sorry, I was
ahead.
just saying, Matt, you seem like the type of runner that benefits from that Cleater Road climb. I imagine, did you move up quite a bit there after that second aid station?
Yeah, that was like my favorite part of the course. I think I was just like licking my chops when we got on that climb, and I was just looking through my splits, and I think I ran let's see, 8:07, or actually maybe yeah, one of my splits up Cleater Road was like 6:38 or something like that. So I was just really excited to get on a sustained climb that I could actually like Poopy's bread and butter as well. And so I think that part was where him and I kind of separated from the rest of the field. And then for whatever reason in 2024, I was running technical terrain really, really well. And during the ridge section, we were able to kind of put a lot of time on the field. And then of course, trying to keep up with Fran going downhill after that is just, it takes care of itself. So yeah, that was a fun part of the.
It's interesting
Awesome.
how kind of like you said, you're like, yeah, I was a good technical runner that day. How even as dialed in as your training could be and the like level of, fitness and, just where you're at as a runner, you still don't really know like what kind of legs show up until you're actually on the course on race day.
Man, that's the truth. And I didn't before racing CHUCKANUT, I didn't even look at I hardly looked at the course profile or anything like that. I wanted it to be a little bit of a surprise. I'd gotten some intel from Adam and Seth who ran it previous year, but didn't really know how technical the ridge section actually was. And so it being a surprise, I think helped me a little bit. And I don't know, it was I had fun on it. It was more playing cat and mouse with Francesco, and when you're on that kind of terrain, and you can see him the whole time, it goes by quick, and you kind of aren't focused too much on how unforgiving that terrain is, and you're just like trying to keep up. And so I think if you can kind of find yourself in a little battle in that section, you don't overthink it too much, and it's over in a jiffy. It's like, it's only 4 or 5 mile long section before you get back to some runnable trail. So yeah, it was interesting that day, just how everything kind of came together and felt. We all get one of those races a year, and I feel like CHUCKANUT was that for me in 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm really curious to see who's going to end up having that sort of day here as we start to see some new pictures. Ellie, is
Yeah,
this Cleater Road?
we've got visuals there just a minute ago of the second aid station. So that's where they've come over the first bit of single track. And yeah, soon they're going to be, once they come through this aid station, going up Cleater Road. So I think that was Will Murray again and Adam Stioland. So I think that was them having likely been through the aid station and now heading up Cleater Road. So yeah, I'm sure Matt's missing out today. He different opinions than I do about Cleater Road. It's either if you love that uphill grind and you can keep your speed going, but yeah, this is where, because it does go on for quite a few miles, right? So you need to keep focused on that pace. But yeah, that's them coming through the second aid station, which is a little over 10 miles into the race.
Nice.
All right, Matt. Okay. All right, Matt, we're going to let you go here. Thanks so much for your intel on the course and sharing some experience from the previous years. Let you go back to analyzing these live tracking and coaching some of your people out here.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. And yeah, you guys are doing a great job. This is awesome.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Ton of fun.
All right. We've got someone else waiting in our waiting room.
Another caller.
Another caller. Caller number 2. We believe it's Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy. What's going on, Jeff?
Hello, good morning. How are you all?
Good morning. We're great. We're great. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm good. Yeah. I was just reflecting on while I was waiting, I was reflecting on when I couldn't remember. I had to go back to my ultra sign up to see when the last time I did this race, but I've done this race 3 times, and I want to say it was one of the first probably 10 50Ks I ever did. But 2004, 2006, and 2012. So it's been a while since I've been here.
What do you
But
remember?
it is muddy. I heard you guys talking about the course with Matt. Yeah, there's some really sloppy muddy. I did a really muddy year one year.
Okay. Just quickly, for folks watching, I think that we are looking at potentially Will Murray and Adam Suland now together, essentially on this climb. So looks like Will has perhaps caught up to Adam, and
Adam's
they might
making a
be
little move right now.
they might be trading some blows here up this, and yeah, it's going to be super interesting to see like when it gets really or what. So we'll continue to follow that as we talk with you, Jeff. But yeah, what are your memories of this course and just kind of how it plays out compared to other 50Ks you've been in?
Well, I just remember the climb. It's like round starts at about mile 11 and a half or so. That climb after you come off the ridge is always, if it's a wet year, there is a ton of mud in there and really sloppy in spots. And also before you hit Chin Scraper, there's a few sections too that are really, really gnarly. That can really slow you down because it's just like power suck. You're like running uphill and sinking in the mud like 4 inches. So I don't know. I heard they had quite a bit of rain the last week. So then I popped in and heard the tail end of you guys talking about that as well. Yeah, I think the better muddy technical runner, that's what I love about this race, because it's like a combo of like, you got to be a good style runner, like marathon type runner, and then the skill set of being a good technical mud runner too. The combo really, it really plays out to like the technical runners can, if they can hold on the more runnable stuff, can come out in the lead, and then they hold off that last, the path on the way back.
Yeah, we were talking about some of the historical results on this race, and one name that came up a few times of like perhaps maybe like the perfect specimen for CHUCKANUT is Max King.
Yeah, exactly. He's a super good technical runner and an amazing, fast runner. I don't know. I can't remember what his PR is in the marathon, but it's solid. So yeah, I mean, I used to train with Max when I lived in Bend, and I've seen him throw down some like speed work days that are pretty impressive.
I think Max has got, I'm pretty sure it's a 2:14, but there was 1 year at CHUCKANUT where I'm sure Max is not happy to see me, because we'll see later on, there's a super long descent. You come off through one of the aid stations and you start blasting downhill, but you do have to look for a turn to your left. And Max did not see that turn to his left, and he carried on downhill. And
oh my
yeah,
gosh, I remember that, Ellie.
I think, and then the next year Chrissy put up a special sign of Max this way, right? Because it's so easy. You're like,
Yeah,
great, I'll
when
just
you're running
blast down
fast.
this
Yeah.
hill, and then you need to dip back into more of the single track. So he's certainly had much more successful years at CHUCKANUT, and he is very well suited for it. But yeah, I guess it's the trouble when you're in the lead. You've got to keep the eyes out for those course markings.
Oh, absolutely.
Max, or I'm sorry, I'm calling you Max. Jeff, talk a little bit about like gear management stuff with these kinds of conditions, because you've been in kind of all conditions known to man. Of like, yeah, we've seen runners with gloves on and long sleeves and jackets, and kind of what are your thoughts on how to best take care of yourself in this type of condition?
Well, as long as it's normal, kind of normal Pacific Northwest temps, it's usually like short sleeve jersey and maybe light gloves to start, maybe arm warmers at the beginning. But like I've had really good luck with just a long sleeve tech jersey and light gloves. Even if it's like raining, if as long as it's not dumping, but the typical Northwest kind of like mist that isn't super heavy, that usually you're pretty good in this race because you're pushing hard enough that you're not going to get hypothermic or anything. But I would say it's easy to overdress in the Pacific Northwest and like carry too much. And then you're carrying all this extra weight because you need it for the start, maybe, because sometimes it's windy in the bay, but then it's like pretty protected on the mountain.
Yeah, we did hear Chris went ahead and instituted a little bit of a mini mandatory kit, just because last year's conditions were really rough on folks. A lot of people kind of suffering with, I think, just being wet for a very long time, that eventually kind of got into their bones, and they did kind of go a bit hypothermic. And yeah, I mean, again, some of that, like the nutrition and hydration and sodium piece can play into also that temperature regulation. So back to Matt's point of like staying hydrated, especially, and drinking enough water throughout this, even if it's a cooler temperature, I think pretty critical to some of these runners, and something that can then, develop into cramping or bonking or whatever, whatever else down the road that can kind of sneak up on you. And it's just not your classic, like, oh, I'm hot, so I got to drink more. It's just it's the humidity, and it's kind of running fast in these conditions. And so, and like you're saying, like that moist type environment, just everything being a little bit damp, that you have to know how it affects you, I think, personally. And everybody's gonna be a little different there.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it is. I have to say, there's one year where I was pretty miserable in that have the right layers, it can be pretty miserable. And I wasn't super fit that year either, so I was kind of slow. And so when you're slower and you're not moving as well, it's easier to get cold too.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if this is accurate, but just wanted to mention that according to the tracker, there was a Rosa Moriello at the 6.2 in first for the females. I don't know, again, can't confirm if that tracker does show Rosa ahead of both Sarah Beal and Jade Bellsberg being in 2-3 by, I don't know, about 30 seconds. So we'll try to follow that. But it did look like Sarah Beal, Jade Bellsberg, Andrea Lee, Jenny Quilty, and Leah Mulligan kind of all up in that top 5, 6. And then we've got Sarah Paxton coming through according to the tracker after that.
And we should be seeing the lead woman coming through here through the second aid station, I think, pretty soon in the next few minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just finding Jade's split from last year, maybe 139.
Okay.
139 is what she came through last year.
And it looks like, oh, okay. Do you have her from her 6.2? Did you say that was 40?
Last year she was 40 minutes and 41
40,
seconds.
41, and it looks like 41:02 this year. So maybe 20 seconds off of that, or 20 seconds slower.
Or is that an aid station off? Maybe that's
here we've got, is that Sarah Beal?
That looks like Sarah.
Yeah. So that's her through the second aid, and I think she's our lead woman right now.
Okay, maybe the split I have is the third aid station.
So 121 through this second aid station, and yeah, if they're following her, I've got to imagine she's lead woman. I would think they would capture Rosa if she was ahead of her. So we're thinking this is probably Sarah Beal. We just had Matt Daniels, who's coaching her, on, talking about that she thrives and loves the humid conditions, and sometimes maybe struggles at altitude. So this is a course for her. And last year she succumbed to kind of some hypothermic issues at the race. So,
but she'll have got a lot of course knowledge. So, I mean, at least you can come away with that, the extra motivation. And unfortunately, having seen most of the course, but then you come back and you know exactly what you're training for and exactly what you're up against on the day. So,
yeah. Where are you at right now, Jeff?
Flagstaff. I'm actually, as soon as I'm off this, I'm heading to Prescott to like do a big gravel road ride today with a buddy.
Nice.
It's my quote rest day, recovery day.
It was an active recovery.
Yeah, I just did 2 big long runs the last 2 days, so today's kind of a play day on the bike.
Because
you're up for
Cocodona?
Yeah, Cocodona is the next race. Yeah.
Awesome.
So just in big volume training right now with a heavy pack.
Yeah, that's probably an element that you would really need to like force yourself to get used to, is the extra weight of Cocodona pack, huh?
Yeah, I just did yesterday's long run with 3 liters of water on me.
Ooh.
Yeah, 7-pound pack.
Don't they still require 4 or capacity for 4?
Yeah,
for
4 for mile 8. You have to leave with 4 liters.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get a liter ration at 11 and a liter ration at 25, and then you have to make it to Lane Mountain at 32.
Nice.
Dude, awesome. That's a lot of water.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
usually hot. But we're having a drought, so who knows?
So we're watching the lead lady. I don't know if that's, I don't think that's Sarah.
I wonder if that is Rosa.
I'm a little uncertain too, because I think she's got different color of shoes on, and certainly if it's Sarah, she's changed something with her shirt.
And I
Like
don't
it's
remember,
very
Maybe-
pink.
I don't think Sarah was wearing a hat.
Yeah. Maybe it
I
is
don't think
Rosa.
this
I
is
mean,
Sarah.
according to that tracker, we
That's
had
Jade.
and that's
so
definitely
we've now
Jade.
got Jade. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All
Okay,
right. Yeah. I mean, on that, we are
And we
playing
could see just a
detective
second
on.
before whoever's our lead woman. This is where they're starting to go past some of the early starters. So you can see them really looking a little more human. That's Andrea Lee just behind.
Mhm.
So she's third place woman. Yeah, and this is about a 3-mile climb. So at the moment, it looks deceptively flat.
How much
But you can,
gain do you think's in that 3 miles, Ellie?
oh my goodness.
I think it was like
Just guessing.
1,500 feet.
Okay, like
Or
500 foot
1,200 or
miles,
1,500 feet.
400 to 500 foot miles.
about 400 meters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
1,200. Yeah,
sorry,
something like that.
I've got one
That's
of my
okay.
old I've got one of my old Strava files open. Sorry, you've got the Canadian and metric.
Nice.
But
You've got a
it's
Strava file.
draw it along. But yeah, it's this slow, gradual grind. It starts out a little flatter, but you can really just see a bit more from the posture of the runners that okay, this is actually a little more uphill than sometimes the camera angle. Yeah, like this is Andrea and Jade just coming around the corner. And then they really start climbing up, right? So yeah, and also we call it a road, like I can't remember if it was Matt that said it, like it definitely gets pretty muddy. And I think if we'd been at CHUCKANUT even like 10 days ago, there was snow up at the top, right? So it can get pretty sloppy up there. This looks like our third aid station, I believe. So this is about
Okay.
mile 13. So this is where folks are going to have come up Cleator Road, up the more sort of fire road type section. And then they're now going to head into the ridge section. So this is where we've been talking about where you don't want to have your road shoes on anymore once you come in here. It now starts, it's really punchy little climbs up and down. It's going to be muddy. It's have a few slick rocks, that kind of stuff. So yeah, this looks like about mile 13 where they're probably waiting for Adam
Okay.
and Will to come through.
So that hour 39 Jade split that I was reading earlier, that was from the top.
Okay, so that's the third aid station they're coming
Yeah,
into.
so last
Okay.
year
Yeah.
Jade hit it in an hour 39.
Okay, so we're gonna be paying
maybe
attention
looking
to
in the
that.
next
Yeah.
10 to 15 minutes that our lead lady will
It's going to be interesting, I think, to look at like last year's splits and whether like people slowly succumb to the weather and sort of like started out at pretty decent paces and then start to go, I need to stop at this aid station actually for like 2-3 minutes and progressively lost time, or if they were just a little slower over with the conditions.
that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Because
Jeff,
I definitely think Jade can run 20 minutes faster than she did last year. So if the conditions pan out.
Jeff, I was wondering if you were coaching anyone who's running this race this year.
Not this year. We do it most years one in it, but this year I do not.
I was curious if there's any looking at it from the coach's point of view, are there any particular elements that you guys try and really emphasize that might often get overlooked at this?
And I misspoke earlier when I said mile 11 and a half. I meant 16 and a half, but that section that's comes off the ridge, I feel like is always deceptively hard because it's just kind of like a long muddy climb. And it tends to hold, like it doesn't get a lot of, there's no like sun or air I feel like gets in there, so it's just like a sloppy section. And then people usually aren't ready for the downhill on the double track at the end when you go back down to the pathway. So like that section's always like, get ready for that. And we've talked about the Max King intersection. Don't miss the max turnoff. It's really easy to miss. I'm sure she marks it way stronger than she used to, because I haven't been back in a long time. But it is one that you're just so like focused on bombing downhill, and you can run fast because it's not technical, that it's easy to miss that left turn onto single track.
One thing that's been brought up quite a bit about this course is how so many people start to cramp up the last 10K because of some of these more open downhills in the middle parts. How do you get ready for that to not cramp at the end when you have to be able to open up your stride? Is that a training thing or a nutrition to
Both.
approach that?
I think it's both. I mean, obviously you have to execute on like hydration and electrolytes and all that, so you're hitting the right numbers for you. So you do have something in the tank that last 10K. But I think it's also like training runnable, like more like a combo of running training with hill work, and then some like more marathon style training where you're running longer intervals on flat stuff, because that path at the end really hurts if you're a true like mountain runner, ultra runner, and that's what you mainly train on. That path seems like it goes on forever. That flat path, it just is like, oh.
Yeah.
So you gotta use both. You gotta train both systems, I feel like, for this race.
Yeah, I think we're about to see some interesting display of these systems, on the left side of our screen. It looks like Adam Solon just put in a massive move on Will Murray as they go up Cleater Road, and, we were talking about Adam earlier, so he's a Flagstaff-based runner now, but he's got a 14-minute 5K PR from college, like, not like, just a few years ago, so we're seeing that top-end fitness right now pull away, and I think Adam's using these speedier sections of the course to try and put some time on Will, who's living in Bellingham and uh, definitely is going to be stronger on some of these more technical sections. It looks like he just dipped down off the top of the Cleater Road
Yeah.
aid station right at 90
Yeah,
minutes.
he
It'll
didn't
be
miss a beat at that aid station.
uh-uh.
Hey, he
I'm
was like, I'm straight on through, and I'm not letting Will catch him.
I
Right?
wonder what the
Eh,
number in his head is of like, I need to have this much time on Will at the top of Cleater Road for him to not catch me at the end
yeah,
or
yeah.
through the section, because I bet it's like the weakest part of the course for Adam is going to be from now till
hmm
the start of the interurban trail again, whereas
Back
that's
to the,
probably
Yeah.
gonna be a strength for Will.
yeah. Did he hit the aid station, did you say, the 12.9?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
90 minutes.
Okay.
he's literally just
Oh, and
gone
here's
through,
Will.
and there Will's what, less than a minute behind, I would say, but
Yeah, and
is taking the
So
time to fuel up a little.
this is interesting because I think I had that Chris Myers was there at 126. So
I'll
they're,
double check that for you. I think you're correct.
yeah,
Yeah,
126, 26. So they're slower, at least to this point, than
Yeah,
yeah,
by
and
a few
they're now
minutes.
into sort of the second section of single track of the trail. Like they had a little bit of single track there between the flat start of the interurban and then the non-technical climb up Cleater. And now they're getting to the bit where it's going to be muddy, it's going to be wet. They're working up and down, and definitely trail skills start to become a little more useful at this point. So
Yeah, it's definitely punchy in there, even up on top of the ridge.
yeah,
yeah,
and,
yeah.
Will getting to train on all these trails, just knowing exactly where you are can be a huge advantage, even if you're not the strongest, technically, he will know every rock that he should be pushing off of on these trails.
Who we have coming this third?
And it's so hard to ID.
No stopping at aid there.
Mm-mm.
Someone
No
asked in the
stopping.
chat if we
It's
had drops last year from hypothermia, and yes, there were a number of people that dropped last year due to hypothermia. Hopefully that's not going to happen this year, and there has been a small like mandatory kit implemented of carrying a jacket and some gloves out there this year for
It
that
doesn't
purpose.
look like it's actually raining right now here,
Yeah,
which is going to
yeah.
make a huge difference.
Totally.
And I do wonder last year if some people were trouble with fueling, like your hands just get so cold when it's
That you
damp.
can't eat.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. Because it's
So my
interesting. Two of our lead guys haven't stopped, and they've got another
that's Noah
seven
Dussault.
miles.
Okay, no, it is so.
So
Great.
The tracker is actually updated through this Cleator Road aid station, and
Okay.
the times are a little bit different than what we saw the race
Okay.
clock come through. It says Adam came through in 1:24:48 when he hit the timing mat.
Okay.
So
That would
faster than
be
Chris.
Yeah,
2 minutes
faster.
faster.
And
Okay.
Will was 1:25:20, so we're looking about 30 seconds
Sweet. Okay. So
gap.
maybe that timing mat's different in a different spot, or we're just, yeah.
And then another minute and 9 seconds to Dylan Flelling,
Yeah, Dylan
in
Flelling,
3rd.
I was looking him up. Yeah, like we looks like from my research, maybe a competitive distance runner ultra out of Oakland, Maine, who competed for Plymouth State University, a 14:31 5,000 meter outdoor guy, 4:20 indoor mile. A handful of other stats here. But yeah, it looks like maybe just a up and comer.
Yeah, I wonder where this timing mat is, because it definitely has to be a little bit further down the road than where this aid
Hmm.
station is at. 'Cause, quite a few people have updated now. So we had, yeah, Adam Solon in 1st, Will Murray, Dylan Flelling, Noah Dussault, Ryan Sullivan,
Nice.
Nate Marshall, Josh Poven, Eric
Okay.
Hamill, Kevin
Okay. Oh,
McDermott.
and
That's our top 10.
that just looked like maybe Eric Hamill to me. But so I think the timing math in a different spot to your point.
Yeah, so it's a little earlier, and yeah, pretty steady stream. No big gaps, because it was 6 minutes between the top 10 right now, but somewhat equal spacing all the way throughout.
Yep.
So yeah, with one of the biggest gaps really being like Adam to Will, who yeah, Adam really
Trying to
definitely
take
made a
advantage of
point.
that spot.
Yeah, he definitely made a point to want to be in the lead coming up and over this section. I can see part of that being just wanting to have the open trail in front of you.
Hmm.
Be able to not be influenced by someone else's feet in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Jeff, do you have
definitely
any
a
interest in going back while we still have you? We'll probably let you go here soon if you need to get to your
Yeah, I mean,
activities.
yes,
Oh, we have you on video. Yes.
yeah, Chrissy and I have been talking about this a bit. As you guys know, we both signed with Keen this year, so
Yeah, and Keen
um,
is sponsoring this race.
yeah, so we definitely have talked about just because Keen's in Portland and in the Northwest, and a lot of the headquarters, all the runners from the headquarters come up and run this race too if they're going to run an ultra. So since it's pretty local, so I might come back.
Nice.
I need to mix that into my probably next year's season. I'd already had a plan this year, so I didn't come this year, but I almost
Sure.
did last week. I almost got a plane ticket. Um, but I decided I should stay here. We're having heat waves, so I figured I should just stay here and train.
Nice.
Yeah,
Speaking
it
of
seems
Keene,
like
apparently Dylan lives in Keene, New Hampshire. So we got Keene ties going all over the place.
Nice.
yeah, it seems like Bellingham's like the only spot right now that's not getting rocked by a heat wave.
Oh man, we are getting rocked. It's supposed to be in the 80s today at 7,000 feet in March.
Yeah, we hit 90 here, and it was the earliest 90-degree day in Denver by 6 weeks ever recorded.
Yeah. Yeah, this is quite a heat wave right now across the West, and just a really big drought this winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
hoping for some
Crazy.
April rain, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
we need that. Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, big Alta 100K is going on this morning, and I think they hit 90 degrees in San Francisco yesterday, which was the first ever recorded 90-degree day in March in San Francisco.
Oof.
Which, like,
Yeah.
yeah, no one's got AC over there.
Yeah, it's going to be in the 90s in Prescott today. So getting a little heat training on the bike.
Someone related to Dylan is in the chat, Rusty Fluling, saying it's just like it's spelled, pronounced just like it's spelled. Dylan equals dark stallion Fluling. So we will be paying attention for sure. to Dylan. And I also just looked up, I don't know if, you know, if it is accurate that we've got Rosa Moriello out there potentially up in the front of this race. She is an OTQ athlete, ran a 1:11:58, qualified in 2020 at the 2023 Eugene Half Marathon. Looks like maybe out of Colorado. At 31 years old on that race day. So that was a couple of years ago. And is also a running coach with a marathon PB of 2:37. So leg speed, if that's who's out here leading. And I did peek her Instagram stories, looked like she was in the area. There was a picture of like saying, joking, maybe I'll just move here, of the of Bellingham area. So I think we could have a new person up here in the lead on the women's side.
Yeah, she should be hitting this Cleator Road timing mat like any
That'd be
second now.
exciting. Yeah,
And this is why CHUCKANUT's so exciting, because you
it
get
is.
an athlete like that and we're all going, who is this? Who's this? Right? And
It's
then
the
it's like,
best.
I mean, obviously I don't know what her trail experience is, right? Or ultra. I mean, yes, this is a fast ultra, but you need to fuel for that bit longer. You've got to manage your gear more than you would on a road marathon. But 1:11 for a half marathon, that's some solid speed for the woman here.
Yeah, that's cooking.
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, lots of them are just coming straight through this aid station. And like I said, they're going onto the single track. They've got another 7 miles to the next aid station, but again, at the speeds they're moving. I mean, people are pretty minimally dressed here. It's obviously like not too chilly, but it seems most people are just filling up maybe on a bit of water, or a good half of them have just blasted through. So
Yeah. I have to say I'd be interested to see the people who have skipped here. The next 7 miles is not a give me 7.
Yeah, it's a long 7.
Yeah, it's a long, muddy, technical 7, you know?
yeah, and you've just had 3 miles since the last aid. So personally, I wouldn't have hauled too much fluid 3 miles up a hill. I'd have said, I'll have got a volunteer to do that for me and collect my water up at the top. But
Yeah, exactly.
Rosa just updated.
Yeah, she's showing it as 1:39 on the tracker. So that she's
we'll
already,
see her come
we'll
through.
see her soon. Yes, that's Blake Slatengren, right?
Yep, that was Blake. So yeah, so
He might
Rosa
be
was
out here just-
1:39. Yeah, it's probably a couple minutes then before they hit this
it's
aid
probably
station.
just down, yeah, on the road a
Below.
little further down. Hey, yeah.
That's cool. We get the tracker and then we can have eyes out to see them coming. And yeah, we'll try to, if anyone is in the chat that knows Rosa, let us know. Sarah B and Rosa trained together. Oh, Matt knows
Oh, thanks, Matt.
Rosa. Okay, thanks, Matt. Appreciate that.
Thanks for the heads up earlier.
It takes village here to get all the intel on these folks.
Well, and if some of these images are a little grainy, I mean, you're in a pretty dark and gloomy bit of the forest here. It makes it even harder to get the clear images, hey?
Yeah. Jeff, tell us a little bit about the Keen shoes. I think I've got the Keen Seek in my closet right now, and I was pretty impressed with that shoe. What have you been running in from Keen?
Yeah, one of the reasons I came on was to help with footwear development and innovation. So I'm running in prototypes at the moment.
Of course you are.
Yes, the Seek was the first one I ran in, and the Roam. Those are the two out now. There's another shoe coming out in, I believe, June, called the Wander.
Nice.
Which is what I have on right now. And
Okay.
I'm going to run it in tomorrow. I just got some samples in the mail yesterday. So tomorrow I'll go test that shoe out. And yeah, I've got another kind of couple prototypes in the works that are potential. I'm running in Cocodona. So we'll see. You know, we're working with factory right now and to get, so I'm excited. You know, the geekiest part of me is the shoe footwear development side I've been helping with for about 14, 15 years now, with brands. So I'm excited for this partnership.
That's awesome. Want to shout out the other sponsors here. Patagonia's doing duffel bags this year at CHUCKANUT. Keen's doing shoe cards and demos. Wander and Roam. Coffee at the start beer at the post party. And then they have a special chin scraper IPA on tap and in cans, that Rome brewery, and then scratches out on course as the hydration drink, chews, and bars, and a recovery tent at the finish. So shout out to those sponsors, as well as the local ones, Fairhaven Runners, Ultraspire, Cool Chocolates, KUL, which has a warehouse at HQ at Race HQ there, and then a community food co-op. Purchase aid station eats from the local co-op and have a booth at the finish, which is super, super cool.
Such a good finish line hang. Love to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is a good hangout for sure.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for coming on and sharing some of your insights about this course. We'll let you make your way down to some
Yeah,
heat
I'm gonna
training
get on
from
the road
bike.
and go ride my bike. You guys have a great day.
Good stuff.
Giddy up.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right, bye.
Take care.
A little timing update. I just saw Jade Bellsberg and Andrea Lee came through the Cleator Road timing mat 1 second apart from each other and
Woo.
3 minutes back from Rosa.
So they've lost
Okay.
a little time on Rosa on the climb, I think, but
So that kind of makes sense again now going
Yep.
back knowing Rosa is a 71-minute half marathon person like that. The ceiling of the aerobic fitness is going to benefit her on Cleator Road.
Mhm.
You know,
And
going
now we're
back
gonna
to
get
that
into
the cat and mouse, the Adam Soul and Will Murray kind of battle. It looks like we're seeing a similar thing start to play out on the ladies' side where Rosa might be wanting to have a little bit of cushion going into this more technical section to not have to burn the legs out before getting back onto the interurban trail for the last 10K. I bet we'll probably see her come around this corner any second now.
Yeah, and I think both Jade and Andrea have got a half marathon PR of more like 76 minutes. They've certainly got 76. Maybe they're a little quicker, but I don't think a ton. So that just goes show that's a pretty big gap, but it'll be interesting. And you mentioned
And-
there, Karine, the Chin Scraper IPA. So that's named after a section of the course that's coming up.
yeah.
The real chin scrapers at the Wasatch 100, but we get
Yes.
a mini chin
Mini-
scraper
mini chin
today.
scraper, that's right.
Thus named because it's short, steep, but yeah, it's a real grind up there. So
And a downhill double track bike trail, right? That they run the opposite direction and kind of
It's
yeah,
just
super,
like a
super
little
cool.
roller coaster.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And I think also, you know, then it's going to be so cool to see and interesting to see how, you know, someone like Jade, who also has, you know, some pretty solid technical chops, will then navigate this next, the ridge and kind of some of that technicality. Rosa here.
Yeah,
in this
someone
next
who I
section.
could see making some big moves on this middle section is Jenny Kilty, because
sure.
she does have much more of that mountain race, mountain technicality background. She might be
And
the
knows the
type of runner
course.
that's and very familiar with the course. Might be looking forward to getting off the road and into this section. I think we've got
I
Rosa
think we've
coming
got
up right
Rosa.
now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, this is cool.
What she does here, straight through.
Cruises through. She looks super comfortable. She looks happy there.
Handheld and a belt.
So maybe two
Nice.
bottle situation.
Yep.
Sleeves
Awesome.
rolled up.
Smiling. I just want to shout out to I think baby Tim, who might have been right behind her, is the non-binary second place runner from last year. So also out here, we do have a non-binary division and handful of folks racing in that group. And so it looks like that is who was right there with our, actually might be down back a little bit further down, but wanted to mention the non-binary as well.
Good call out.
Yeah. We're getting a little audio from, I don't know if they can hear it, but this aid station.
Yeah, and one of the things, Ellie, that I think you had mentioned earlier that makes seeing who's who a little tricky is that this race does have an early start, and we're now starting to see that
Yeah.
overlap on this climb.
There's
Yeah,
also
I
a
mean-
kids race There's a kids race that starts in I think about 12 minutes here, and this is one of my favorite things is that Chrissy's like, we're gonna do a kids race. All proceeds going to Girls on the Run. I think she's a coach for Girls on the Run, but it's like a mini backyard ultra. It's like 30 minutes of half-mile loops.
And just how
It's
many
so
you can
cool.
do.
How many you can do in 30 minutes. It's like that's so perfect for something like this.
I want to see the pacing on the kids race. Hey, that would
Oh,
be the
yeah.
best one to look at the splits
Oh yeah.
of the kids race.
Oh yeah.
If,
The splits, like
they go out 5-minute miling for the first 200 meters.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I heard there were some like 12-year-olds that 11, 12-year-olds that were running like 4 to 5 miles in that 30 minutes, like seriously doing some damage. So
I couldn't imagine running 30 minutes as a kid. That would feel 30
Yeah.
minutes when I'm 10 years old. That would feel longer than running a 100-miler now.
But I think
although
that,
I think go
oh,
ahead.
sorry, Corey. I was going to say it's one of the cool things about CHUCKANUT because it's a relatively fast race. It starts and ends at the same place. Yeah, you've got then the kids race going in the middle. So, in a 600-person field, it's big enough. So that start finish area, like there's lots of entertainment. There's always something going on. So it's a really cool one to come and hang out at, and super easy to get to that first aid station, come cheer people. So super spectator and just like friendly for like friends and family to come. So
Yeah. As someone with an 11 and 14-year-old boys, there's this thing now in school that's like this, I don't know, it's like a fun
have we
it's a
got
fun
Jade?
this
Sorry,
is Jade.
coming
Yeah,
up the
this
hill.
is Jade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then Andrea's right behind her.
Dropping some trash maybe.
Yeah, that was it.
And then tank top. Sweet. There they go. I mean, that's kind of cool. Jade obviously knows she's there, and then I kind of like, I would prefer to be in Andrea's spies. Just keep an eye on. There's Jade, just right up there.
Yeah.
Just stay kind of keep her in view.
And of course, Jade and Andrea both know this course super well. Like they've both run it before. So going to be interesting. I mean, Rose has got the speed. I don't know. I wonder how much has she been able to check out the course, maybe in advance.
Yeah.
So Jade is 3 minutes slower than her split last year through the Cleater Road, timing that,
Okay.
assuming they're in the exact same spot.
Interesting.
Which, yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if Jade thinks that she went out a little bit too hard last year and wants to dial things back.
Maybe trying a different tactic of seeing if she can save some for the end and really turn it on in the last part. Or maybe she's going to try to optimize this, middle technical section and some of the downhills. I think that's also a strategy.
And then I think on the ladies' side, the next runner that we should expect to see through would be Sarah Paxson.
Okay.
Sarah Paxson, Anna Katerina Wilhelm, and Jenny Kilty are all within 30 seconds of each other. So we should see a little pack of 3 come through.
But I think this uphill is definitely where people can start splitting a pack apart. Like we said, on that first, like the flatter, like 6 or so miles, it's super easy to sort of like, just about stay with the pack. And then, you hit this and you're sort of like, okay, you really don't want to push too hard up this uphill section.
And Sarah Paxton coming off running 17th place at the Black Canyon 100K this year, which we know was extraordinarily fast, running a 9:51 solid time out there at Black Canyon. And then just jumping into 50K a few weeks later here.
There's been a good handful of people who were at Black Canyon now coming back to this one. Will Murray was out there pacing and I think
Pacing for
crewing
Amanda
this year,
Rowe.
but Noah Dussault raced the 50K. Ryan Sullivan raced the 50K. Was it Eric Hamill also raced the 50K? Jade was in the 100K, but pulled out of the race midway through.
Was Christina Randrup at Black Canyon?
Oh, she ran the 50K.
Okay.
But I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't see her on any of the updates. She might have not have started this.
Is that
Okay.
that's Jenny Quilty? I'm pretty sure.
Bib 366.
366. I
Let's-
don't.
I got my
not
bib look up right here.
Yep. Pull up the bib look up.
Bib 366, Jenny Kilty.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And I think
Yes.
there was another
Out of
woman
Chilliwack,
through.
BC.
So yeah, so Jenny's maybe in 5th because like we were saying, it's a little hard to tell with the early
There's another
starters
woman,
also
yeah.
coming through, but
1, 2.
You can kind of
3.
tell. I think some of the ones that are stopping for longer might have been in that early pack.
yeah.
Here we go, putting on some fresh layers, some warm layers there. It
Yeah,
looks
which
like a
is
really beautiful day.
It looks nice, and obviously people have kept nice and warm, like coming up this climb. But then, like you said, it's surprising. Like, I mean, you're not exactly at high altitude in Bellingham, but you know, up on the ridge section, you're not constantly climbing. You're slowing down with the technicality. You are high enough up ahead of the start line that it, you know, it might be smart that people have got a little extra layer up on this section.
So let's see. Is the aid station at mile like 22, 23-ish, is that Chin Scraper?
Yeah, the next aid stations, so we're currently watching them at mile 13, and then aid station 4 will be after Chin Scraper, I believe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because then the next aid, I was looking at where we'll see a next timing update, and it will be at the bottom of Chin Scraper is aid station number 4.
Which is 22.8.
Yeah, but the runners get one more aid station.
Yeah,
in
no, you're
between.
right. I think Breton possibly that aid station's before Chin Scraper. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So last year, Chris Myers hit that 22.8 split in 2 hours and 44 minutes. So, you know, we might have a, 50 minutes or so, 45 minutes before we see the next timing update on the men's side, and then, an hour on the ladies' side.
And it'll be super interesting to see what develops over that, because they're all close and they're going over. Talk a little bit about, Ellie, the some of the views from the ridge, and apparently there's some exposure up there too. Like you kind of there's some cliffy sections,
it's
right?
definitely like I said, it's sort of slabby rocks. I don't know, see what the views are like today. Certainly even that first section where people are coming along the interurban, like you get beautiful ocean views out there. Yeah, in this section, I mean, we can see a little bit when the camera is turning towards them leaving the aid. You're pretty much in the forest, but there's definitely bits where you get right up on the ridge. I mean, I wouldn't say you need to have a huge head for heights or anything, but if you don't like looking down, and there are some slightly steep drop-offs, and that's where you want to have your good traction and maybe slow down a little. But yeah, on a clear day you can get some beautiful views out there. And but most of the time you've got your head down, looking at your feet, where's the roots, where's the rocks, and yeah, I mean, it was interesting when you just mentioned before how Adam had sort of taken the lead going onto the trail. And it's definitely a section of trail where you don't really want to be right on somebody's heels, right? Like you want to be able to, like, I'm choosing where I'm putting my feet. Maybe, you're a little faster on one section than another. So you want to have like a little space of the runner in front of you. But yeah, this is definitely where paces slow down dramatically, even if you've still paced your race like really well, just because you're really getting onto that extended technical bit. There was a few miles earlier on, but nothing much as there is right now. So
yeah, and I would think that could be kind of a, you have to mind shift too, of thinking like, it's all right for me to be running a slower pace right here. Like, that's okay. Like, we're gonna, settle into this, and it is what it is, and not worrying too much about,
yeah,
I think
I think kind of like we are of like looking at splits for each section of the course. Like you're
Mhm.
not looking like, oh, I want to average this pace for the race, because you know there's certain portions you're going to be going, like Matt was talking about, like blasting down the non-technical hill later. And there's other bits where you're just going to be going radically slower, right? So I think, you know, even if somebody's run this before, yeah, you've probably got target paces along the interurban, maybe up and down the climbs, right? But overall, you're just going to break. It's a pretty easy course to break down into like very landmark sections of now I'm onto, you know, the technical trail bit. Now I'm onto a longer descent, right? And so you'd be looking, and same in terms of fueling or how much you're carrying. You're okay, I'm going to take 45 minutes over this stretch. That's what I'm taking. But yeah, again, I don't think you're going to be glancing down at your watch and going, oh no, I've slowed down. It's like, yep, I've slowed down, and so has
We're gonna
everybody.
be trying
And
not to fall, trying not
yeah,
to trip.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Great question in the chat here about prize money. There is a prize purse for the race. This year's a $4,000 total cash purse, and that will be first male, first female, and first non-binary, each receiving $700. Second place on each category will receive $350. Third, $125, and then the first master and male and first master female will each receive $250. So there is a $200 course record bonus per category that's provided by Runner Girl Races. And Bellingham Flower Farm is providing bouquets to all of the winners. So you get a lovely fresh flower bouquet. There's also product prizes for overall and age group winners, 3 deep in each category, as long as there's 5 people in each of those categories. So is a prize purse here? I don't know. Maybe next year we'll do a race purse crowdfunding. We've got some good engagement and some good followers here on the live
Oh,
stream.
we got eyes on the
We've got
kids race.
We got eyes on the
sprinters.
kids race. This is it. This is what everyone came for. Jump in right now. This is the race of the day. It looks like it's almost a little sunny. I see some sunglasses on some of those kids.
Well, yeah, the speed blades.
Oh yeah, we got
It doesn't
coverage
need to
of.
be sunny out to be wearing sunglasses for a running
You just
race.
gotta put the shades on.
Oh,
There
I
they
think there was a
go.
false start there. That one
Oh
of those
no!
kids there, he
Bring
was
them back.
right.
Bring them back.
Oh, good luck bringing them back. It's like herding
Yeah.
cats.
It's been a while since mine were that little. That's exactly right.
Yeah,
They're
so
gone.
this is at Fairhaven Park at the start-finish area, and you can see it's a super nice area. I mean, questionable depending some years on the weather, but normally it's super nice. And again, with it being a pretty fast course, even if you've run and your friend's a bit slower or faster, like they come in within a couple of hours of you, so it's a really nice atmosphere for people to hang out there. So.
Yeah, back on course here, but it looks like we have a static cam, so we'll be able to see some kiddos as they're coming through each of those laps. And I don't know if it's a half mile, I'm expecting some 3-minute half mile laps out there from those kids. Let's get it done here. That's going to be awesome.
Going back to the prize money, I think it's,
yeah.
I mean, one of the neat things with CHUCKANUT, I mean, I guess these days there's races that have way more prize money, or you're going to get some qualifier or points, and that's going to get you onto the next race. But the neat thing about CHUCKANUT, I mean, we've got some like super strong runners here. And I think that speaks to like 32-year-old history of the race, that there's a lot of people that want to come and they want to race the history, see where they stack up. It's a 50k, and maybe that's an ultra runner's mindset, but if it fits in at the right time of year, you can kind of afford to put in these slightly more historical races that nicely huge amount that maybe come from some other races, but you want to come and just say, yeah, you've run CHUCKANUT and this is your time on a historical course that a lot of big names have run over the years. So
yeah, and I know Chrissy has really intended on trying to keep it as accessible as possible. I mean, she talked about keeping the entry fee as low as possible. I think it's like $165. She wants people to come out here and do this as their first 50k, and then maybe on the front end of the fields, people are using it as a season rust buster, or just a great way to test fitness coming off the winter. So I think it serves many purposes, and the accessibility, but also having a price purse. There's many races out there that don't have any. So I know when she gets that additional funding and the sponsors come in, she does try to just give that back to the athletes, which is really awesome to see.
Yeah, and historically we've seen, athletes at the top of the sport, they want to go where the competition is.
Vision.
It
Yeah.
hasn't always been, you know, it hasn't correlated the biggest races with races with the biggest prize purse are not oftentimes the most competitive ones.
Yeah.
It's the races that everyone has just decided are going to be the most competitive, which in many cases has gone back to the historical data. I mean, there's a new race with a huge prize purse can't replace the history of results at CHUCKANUT, and
Right.
that's one of the huge changed a little bit, but overall
Pretty
very
minimally.
minimally, and you get to see where you stack up against,
Mm-hmm.
the last 25 years of results, and especially when we have a course record that keeps surviving year after year after year, like, that noise gets louder and louder every year when it's like, "I wanna be the one that takes down the 15-year-old course record," and that's just something that a new race with a lot of money, like, can't replicate.
Any of those left, and there's Jody Adams Moore running a 4:01:23. Hyperlights in the chat shouting that out, that still holding is amazing. And we've heard Keely mentioned, and you, Ellie, mentioned that being
Yeah.
on the course and just seeing how impressive that time was. It's like there's only so many of these records that are going to continue standing for this long, and we come back year after year to see, like, oh, is it going to happen? Who's going to do it? What kind of day does it have to be? And so that 4:01:23 by Jody Adams Moore. I also heard on our pod we had Chrissy talk about that, and she said that you have to run gutsy to be able to do that. So you can't say I'm going to be conservative. Like the year that she ran that, and something she admired about Jody was just how from the gun she was just on the gas the entire race. And it wasn't a matter of, is she going to blow up or is she going to win? It was like, which one? Because there is going to be a blow up that happens, but is it going to come after the finish line or before the finish line? Like, it's going to happen. So it's going to take another one of those kind of races. And, it's really impressive to see, but it'll be awesome to see if anybody can take that down.
Yeah, it's a super impressive course record. Like, I can't quite recall, but I would have thought when Jody set that, like, it was probably an 8 or 9 minute like course record, which over a 50k that's had a lot of good runners there is just like, it was crazy fast at the time. And what it's been there for 13 years with more super talented, really fast ladies showing up. So, I mean, like any record, I do think it's beatable. But like you said, it's going to be a woman that says, right, I'm absolutely going for it. And ideally, conditions are pretty favorable, right? I mean, it's, you never want to say it's essential, but it's a super stout time, that 4:01.
Yeah. Do you think feeling will play into that on the women's side? Like, any idea, Ellie? Do you know Jody? Do you know if she was somebody who historically would would fuel well in races? Like, any chance that we have that kind of intel?
I don't know. I mean, Jody
Okay.
was a local, so she definitely knew the course. I'm pretty sure she would have run CHUCKANUT before. And yeah, she had a ton of like standout results. I remember racing with her back at Templier, like a 50-ish mile race over in France, right? And she definitely had a lot of road speed. But yeah, who knows if fueling. I know, Brett, you're the shoe guru. I think back in the day, Jody was maybe sponsored by Scott. So they'd have had some pretty grippy shoes for that ridge section. But I don't know about along the interurban. So yeah, who knows? I don't know. She would have been miles ahead of me if we were racing on the same year on that one. So I didn't see what she was fueling with. But
I'm
super
just curious
nimble,
if that
super nimble. Jade Belsberg kind of reminds me of Jody in a lot of ways. Like really nimble on the technical terrain. But definitely got good speed and yeah.
That's awesome.
So that was,
I
that
just
year
found
was
a article
was
on Jody Adams Moore and I Run Far. And there's something in here that says, I'm heavily vegetarian leaning. I eat pretty well. I don't have strict rules. I eat McDonald's ice cream if I want to, but I get good veggies and eat healthy overall. So I don't know. There's a tiny little peek into her out of training and running, feeling some good McDonald's ice cream. That's always a solid choice.
So that course record was from 2013. 2014.
Mhm.
Yep.
And that was her, as far as ultrasound results go, that was her second run at CHUCKANUT. So
Okay.
had run in 2012 and then again in 2013. And then she continued to run it for most years after that, 2014.
Okay, here we go. I found an iRunFar article about the course record run.
Oh, cool.
She said, as always, I go to the race a little too close to the start time, a little disheveled. Where should I put this snack? Shoot, where should I put this sippy cup? Will these electrolyte tablets dissolve in my sports bra before I eat them? I love this woman. She's amazing. So yeah, it looks like there is a detailed article on iRunFar about her performance out there, and good on iRunFar. So well, I'll have to see, but I'm not seeing anything else right here about the fueling piece. But yeah, we've got an article.
I mean, I feel even anyone back in, I shouldn't say anyone back in 2013, it was a little more casual. Hey, even if you were, like Chrissy said, like Jody, like went to it from the start, right? Like, you know, there wasn't so much this, like you had your crew at the aid stations swapping stuff in and out. Although Jody was always someone I would say probably ran a bit more like on the minimal side, whereas I was the person that would carry way too much in my hydration pack. So, yeah, and
that was kind of the
That's okay.
style in 2013, is to be pretty minimal. We were like that. We were at the tail end of the toe shoe era in 2013.
and slightly relaxed, right? Of the kind of, even if you're like super on it, right? Like, you know, I
For
don't
sure.
think we're talking about carbs per hour or this
No.
exact blend of this or that or the other.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, like people were
Jody's a bit
training
for
hard.
a free spirit. She's an artist, like she does some amazing pottery. So you
Pottery?
should look up her pottery. And so,
For sure.
I mean, clearly, fast road runner, but yeah, I think fueling has changed to be much more of a science than it was even like, what was that, 13 years ago? So.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, people were training hard in 2013, no doubt. But like even that part, that element has gotten more scientific, and then kind of like you said, like you put in the work, but then on race day, it was very much still just by vibes. Like you eat when you're hungry, you drink when you're thirsty, you probably wear the shoes that you were training in.
And
There
maybe a
wasn't.
friend a day before had said, "Oh, I might be at that aid station." You go, "Well, if you are, maybe, yeah." Whereas now everybody's got a much more dialed race plan, I feel, you know, and this is generalizations, right? But yeah.
Yeah, I
Hey.
found my race plan from 2015 when I ran it, and I had a 10-ounce hard Camelback tiny handheld bottle,
Excellent.
and
Yes.
I
Ooh.
filled it one time, but I remember that I did not finish it. So I think I did 10 ounces of fluid from the start
What?
to chin scraper, and
Oh my
then
God.
almost 10 more ounces of fluid from chin scraper to the finish. And I did my best fueling job ever. I consumed 5 gels. They were
30-gram or 25-gram gels,
25.
probably. Yeah.
I'm sure they were 25 gram
No,
because it's 100
I don't
calories.
think anything bigger than 25 gram
No,
gels
they were.
existed.
I did 5 power gels.
Yes.
I think we can see the kids race going in the corner. I think they're probably going to have
Yes, the kids race is going.
5 gels in their 30-minute
I would
race
say, yeah,
now,
these
Brett.
kids
They're
are
going
slamming more
to.
grams per hour than I did my
They're
entire
on
50
150 grams per 30 minutes, so they're gonna be hitting it. Yeah, I mean, case in point, like this iRunFar article is, they don't ask her about her fueling for racing. They ask her about what's on the menu in a typical week. So she's like, you know, I have coffee, I got some Thai coconut kimchi, some pesto, some nuts. Like it's more about just general fueling. And then she says her favorite restaurant in Bellingham is a dive with good margaritas and the world famous potato burrito. It's called Casa Que Pasa. I wonder if it's still there.
Hey, that's where everybody should go tonight then.
That's
Yeah,
where everyone should
potatoes
hit
and
up.
burritos is severely underrated.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. That's definitely
Well,
the way to go there.
that's your fuel though for the CHUCKANUT women's course record. So
Uh-huh.
nobody's bettered it with scientific strategies. So
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Still a little bit of vibes going on out here at CHUCKANUT.
Yeah. when we were mentioning the volunteers earlier, I missed a couple that I do want to call out because they're people that have been there for decades. Doug McKeever founded the race with Richard West 34 years ago. And then there are about 150 total volunteers, but we've got two women who have been, Monica Ox has, or OCHS, Ox? Ox has had an on-course presence either as a runner or a volunteer for over 20 years. And Peggy Mill, Ma, I would assume that that's Chrissy's mom.
That is Chrissy's mom, yeah.
Also supported in presence for 24 years. So shout out to Peggy. I think I also saw that Chrissy Mill's sister might be running the race this year.
I believe she is, yeah.
Okay,
Which I don't know
all
if she's
right.
run it before, but I don't know if they've switched it up. But yeah, Chrissy's mom used to do all the finish line food. She'd been there making these like loaded sandwiches, and she looks like your stereotypical mom there with her apron. I mean, she was like front and center. A feature of CHUCKANUT was that Chrissy's mom was there fueling us all at the finish. So
That's awesome.
yeah, and Brian McKeever, yeah, one of the race founders. I don't know if Brian's still out there these days, but certainly he used to be this sneaky timer in the middle of the race, like manually writing down bib numbers, and you just come around the corner and there was Brian sat on his lawn chair regardless of the weather, you know, checking that you are still all on track. So I mean, that's super neat that when people like that, founder of the race, they're still involved and still love the sport, right? So
it's amazing. Yeah, so thank you if you're joining us. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Ellie Greenwood and Brett Hornick here. We've had a couple special guests chime in and call in. Matt Daniels, second place in the race in 2024 in a tight battle with Francesco Pupi, the current record holder, as well as Jeff Browning joined us for a few minutes. We're currently kind of in between, you know, some of these, the second and third, actually, the third and fourth.
we are, the camera right now is on the third aid station. So yeah, at mile 13. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And then we're going to be, the next section, they've got 7-ish miles over the technical terrain. So yeah. Yeah.
Going up onto the ridge. And so we may or may not have a camera from the ridge. We're going to see if we can get some visuals from there. But as of right now, you know, on the men's and women's side, we do have Adam Soland, who is a fast, flat Flagstaff runner out there leading ahead of Will Murray. They were fairly close to one another. And then on the women's side, we've got Rosa, sorry, what's his name again? Moriello. Rosa, yeah. Moriello, leading the women's race right now with both Jade Bellsberg and Sarah Beal kind of in that second, third spot. Is Sarah in
Wait, no,
spot?
actually.
No, it's Jade and Andrea Lee.
Yeah, we did not
Where did Sarah
did
go?
We say Sarah Beal? Sorry, we were asleep there watching that. We did not necessarily see Sarah Beal come through.
I wonder if
we didn't actually
I do see Christina Randrup did start the race. She's just a little bit further down the results.
Okay.
I wonder if Sarah's timing chip did an update at this aid station, because that's a very real possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall seeing her come through.
But I don't recall seeing her either.
But at this aid station, we saw Jade and Andrea, Jade Bellsberg and Andrea Lee, essentially together. Jade just very couple seconds in front of Andrea going up the climb out of this aid station in 2-3. And they were men's and women's both floating right around kind of the fastest splits that we've historically had at the race. So, you know, we're going to see what happens on the conditions over the ridge and if it's muddy and how much that plays into slowing folks down. But at this point, I think you could say that there is potential for course records on both sides, kind of depending on how those next, you know, number of miles play out. We'll know a lot more when we get back to that 20, you know, when we get to the 22.8 and then we get back with 10K left to go. It'll be a lot easier to do some of that math on figuring out how close we are.
Yeah, I think the
gotta,
next aid station is where we see if people have slowed down over the ridge section. Yeah, have the positions changed a little with the different terrain. So exactly, that's where you start to see the race really happening. Of
yeah.
I think we're just working on seeing if we can get service to get a runner cam or two positioned on the course somewhere around the Ridge Trail or maybe Fragrance Lake. But yeah, Ellie, as you said, it's like the forest is dense and sometimes it's hard to get quality services. This isn't a very Starlink friendly course too because of all the tree cover, largely relying on cell coverage, which can just be a little bit spotty out here in the deep dark woods.
We must have some locals in the chat. Thank you, Snow Mongoose, saying next year commentary for the kids race. Yes, absolutely. We're gonna mic up the kids and get their breathing as they're going around the lab. And then that apparently Casa is no more. The Mexican restaurant is no longer.
Oh.
So rest in
Oh.
peace, Casa. Somebody go
That's
make
why the course
potato
record has
burritos.
not been broken. That's why
I
Jody's
know.
still got a
Yeah.
course record.
That's
The
it.
fueling's
That's
gone.
it.
It
Yeah,
looks like
and-
we've got our camera now on aid station number 4.
Okay. Look
Yeah.
at so there's a little bit of mud. It's hard to tell. See, you can see that. But it's
It'll
hard to tell
definitely-
how sticky it is.
Yeah, but you can see even there are a few pools of water. So definitely they will have been, even on a dry year, this section that they've been through, it's rarely like truly dry. So yeah, we'll start to see how much dirt they've been on the runners. I don't think I've ever actually fallen over at CHUCKANUT. Like it is muddy, but I don't know it's the kind of mud that you're really slipping and sliding quite so much. Maybe because you're a bit slowed down by the little rolls up and down all the way as well. So yeah.
And Doug McKeever's in the chat saying, yes, Jody had run it before after the course. Her course record was threatened. She joked, I'll have to start training. Love it. That's a baller thing to say.
So the aid station that we're looking at is at the bottom of Chin Scraper right now, I think.
I'm afraid I've got a terrible memory, Brett. So I don't know if this is, yeah, it's at the bottom of Chin Scraper.
Probably what we're looking
Yeah,
at,
no, sorry,
Yeah.
it is. It's the bottom of Chin Scraper being this like, shortish, but long enough when you've got this many miles into your legs. And Chin Scraper really is, it really is the last climb of the course, right? It's the last bit of like super technical. So yeah, they're going to get fueled up. They go short, steep, technical climb. That is the one where some people are putting their hands down and getting muddy because if you've got the wrong shoes on going up Chin Scraper, it can be a little interesting. And then they hit the top of that, and then that's where they're going to start the long descent down. So yeah, yeah. And this is the last chance to refuel before they hit the final aid station at the start of the interurban and the fast final 6 miles.
Yeah. And then there's also some very, very fast running after the Chin Scraper section on the downhill. I think we saw,
pretty open
Francesco's,
road.
Yeah, his fastest split of the entire day was around that mile 23, 4:30. So it must be just something you can absolutely just fly down. Although I have seen Walmsley run 4:30s down a very, very rocky mountainous dirt road on Kendall Mountain. So I shouldn't say that, but for all intents and purposes, it sounds like it's pretty runnable.
Well, and it's one where you really hope you're not going to be cramping because you're suddenly changing gears of like having been over this technical, slower stuff, some climbing up Chin Scraper, and then all of a sudden you're like down, 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 and like drastic change in your pace. And yeah, it starts off extremely untechnical and then you dip back into the trail, but it's still super fast. And that tricky balance of like, you want to make the most of it, but then you've got 6 flat miles at the end and you're like, but I don't want to totally fall apart on those. And I think that's how, when we were talking to Jeff Browning when he came on, of you really need to condition your legs so you're able to run fast downhill and then carrying on running afterwards. So yeah.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of a kind of internal debate with these athletes. I mean, of course, it would be nice to be strong on these descents and then be strong on the interurban trail, but I imagine a lot of the debate internally is like, do I hammer this descent? It kind of banks some time, knowing I'm gonna fade a little bit on the interurban and like really cross the finish line on empty, or do I hold back on these final descents so that way I have some gas in the legs for the interurban trail? And maybe it ends up netting the same time, but it's an interesting, I don't know, dice roll to see which
I
one.
think I'd go
would
for
be.
option 2, Brett. I wouldn't want to be hunted on the interurban. Like we both know, there's sections you can see people on the interurban. The last thing you want to be doing is looking over your shoulder and going, "Oh God, that person's getting a little bit closer and a little bit closer," right? But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a tricky one because you know if you've got the legs, you can gain like positions and a chunk of time on that.
But I also think you
descent.
have to, you know, if you feel like your strength is downhill running, right? I haven't run this course, but when I was researching it, I had this epiphany that it almost looks a lot like the Silverton Alpine 50k course in that you have to run fast at the beginning for 5 to 8, 10 miles. Then you have to run up technical climbing, lots of, you know, just tons of climbing in the middle. You have technical descents in it. And then at the end, you have to run fast again. And I think, and I've done that race like 4 or 5 times. And I think at some point you have to just trust that you are going to have the legs and just let yourself use the terrain and the descending, because you know, some of those downhills are where you can maybe get more time than if you're running 5 to 10 seconds faster on the flat. I don't know. Yeah, individual dependent, but I think
I always found it useful, like I was saying before, how there are sections where it's like you're not looking at your pace, you're just more like, I hope to be this amount of time for this section of the course. But definitely that return section on the interurban, I think if you can have, I mean, ideally well, unless you're already in the lead, but ideally you've got people either you're chasing and you're gaining on, or you just give yourself a pace and it's like, I am going to stay on that pace, right? Because that's the point where, you know, you've really got like something to chase. So I do agree at that point that it's like, if you've got,
you can smell the finish line, so you can just tell yourself there's no more climbing, you know, I just got to get through this section and then it'll be over. So yeah. I don't know. It's exciting.
The year I ran CHUCKANUT, David Laney won it, and he did it the way of, I'm gonna blast the downhills and hope I have legs in the last 10K. And I think he must have had a 5-minute lead on second place going into the interurban trail, and I think he ended up winning by like 10 or 15 seconds.
And that's like that's exactly like what we heard about
He was
the Max King
absolutely cratering at the end.
It's almost maybe a bit like the last 6 miles of a marathon, right? Of like, kind of who cares what you are at mile 20? You don't want to be in a terrible position, but you know, it's not the deciding point of, oh, mile 20, the race is decided, right? It's there's and it's just it's a mentally tough bit because although you say, yeah, you smell the finish line, it's also like there's nothing to break it up. You're like, I've just got to run, because it's also a straight line, right? You know, like with very few turns. So you're like, I'm literally running in a straight line for 6 miles, right? So that's a little mentally intimidating of if you are having a bit of a tough time on that section.
Absolutely.
So. And if you have a 6-minute lead on somebody, right, then they have to run a minute per mile faster to catch you in that. And so unless you start walking, you know,
basically was happening. David.
Unless you cramp and have to stop for 30, unless you pull Taylor, oh man, and at the Ironman and you just collapse onto the ground, you do have to, you got to sustain it. It's super interesting.
And then we've seen the race one the other way. I mean, the year Adam Mary won, you know, Seth came out of the trail onto the interurban in first, and then Adam hawked him down. And then I think it was, I don't know if it was exactly on the interurban, but the year Francesco won, you know, it was him and Matt battling it out. And then Francesco was the one.
There's definitely lots of passing and jostling for positions that happens on the interurban. Like it's not a sort of game over once you come through that final aid station. Like, yeah, you need to be in the mix kind of thing. But
Yeah.
it's if somebody's just gone a little bit too fast, or we've said before, they may be like, don't stop at that aid station because it's super tempting. You're coming downhill, you're moving fast, and you can just whoa, and you're through the aid station, and then you sort of go, oh, I should have grabbed something there. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how, yeah, on paper you'd think, oh, whoever makes it out of the trail first is going to win the race, but it's at least 50-50 for the year
yeah.
on whether that actually happens or not.
Yeah, and I think the mental game of like the fact that sometimes you can see people, whereas if you were on, I mean, this is me coming for Pacific Northwest, I'm used to running in trees and you don't see your competitors, even if they're 60 seconds ahead of you, right? Whereas this is a bit different of like, you see people up ahead and that's super motivating, you know, so it's, yeah. But it still looks like it's a pretty nice day out there, hey? Like no rain so far, and yeah, people aren't looking too bundled up. So
See,
You know, I
that's
think
like
that
ideally what I'd be wanting at this race is like still give me some of the mud, the slop that like people talk about at CHUCKANUT. Hey, there's Zach
so that you
Lenz
get
right
the
there.
experience.
Yeah, but give me actually like no
Runnable.
precipitation coming out of the sky.
Yeah,
Like I don't want to
yeah.
get wet. Like my feet can get wet from the mud, but like I don't want my body getting wet
But
from
I
the
want to
rain. So
feel like I'm in the PNW. I want to
yeah,
feel like I'm in a different place. Yeah, totally get that.
exactly.
Speaking of the kind of the field, again, 600 runners in this race this year. That's grown. I feel like there's become, you know, a bit more of an international contingent over the last few years as well. And, you know, Francesco helped with that, but we've got 5 countries represented this year. So Australia, Canada, Ethiopia. There's somebody from Ethiopia out there running the race. Nepal. We have a Nepalese runner.
Wow. Cool.
Yep. And then the United States, of course, and then 30 different states. So I was like, you know, there's 6 runners from Alaska who went to CHUCKANUT to run, you know, to run the race this year, and big presence from California and Colorado, and then 10 people. The next biggest is Montana. So Montana represent out there, but yeah, 30 different states. Oh, sorry, Washington #1, 399 of your 600 participants
That makes sense.
from the state of Washington showing up. Yeah.
And big Canadian contingent as well.
there's always a ton of I mean, it's
72.
It's our local, and I think that's, I hate to say it, less than in recent years, because it's kind of our local, like, you know, and big trail running contingent. And I used to go and stay overnight, but I've done it before where I've driven down on the day, run CHUCKANUT, driven back home again. Okay, that wasn't, you know, so it's so doable, and similar trails for a lot of, you know, Pacific Northwest. Doesn't matter that there's an international border, so it's stuff. And
there's some runners coming through on that.
Yeah, was that Adam that just went through? I gotta check my replay.
It looks like it. That check your replay. That light, like whitish vest with the
I think it was a
teal
Tantrums
underneath.
vest. Okay, here we go. It will definitely not Will.
No,
because it wasn't the bright green.
But that was all black. I thought Adam was wearing blue shorts.
He had blue shorts for sure.
Who was wearing all black with a lighter vest?
No, that guy wasn't only black, was he? Didn't he have a green shirt or lighter, not a black shirt? I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
we've
I'm
got
behind too.
Another runner through there.
That looked like, yeah. I recognize that kit.
More like Adam.
It was Eric Hamill. Oh man, that's Ryan Sullivan. I can tell that gait.
What's happening?
Dun. Tracker update. So they take a pretty hard turn to the right.
Okay, so that second place person that went through was wearing blue shorts. But
and a black shirt.
But like, why are none of these people looking like Will? So yeah, Eric
Why are
Hamill.
none of these people Will?
Well, that's
maybe Will's out front and we missed.
I'm wondering if our camera has missed
we might
the first handful, because these were not our.
These were like the 3 through 5, 6 kind of.
Yeah.
There was one missed athlete before they got the shot. We're getting intel, so that could have been Will. Or
What were they wearing? Bright green.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we can't confirm or deny if it was Will. Athlete.
Yeah,
Is there an athlete
someone at the
coming in
aid
here
station right
cramping
Looks
now.
like
or
someone's
having an issue?
See,
struggling here.
that actually, that might be more,
That could be Adam
that could be Adam, because I think he
with
was
the
wearing
jacket on.
the blue
Those
shorts and the neon yellow shoes, which I think was a Hoka.
Oh
X3.
no. Oh man.
Hard to tell if he's going to
Oh,
regroup and just
we
say,
may have just seen
Hmm.
someone's race falling apart there.
Yeah, that was definitely Adam right there. So something clearly happened in the last hour of running.
I think yeah, that was definitely Adam. Have we missed Will possibly come through in the lead?
Very possible that
It
that Will was the
seems
person
less
that got.
likely that the two of them with both, you know, get chewed up, particularly Will. I mean, Adam's definitely the one that has struggled a bit more with the ultras, like super speedy, got some solid results. And maybe we're seeing that that's happening again, that he's got chewed up once he's got onto these trails here.
Yeah.
And
this is
while the Ridge Trail is somewhat difficult to navigate, it's not difficult in the way that like someone's going to get significantly lost off there. It
No.
might just be like spending a couple extra seconds going from one flag to the next. And so
I can't see you would take a wrong turn. I agree,
No,
Brett,
there's
right?
no way.
Like the wrong turn would be, as you see here, people are hesitating and, oh, I'll leave the aid station this way. Or like we talked about before where Max King went, of course, but on these trails, no, you can't be.
Yeah.
And the fact he had his jacket on, you know,
That's
not
what I'm
looking,
thinking. Like, I
not
wonder if he
looking
kind of started to
optimistic.
bonk a little bit.
Or
Something like that.
I hate to say it, you never know, like twisted ankle can easily happen in this kind of terrain, maybe, who knows?
Yeah, this is the,
Yeah.
if you're
Yeah,
gonna
absolutely.
yoink an ankle, it's gonna be on that Ridge Trail.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's even ever so slightly downhill as they're coming into this aid station. And I think that was Sean Stephen Wales going through. We've had Sean Potvin through already.
So I guess one of the other things too to keep in mind, at least as far as the elapsed time goes, we'll confirm it once the timing updates. They're potentially like 15 minutes faster through this aid
ahead.
station than Chris Myers was last
That's
year.
what I was gonna say. That it seems like they might be going extremely fast in this section.
Because Chris was 244
53,
through
yeah.
wherever the timing mat was, and the lead men were probably, I mean, their leader was probably 230.
Yeah.
That's significantly different.
And sorry, Brett, do you have it of what Chris actually finished in last year? I haven't got
Chris
that in
was
front of me.
339.
Yeah, so I can see that's feasible, right? I mean, like, because what our record Francesco Pupi is 326.
Yeah.
Again,
Might be aligning more
Jade's
with
time from last year is not representative of what she can run on the course. So I'm starting to think this is running a bit more like a typical, pretty fast. I don't think it's the fastest ever CHUCKANUT conditions by any means, but it's a bit more typical for, you know, what we would expect of finishing times compared to last year. Chris Myers, super strong runner. It's on the slower side compared to what other people have run in recent years, right? So
Yep, definitely. I think that goes to show what the conditions were like up high last year, where splits were similar going through
the
splits were similar
interurban, they're
going through, and then
breezing. Yeah.
Adam Jolin's name just disappeared from the live tracking.
Oh. Dang.
Okay, well, if they can update his timing as a drop that quickly, they could update their timing through the actual aid station.
I don't think he's currently showing as a drop because like when you search him, he's just gone.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll TBD on that. We will.
It never
continue to
looks good when
monitor.
somebody has a jacket on, because that's not just like I'm pausing here for 5 seconds. That's like, yeah, I'm, you know, maybe either sitting it out and I don't know, do then.
Or his hands on knees bent
Yeah.
over. That's problematic. So we'll hope that everything's okay with Adam Solon, but TBD on whether or not Will Murray is currently leading the race. We may have missed one runner here in the very front of the men's pack, and we're going to stay here at mile 22.8.
But it's interesting, it seems this sort of top, I don't know what, we've had 10 or 12 come through, have now kind of split away from the rest, right? Whereas before we did have this pretty steady flow, even back to sort of 20 and 30. Whereas now we're starting to see, you know, and that's where you start to see, yeah, okay, the real top end of the guys are, and you know, and same in the women's field, they're that bit further ahead once you get onto this. I don't know. People are having too much fun at CHUCKANUT, hey?
It's not raining out. You don't have to set the tents up. You can go wherever you want.
Yeah, I think the volunteers will be more grateful than the runners that it's not raining too much today. It's
100%. I know it's the volunteers who oftentimes experience the worst weather conditions because they're not moving around and you're stayed put in one spot for a really long time. So if you get like a nasty cell of weather that comes through on this chin scrape race station, you're just in it.
Well, and I don't know
it
close enough, but like this is one where like how far have they had to hike that table and all the supplies? And it's not far, but you know, they're not it's certainly not right by a road access like all the others we've had.
Some big
well, and these are substantially sized aid stations because you know we're looking to take care of 600 runners. I mean, that's huge.
It's a lot of people.
Yeah, an 8-hour cutoff for the early starters, 9 hours, right? So
okay, so they gotta hike everything out about 100 meters.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
it's like there's 5-gallon jugs of water. That's not nothing.
This is runners you're speaking to. We're not lifters that can carry
if it's muddy, you know, a lot of times we're trying to pull things on like a trolley or a wagon. Sometimes, you know, a 4-wheeling doesn't even get you that. So, whoa.
Yeah, maybe I spoke too soon when I said nobody falls over at CHUCKANUT.
That was close.
Around the corners, sliding out.
That was one of the faster speeds I've seen anyone take.
You are coming down a slight downhill into this aid station. Like it's a kind of nice one, but then it is like, I mean, and you're going to change your pace anyway, because then you're heading straight uphill. But yeah, if you put your brakes on a bit too fast.
Ellie, on the women's side, if you're running this race fast and you're racing hard, what percentage of the race do you think you are hiking?
Oh, not much.
Like
no,
almost none.
Yeah, I would say almost none. Again, as with everything, we keep saying how like there's so many different, you know, skills that you can have on this course that suit some. So, I mean, going up Cleator, yeah, if you're in the back half of the top 10, I think some of the women will be hiking portions if uphills are proportionally not their strong suit. Yeah, so this looks like
that's Will Murray.
That's Will Murray. So he has gone up Chin Scraper. He's now on the downhill.
Is this the super fast down?
This is the super fast down before he's going to turn into the single track.
Because there's a little overlap, so that's why we're seeing runners come up.
That's why we're seeing, yeah. Exactly.
Because this is just down the top part of Cleator Road.
This is down the top part of Cleator Road, and then if he follows the course markings, he's going to take a sharp left back into the single track. But it's pretty. Yeah,
that looks fun.
He's flying down there. This looks fun when you've got quads that can still go.
Yeah, when your quads are not blown.
So it sounds from our analyst over there in the studio that Will is right on Francesco Pupi's spots right now. So
exciting. All right, so
we're looking out for.
We're gonna be looking at 2:59 for when he hits that next aid station, 2:59 high.
Yeah, so
Right.
it's
Yeah.
interesting how it's a long descent to the inner urban trail. Will's not going to miss this turn. He knows this
No.
course so well, but it's an interesting. So it's while it's still downhill for the second half of this descent, it's single track downhill, which is kind of a little bit of a different
Yeah,
sport.
it's, I was going to say, it's not super technical, but you're watching your feet a little more. There's, a few more twists and turns. Yeah, but the neat thing about CHUCKANUT too, right? I mean, normally if Will was in the lead at the race, you might be out in the forest on your own, and instead he's got a few hundred people cheering him down this downhill as they make their way up, which
That's
is
an awesome part of it.
It's super motivating,
That's so
right?
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
And
rather than
motivating for
being,
those other runners. Like, I get to see the front of this race coming down. This is so, yeah, like that's exciting.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
yeah. So this is the fastest bit of the descent, but you
Nice.
still, even once you get into those single track trails, it's just constantly downhill. There's barely a little blip up, so it's, you can really keep your pace going. So
Yeah, I think the big challenge for Will is going to be if he can match Francesco's splits on the flat trail,
on the
because
interurban.
Fran is a very fast road runner. I think he's got like a 2:14 marathon to his name, and has always made sure to keep like the track work and the speed aspect of his training very relevant, regardless of what race he's training for. That's just always been like a staple of his, I don't know, his quiver of tricks. And Will doesn't have nearly as extensive of like a road or track background as Francesco does. So it'll be really interesting to see what Will has left in the tank and if he's been working on that flat sort of speed.
Yeah, and
Yep,
that
and
being able to do that fast speed when you're not on fresh legs, right? Which is, it's a tricky balance, right? It's one thing to
Yeah.
be super fast, but it's like, can you, go just a bit slower, but once you're still under fatigue. So yeah.
Which that
And
could
we've got,
play into Will's hands a little bit, because Will has been, in his last few race results, shown that he is very good at not slowing down late into ultras. He- this last lap splits and was still running, under 7-minute pace,
yeah,
like into the 6:30s in mile like 95 to 100.
I'm guessing we should be seeing the lead woman through here at some point, because we're back to the aid station just before they go up Chin Scraper, so up just before the final climb.
Yeah, Jade. What time did Jade come through? Jade hit it in 3:19 last year, but now we're getting to the part of the course that all
Where
the
she
times
might
are
be more like
getting
3
pushed up.
hours-ish,
Yeah.
or just a smidge over, maybe. Yeah.
And I think, Will too, like you mentioned earlier, Brett, like he paced 50K of the Black Canyon 100K. He's racing this, and then I think he's racing Canyons
He's signed
100K.
up for the Canyons 100K.
Yeah, as a prep leading into Western. And I think, yeah, everyone is super excited to see him going back to Western, and just, yeah, that build almost didn't, yeah, it didn't happen last year, even though he's maybe one of the only people to get 2 golden tickets in the same season ahead
Yeah,
of
it's
Western.
like the last person on the men's side that I think had done that was Jim.
Yeah.
And then on the women's side, Riley Brady did it the previous season with a Black Canyon and a Javelina.
That's right.
But it's a pretty short list of names.
Yeah. I think it just speaks to where your fitness is at. And so I think everyone's super excited about Will.
Yeah, Will's pretty good.
He's good at running, as you say, Brett. He's good at running.
He's all
He is, and that's a key
he
part of
adds a
his
lot of
training.
cycling. Yeah, if you look at
Correct.
his Strava, his overall weekly volume, pretty big, because he will oftentimes do, like a 2 to 3 hour bike ride straight into a 2 to 3 hour long run. So he'll get, 6 hours of aerobic time, but without the damage that much running might cause.
It's like triathlon training without the swimming.
That's the best kind of triathlon training.
I agree. I agree. Yeah. And he's also apparently very good at math. He's a math teacher. Still does
Yep.
some of that. So
There goes Blake.
I just feel like because I was around Will over at the Black Canyon weekend. I feel like he's just an extraordinarily calm, collected individual. Like nothing shakes him. He just goes about doing what he's doing, but doing it all like at the highest level. And yeah, moved out to Colorado a little bit last year and is now local to Bellingham, Washington. So I think we picked the right favorite here.
I mean, it seemed like it was his race flu. He's also probably got a bone to pick with this course because he's had like 2 subpar days 2 years in a row, and that's got to be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's got to be added incentive when it's your local race and you've got people coming from all over and you kind of want to defend the home turf, right? And
yeah, Corinne, like you said, like he's got that the calm, quiet demeanor of like you almost like if there wasn't media and people like us talking about this race, no one might know that he was going to do it because he was not going to tell anyone other than he'll just show up. But and then all of a sudden he just shows up and just lays one down there. It's fun. It's fun that we have runners that kind of just were like, I'll let my legs do the talking. You know, he didn't even have an Instagram page until I think it was
He got
after.
sponsored.
Yeah, pretty much. And even that, it's still
I'll
pretty
do that
minimally
too. Yeah.
posting. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's just more like just claim the handle at least.
Yeah, like just put your name on that. And we're expecting Rosa Moriello, our women's leader, just kind of a new name for I think all of us, but a super fast athlete that apparently trains also with Sarah Beal, according to Matt Daniels. But Rosa Moriello out of Colorado, and OTQ, 237 marathoner, currently leading this race. We're expecting her in here to aid station 4. Let's call it AS4. That's the cool name for aid station 4, AS4. Anytime now. Will Murray leading, and we didn't see any other guys over on that stretch that they were following Will down. So potentially a gap there between 1 and 2 on the men's side as well.
Yeah, especially if Adam and Will had been pushing each other and pushing the pace and put a larger and larger gap on everyone else, and then Adam dropped off, that just is gonna leave Will on an island way out front, and while it's straight ahead on that interurban, if he does have, like, 4 or 5 minutes on 2nd place, that's likely a big enough gap to actually stay out of sight, which
And then the challenge is, do you chase the splits, or, is it going to be hard to try to get close to, a super fast time if you don't have the push pull of like 2 people actually racing each other at the end of this?
yeah, I mean, having that extra, like, competition right there would be helpful, but I imagine for, someone like Will, if you are chasing a course record, almost always you're gonna be by yourself at the end. I mean, very rarely do you get a course record run that's also with someone else who's ready to attack the course record that late in the race. So, I'm sure he expected that if he was to be on Francesco's splits this late, probably by himself, and that's a good
Yes
challenge
and no.
because
Could you argue that Francesco and Matt, like
oh,
Francesco
yeah,
wouldn't run
that
that time
definitely
without
helped,
Matt?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm sure Will is gonna be like, "Well, that's just gonna be the extra challenge that Will has on this day," and that is one of the things, though, at Western states that happens a lot is you do get some sizable, like, lonely gaps in the last 20 miles of Western states, especially as you don't get crew from, Green Gate to Pointed Rocks. You have 15 miles of potentially just you and aid stations, and if you're out in the lead, you gotta make up those mind games by yourself to, figure out how to stay motivated and not fall asleep out there on the twisty turny, Auburn Lake trails.
So according to Tracker, there might be about 5 minutes between Will Murray and Dylan Fluling at this point.
Okay.
I
with
can see as well.
only-
I mean, it works to have like being chased or having somebody like hot on your heels, but also on the other hand, I mean, Will knows this course, he'll know the splits, right? And then you can be a little more like relaxed to run fast in another sense. Like it can work for different personalities, right? If you're going to be a little calmer, you know, not maybe push that bit too hard, but just know exactly how hard you've got to go, but no, you're not sort of taking like silly risks. So I think it depends on people's personalities, if just being out in the lead and pushing yourself, and it depends if you train on your own too, right? If you're used to training on your own, you need less people to push you. You're used to pushing yourself. So
Sure.
So to do a little timing comparison, so Will came through that 22.8 split just under 2 hours and 44 minutes, 2:43:58. Chris Myers was
minute.
2:44:53. So Will's just 1 minute up on Chris's splits from last year. Similar gaps actually from first to second. Will's got about 5 minutes or 4.5. Chris also had about 4. I mean, something if Will doesn't win this race, that's kind of on him, not on anyone else at this point. But like second place is wide open right now.
Yeah, and it looks like Rosa had about a 3-minute lead at that last aid station. Again, that was 12.9. So now we'll have to see if that's widened or lessened here. It had about 3 minutes on Jade Bellsberg and Andrea Lee back at the 13
Interesting.
mile.
There's a timing update at mile 22 and then again at 22.8. So that confused me at first because I saw the times go down to like 2:53 and then all of a sudden it jumped back up to 2:49. But that was actually because it was a 0.8 mile split again.
Okay.
I wonder where,
Because-
like, is that like a chin scraper?
well, I think
timing that?
this aid station's at mile 20.3. So I don't know if that matches up.
Yeah.
And then getting to the top of Chin Scraper is about a mile.
So maybe we're seeing a chin scraper split.
Which would make sense. Yeah, I think you're getting a first split from this aid station and then another one, because as soon as you crest the top of Chin Scraper, as we've seen, you then head onto a bit clearer road, so they could easily have a timing mat in there. Yeah, this woman's lead is going to be interesting because, I mean, it's like who's going to come around the corner here, because as far as we know, Rosa has got, well, I think we can certainly say less trail experience than Jade or Andrea Lee. How much trail experience, we don't really know. And so, you know, this will be a sort of, you know, a very different section, even though she had quite a significant lead coming onto this portion. And is that Andrea Lee coming through in the lead for the women?
Was that was the tank top?
Yeah, that was Andrea
Okay.
Lee. So unless we've missed anyone, Andrea has taken the lead.
I feel like we've had pretty good eyes on this expedition.
After we missed possibly Will Murray, I've been having a real good, and
that could be a switch up. Rosa Moriello's Strava is private, so I cannot look at it, but I am going to see if I can find Andrea Lee. Looks like she's public potentially, so we're going to see what her trainings look like, because again, road speed, but coming in. And she's
and like I said before, Andrea Lee, so 2023, she ran a 4:15 at CHUCKANUT, which got her in third.
Which
she
is
had
speedy.
she had a baby pretty much this time last year. So February of March of last year. She's from North Vancouver in BC.
Yeah, North Vancouver. Looks like she ran a,
mid 30s, 35 to sort of 40 age groups. So
and looks like
yeah.
she ripped a 16:39 5K
Yep.
Whoa.
over St.
Yep.
Patty's Day.
Oh, okay. That was the yeah, was that yeah, that would have been last weekend. She
Last
ran
week.
that. She is definitely, yeah, that was last weekend in Vancouver. She's got a ton of road speed, but she's also got a lot of trail experience. So, and again, she knows the CHUCKANUT course, right? So
That's exciting.
she
So
ran a strong 50k last summer in Vancouver, but again, her baby was a few months old at that point. So I don't think, fair enough, she ran to historically what she would have done, but maybe we're now seeing that she's got like, you know, a really solid year of training behind her. So
Yeah, and if she's got the road speed and she's made it through the most technical section of course, you know, relatively
yeah,
unscathed and with good legs, I mean, she's going to be very hard to run down then in the last bit, especially with now this gap being upwards of a couple minutes at this point.
yeah, this is looking like a significant gap,
And it looks
which
like
is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah.
Doing some solid climbing. You know, 2 weeks ago, she had almost 9,000 feet for the week of climbing in 50 miles. So, and then, you know, 4,000 to 5,000. So, but getting out on the trails, it looks like, you know, some in this last block for sure. So we may have had a change here, thinking that Andrea Lee may have overtaken Rosa Molinaro.
And made a good gap.
I keep missing the last
on
name. Moriello. Rosa Moriello. Rosa Moriello.
We've got
and
someone coming
potentially
in.
made a decent gap on, there's
There's
Jade.
Jade.
That's Jade
That was Jade.
Bellsberg.
Yeah. With a
Yeah.
jacket halfway on. The halfway on jacket is like, I'm gonna keep my arms warm, but I'm gonna get a little breeze going. That was a vibe right there.
I wonder if the conditions on the ridge trail were kind of crappy. Like worse than what maybe these ever. If the wind was kind
Might
of
be
ripping up
evidence
there.
of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's quite likely they were pretty challenging because it is poured with rain this week, right? So even so, we see sections like Clearto Road, oh, it looks fine. And, you know, it's not raining right now. There has been a lot of water coming down. So it would be hard to think that the muddy portions of the trail, which they've got coming up Chin Scraper, they've got another little good muddy section coming up.
I mean, Jade was smiling. She looked like she was in good spirits, so that's good.
Yeah, we'll see what I'm curious what the split comes to when the timing updates. Oh, Will just hit the mile 25 aid
what was
station
he at?
split. 2:58.
Oh, a minute and 45 seconds faster than Chris.
Okay, so Will hit that descent a little bit quicker.
Nice.
So that would indicate that Will's probably looking closer to a mid 230s.
Yeah, 335.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If Chris last year was what, 337 or so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it looks like Francesco's run, his course record, is going to be safe another year. I don't think Will's going to do the last 10K in 25 minutes or 26 minutes.
It seems a bit ambitious even for the speed they're running these days. I mean, not
I don't know.
actually
This is
impossible.
where you practice that finishing speed.
There, I think we got another woman come through.
Yeah, that was like a purple long sleeve. I wonder if that was
Jenny?
Nope, it wasn't Jenny.
No?
I wonder
And
if
it
that was
wasn't
Sarah Paxson.
Ooh.
And it wasn't Rosa.
Okay. Or Leigh Mulligan. Was it long? I missed it.
Andrea, has been Andrea,
she's gained a position or two since our last aid station where they came onto this trail, but she was definitely in the mix of the top 5 or 6 through that aid station. but I don't know who it is.
Yeah, we got some interesting shape.
But definitely look like exactly like Rosa's, certainly slowed down here. So maybe we get Jenny Quilty next, maybe we get Rosa.
Yeah,
Oh.
that looked
That
like.
might have been Rosa. There's Jenny.
Yeah, there's Jenny. I don't think
I'm not
that's
sure that was
That wasn't
Rosa.
Rosa.
No, I think that was somebody else that we have not.
Because there was that trio of Sarah Paxson, Anna Katerina Willem, and Jenny Kilty. They were all together basically at that mile 12.9 split. So I wonder if we're just still seeing those, essentially those three, still pretty close together, with one of them maybe having bridged a little bit of a gap between Jade and that pack.
Yeah, so I think that's top five women through so far.
And if Sarah Paxson is in fact up in that front group, she would be leading and in contention for the Masters win, because she's 40-49 age group. Looking at some cash
I
money.
double
if she
dipped
holds on
that
to
prize purse.
Yeah.
Nice.
Podium and Masters potentially. That's awesome. Again, we are here at the mile 22.8 aid station, right before the chin scraper climb, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're looking at only about half an hour until we might see Will Murray winning. So CHUCKANUT goes quickly.
It does. It's a fast one.
Yeah, but again, it's clearly not like people have got, all the lead runners have really not stopped much at the aid stations, right? Which indicates it's pretty nice running weather. They're managing to carry most of what they need. They're not having to refill their bottles at every aid station.
Did you ever run this race on any warm years? Has that ever been a thing? Has there been a heat wave during CHUCKANUT?
I've run on a dry year.
Yeah, I was like, I know there's been dry years, but has there ever been a year where it was like,
I mean, I was looking back, I was
65?
like, wow, I had a t-shirt on at the finish line one year, like not two jackets or something. So I don't know it's ever been warm per se. Like maybe it's been like bright and sunny and dry. For sure, I've run it on years like that, where again, if it's not rained in like the week before, it's not rained on race day, I have had blue skies at the finish line. Yeah, today's looking pretty, I would say typical, but I'll be intrigued to hear from runners afterwards, like what the technical sections of the trail have been like quite how muddy. But this is looking not unusual for CHUCKANUT.
Yeah. So we've got the top three men have updated on the timing through that mile 24.9 split. So Will has about a 5-minute lead on Dylan Fluling, who's in second. But Dylan is only 20 seconds up on Noah Dussault.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, this is exciting. We've got a race, even if Will maintains his lead up the front. It's always exciting to have a good race down those final fast 6 miles. So.
Yeah, and that's definitely close enough where Noah can see Dylan in front of him.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think, we've got, is that maybe another woman coming through? It's pretty hard to see here. Yeah, I mean, I think on that final stretch, if you've got like maybe a minute, maybe a 2-minute lead, you can usually see people in certain portions, which is super helpful. So we might have
and
a
then
race.
Ryan Sullivan came through that final checkpoint in fourth, about 2.5 minutes back from Noah Dussault. So know, unless Ryan closes super hard, that's not out of
it's not out of question, but it's tough. It's tough, right? But I would, I mean, it very much depends, right? It's far enough and it's challenging enough that it could really depend.
Yeah, it'll be tough for Ryan to bridge that gap for Noah, if Noah is feeling good and trying to bridge that
Yeah.
gap to Dylan. Okay, we've
Well,
got eyes on Will. Looks like he dropped the pack at the last aid station and is now just handheld. That's a nice move. That would be nice to just be able to
oh yeah, for
hold one
sure.
thing and open it up. Man, he is hammering right now.
Yeah, he's cruising and he looks super comfortable there. And like some of the other commentators, not being totally like, I just won't take anything.
And his
Which again,
stride is big.
yeah.
Like, it doesn't look like the downhills of the middle 18 has wore him
Nope.
down at all.
Yeah.
He does look like he's working though.
He looks like he's working, but he looks like he's comfortable working, right? So, and I don't know if you remember, Brett, there's one tiny little bit here where there's like, you almost like go down into this like super steep and then immediately back up.
Yeah,
And
I was
it's the
trying to remember.
work.
Are you like, do you go under a road or is that just the way
You
that the
go,
path
there is
goes?
then a little wiggle up where you come
Yeah.
up some like switchbacks. I mean, that's a little exaggerated for what it was. So, but again, it looks like Will shouldn't struggle too much, but it can be really just like, you know, when you're cruising along, you've got a nice speed, like it just breaks your momentum.
Yeah.
But I mean, he looks like he's cruising and he shouldn't deal with those with
Yeah.
too much bother
I
at
very
all.
much remember
So.
those and remember struggling greatly
Yeah, because they
through
just
those
suck your
little
momentum.
bumps.
Like you can kind of be like, I'll just keep on this pace, I'll just keep on going. And then you have to get on your pace again, right? And it's literally like
Mhm.
probably like not even 30 seconds where you're thrown out of your rhythm, but it's enough that you then need to like really just get back on it. So
Totally.
but
And if you're on the
he's,
verge of cramping, it's just enough to cramp you
oh, it's
back
just
up.
awful, right? Or if you've got somebody on your heel and you're like, I don't want to let them pass me, and so you're now pushing. But yeah, he's got a nice lead, Will Murray.
Yeah, Will
there,
looks
and
incredible right now.
it's because he's got your favorite shoes on, hey?
Yeah, I mean, gosh, 2 wins in a row at CHUCKANUT for the Brooks Cascadia Elite.
Yeah.
I mean, this is called Cascadia Elite. Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Chris and Will are going to be very good runners, even if they were in shoes too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can't give the shoes all the credit.
But like we were discussing before, I mean, it's a tricky race of what shoes to pick because you probably want radically different shoes on different sections, and yet it's too fast a race to even contemplate changing your shoes because then you change them twice because you'd want a different shoe on the interval. So it's like you have to ride the balance of the one that works for most.
Yeah, and this is actually the first race that Will has now done in a trail super shoe. All of his past results,
yeah,
all of his past results were actually in like a more minimal trail shoe that by today's standards is very average. So Will is actually one of the last few people to like win some big races without all the fancy stuff. And maybe holding off a couple years on that tech is gonna pay off big dividends this year.
Psychologically and actually. Like now I got a super shoe on, maybe.
Yeah. And he's going to finish this race. His legs will feel great. His recovery time is going to be shorter. He can get right back into Western States training.
But he's really having to push himself here because this is one section, of course, he's in the lead. You may see a few dog walkers. It's a popular dog walking trail, but you've got no volunteers. You've got a couple of road crossings where, you know, look, there's a couple of people bike ride kind of thing, right? But you know, you've got longer stretches where he's going to be on his own than in other portions. I mean, and certainly much lonelier than when he went out this morning and there was a good pack of them all together.
Now, I know he dropped the pack, but did he get a? Did we see?
Didn't see.
We didn't
new
see.
bottle.
Yeah, when we got eyes on him, he was already running past these. He was holding a bottle, so
he had a bottle.
He has a bottle. We just don't know how.
I think these days, the way people, you know, fuel, like you just wouldn't not take a small bottle. Like it's long enough, right? I feel it was more in the past that, you know, and if you hadn't quite fueled enough earlier, then you got into trouble. But
we have a guest coming in soon. Stay tuned. But as we're watching Will Murray lead the men's race here at the end of, we're going to be paying attention to time and
maybe
Are we
20
ready to
minutes out.
bring
Yeah,
in our guest?
a
I
little over 20
recognize that
minutes.
person.
One big thing too for Will and the fueling all the way to the finish is he already knows what his next races are going to be. I mean, he's already on the Western States entrance list, and he's going to be running, Canyon's 100K. I'm sure his coach is going to be hammering it, like, fuel all the way to the end of this race to help with your recovery, like kickstart the
Yep.
recovery from this race before you're even done with it.
Well, and if you know your fueling works when you're running this, just really refining what's going to work for you for the longer stuff. So
Yeah, absolutely. I think Will's he's an Open Fuel athlete, which is a newer fueling company. The founder, one of the co-founders of the company, Zach Hauer, he's actually sitting in the
Racing.
top 3 of the Big Alta 100K right
Big
now.
Alta 100K today. I had him in my top 5 for sure. If not on my podium, I think Alex King out there with Terry Noda and Zach Hauer with Open Fuel, both racing, small brands, but both running the Big Alta 100K. That's sweet.
Yeah, Will's I remember hearing a post-race interview from Will at Javelina. He is a very he sweats a lot, so he goes through tons of fluid. I think they were saying like he was, he at even Javelina with pretty like close together age, and he had 3 or 4 bottles on him.
4
at every
bottles
given
at
point.
all times on him.
Like he's drinking like almost 2 liters an hour. So he's not one from carrying the extra fuel, knowing that that's what he needs to be the fastest version of himself.
And are we getting music? I don't know if people can hear that, but I hear music.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit of leaking audio.
Man. Well, it's looking good.
Okay, we saw the song Fence on the way out earlier.
yeah, this is a tiny paved section, but it really doesn't last.
So what
very
is he,
long.
maybe like, you think he's maybe 2 miles out or something like that?
Adam, can you hear us? Okay, are you there? Hey, well, I was gonna ask, do you recognize we've got special guest Adam Peterman joining us. What's going on,
Hey,
Adam?
Adam.
Thanks for being here. So tell us, do you remember this part of the course? You've run this race quite fast, so
This part, I guess, when I did it, there was a little bit of construction, and it was right around this area. Like I think maybe about a mile in, and with a mile to go. So, I do remember this part, but frankly, it all looks very similar. You're like on a path kind of through the neighborhoods. I can't tell how far he has to go, but he looks awesome. And he's
How are you feeling at this point in the race? What's going on? What's going on in the legs and the mind?
I mean, you're excited to be done. Fortunately, I had a bit of a cushion between second place, and so I was able to kind of cruise and keep it steady. And I saw like one of my friends gave him a high five. So I think Will's got he's got a bit of a cushion as well.
About 5 minutes.
Yeah. So he's probably feeling good, but I bet he's excited to be done and stop running for a little while.
Adam, you won this race, was it 2022?
Yep. Yeah. 2022.
Okay. What were the conditions like the year that you ran?
I was just talking about this with Erin, my girlfriend. It was muddy, but not that muddy. Like I remember looking at pictures from the finish, like my whole back was covered in mud, but there were only a few sections of trail where it was like deep mud where it feels like it's going to suck your shoe off. I don't think it was actively raining until the ridge, that section, like the high point of the course. So probably like pretty standard conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, we were trying to figure out what the conditions on this middle section of trail are going to be, because it looked like the start and going up Cleator Road looked pretty nice, but then when we had eyes on the aid station right before the chin scraper climb, a handful of runners came around the corner more bundled up than the previous time we started. So we were thinking that maybe the conditions were maybe somewhat bad up on the Ridge Trail, just with how some people actually had to put jackets on through that middle section.
Oh, I'd believe it. I mean, yeah, I feel like you don't gain a ton of elevation to get to the high point. I mean, it's pretty rolly, but I remember being up there and, it's like cloudy and misty and raining and it was cold.
Mhm.
Yeah, but I know Will lives in Bellingham, so I'm sure he's pretty used to this. And actually, Will and I are both coached by John Fitzgerald, so
Mhm.
I know Will now, and he's really used to these conditions. He does a lot of cycling. He never rides indoors, and I mean, rides in
Oof,
Bellingham through the winter, so it's pretty
dude.
impressive.
Yeah, that's brave.
Yeah.
So Will already has a spot on the Western States, start list for this year. Do you know, like, if you're thinking about it, like from the coach's perspective, what's the main reason for doing this race?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. Is the last time Will raced
I think it
at
was Javelina.
Javelina?
Yeah.
Javelina. And
Yeah,
then pace
probably.
50K of Black Canyon.
Yeah, I think probably just to, yeah, test the fitness, tune up, and I know I was with him in January. We had a training camp down there with Coach John. We called it Camp John, but yeah, I think he was just really excited to give this race another shot. He raced it, I think, last year or the year before, and
Last year was 7th. Yeah.
right, he didn't do as well as he wanted to, and now that he lives in Bellingham, I think this is like very much on the trails that he trains on every day. So I think that was part of the idea behind it, and then doing canyons as a tune-up. That's kind of a thing we've seen now with athletes, like you saw with Katie Scheid. Um, Rod Farvar did really well at canyons
Mhm.
before running Western States. So I think that's the theory behind all these races to use in advance of Western States.
Yeah. Um,
We've seen a handful of people now really starting to stack these kind of springtime races. And historically we've always talked about, like, we're like, is this too much racing before Western States? And it seems like we keep getting proven wrong on that. Um, yeah, it'd be interesting to hear your take on, what seemed to be questionable 100K, just 6 weeks out from Western States. Like, what's changed to make that more doable, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I think as long as you're healthy, I think it's possible. I think the risk with doing like an ultra marathon as a tune-up race is you might come out of it with, if you went into that race with a small injury, it's probably going to be talking to you when you're done,
Mm.
and that could be an issue. But if you're running and if the furnace is hot and you're feeling good to do these races, I think, yeah, especially now, I think with how people are fueling during the races and especially like in between, I think recovery time is maybe a bit faster than maybe it was 10 years ago for these types of things. So yeah, I would think that would be the reason. But like I said, if you do have something bugging you, then it's probably a no-go. But yeah, like speaking from my own experience, like when I did well at Western States in 2022, this was my exact season. I ran CHUCKANUT, I ran Canyons, got the ticket, and then ran States. And I can't say I felt good at the end of that summer. Definitely felt pretty fried, but it's just, if you're fit and excited and motivated, I think it can work really well.
Yeah, it's okay to be fried at the end of the summer. Just don't be
Yeah.
fried in the end of June.
yeah, or beginning of June.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Are you going to be coming back to CHUCKANUT anytime in the near next couple of years, Adam?
Oh, I'd love to. It's, I live in Missoula, so it's not too
Yeah.
far away, go to Seattle or drive up. And yeah, I'd love to. That'd be super fun.
What drew you to the race originally? Because as we've talked about, it stands on its own. There's no other distances. It's not an entry to or a qualifier of any sort. So what about it drew you in originally to want to run it?
Well, I think early on, and when I was doing these races, you're trying to learn which races are most competitive. And I think I'd heard a lot about CHUCKANUT. One of the people who lives in Missoula is Mike Foote, and he ran for the North Face. And I remember when I was younger, he was always like, "Oh yeah, CHUCKANUT, that's that's the race. That's like the best time race. And so that was probably that was probably what influenced me. But I had a great time. I mean, I love that course, and it's super pretty, and it reminded me a lot of actually the trails I train on here in Missoula. Like, it's flat in the valley, but then when you get on the trail, it's actually quite runnable and but steep. Yeah, I thought it was
How does
awesome.
it compare to something like a gorge waterfalls? Because that's the only reference point I have of another Pacific Northwest, you know, similar or you know, its own thing. How do those compare?
Probably, yeah, I think it's a little different, like similar in terms of the weather, and it is like it reminds you of like what you think of when you think of Pacific Northwest, being in the ferns and the moss and the like much bigger trees. But Gorge, yeah, Gorge just isn't as hilly. And Gorge is actually quite a bit more technical, I think, than Chuckanut. There's parts of Gorge where the trail is like very small, and like they've done a good job cleaning it up, but it is kind of overgrown like the rest of the year.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Awesome. You ran a super fast time out here, 3:24. I don't know that Will's gonna get that, you know, break your time today, unless we go to the finish line very quickly here.
Yeah, I think Will's probably looking.
I don't know. Like I said, mine, when I raced it, I think it was only 30 miles. It was 1 mile short because of some construction. So maybe some controversy there for my time.
Still very fast. Very, very fast.
Thank you. What is Will on pace to run? Do we know?
We don't know exactly how much he has left, but
based off his last split, it
334,
seemed like
335, maybe.
Yeah, maybe mid 330s.
Over 330 something.
Yeah, Adam, when you were preparing for this race, what elements of this course were you maybe most intimidated by?
Well, it's funny. I think, you know, I kind of broke the course into 3 parts, probably as everyone does. You have the flat first 6 or 7 miles. You have the middle 30K that has all the climbing, and then you have the same flat 6 or 7 miles to finish it out. And funnily enough, like I ran in college, I was actually like somewhat fast before being a trail runner. And so you'd think the flat part would have been not what intimidated me, but at the time I had this weird like hamstring tendonitis, and running 6-minute miles was not going well. And so it was definitely the flat part that I was intimidated by. And, you know, fortunately during the race, as it always is, it really didn't bother me that much. And that was fine. But yeah, I remember I was all nervous, you know, first mile's like a 5:45, and I'm like, oh gosh, I haven't touched on that in a while. But yeah, I'd say that was it.
Yeah, that's interesting. And we always, you know, we were kind of joking around, waiting to see who would be the one that's cramping up in this last 10K, because it seems like that's always one of the cases where it looks like this course is like, you know, you come off the trail and you've just got this, you know, pretty flat 10K to finish. It's like, oh, the positioning is probably just going to stay what it is. But
Yep.
it almost never seems to be that case. Not the case for Will, as he looks amazing right now. But the race for second and third was only 20 seconds apart as they hit the inner urban trail. It'll be really interesting to see how that shakes up.
I mean, we're seeing more and more people. He's got to be getting close here.
Yeah, I think he's pretty close. Those little switchbacks, it's like the only small still finish, you know, you're on this wider trail bike path. Do they end up going into the woods? I remember there was a single track off to the left that you hop onto.
Don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, because
I'm
that
going
might
to
have
say
been
I think so, but I don't know. Yeah.
I think this was the traditional start finish area in that park there. So yeah, he's looking nice.
And then a little update on the women's side from a timing standpoint. So yeah, Andrea Lee was the leader through that 22.8 checkpoint, and she had 3 minutes, about 3.5 minutes up on Jade Bellsberg.
Wow, so gap there.
318 to 321. And then it was Sarah Paxson, who, at least according to the trackers, came through in third, and she was about 2.5 minutes back from Jade.
And we're not sure what happened to Rosa, or if she's still in the race.
So we have Anna, Katarina Wilhelm, Jenny Kilty.
I'm not seeing her name anywhere, so
That's all we have update-wise through 22.8 on the women's side.
Yeah.
We got
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
So both the men's and women's races, early leaders on both sides were overtaken at some point here in kind of
On the
10
trail
to
section.
15. Yeah, on the trail section by the now current race leaders. That's interesting.
And if that is the case, both of those race leaders, male and female, were people with shorter experience, more road, like sure have done trail, but yeah, once they got
They
onto
were
that,
basties who went out hot.
yeah, and maybe went out at the right pace, but then you hit a portion that
Yeah.
maybe doesn't quite hit your skill set, right? So
And good for them. You gotta you gotta
yeah,
go
I mean,
for it.
they both look super comfortable, right?
They
So yeah, I mean, hopefully Rose is okay. That's a little whether
mark,
I
yeah.
don't know. You always wonder if it's a timing blip or has she dropped out, because
And
she definitely should be through by now, even if she'd slowed down.
same with Adam. We're hoping he's
Let's see.
doing
So
okay,
we'll just hung a left onto a slightly narrower section of path.
this looks like that maybe what Adam you were talking about, the trail.
Maybe
section
less.
here.
There's
less
a
than a
narrower
mile.
bit of trail at the end that I think Adam was
Oh.
talking about. That I think they might go through, but
Okay, yeah, that's a nice bridge right there. Adam, what's on your schedule? I think, did I see your name pop up on the Canyons 100K list?
Yes, I'm doing canyons.
Right.
I'm stoked. I was originally supposed to run Chianti actually today, but I ran the Black Canyon 50k as a tune-up and just really flared up my Achilles. So pivoted to canyons. I think it made sense. Achilles is way better now, but Chianti was way too soon. So yeah, canyons in 5 weeks. I'm stoked.
Cool.
Nice. The
Yeah,
year of the
Black
pivot.
Canyon was not much of a tune-up this year. It was like a full-blown like championship style race.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I know. What the heck? I totally thought Black Canyon would be, I thought the 50k would be, kind of chill, but it was like pretty loaded list right away. So
And that's why we don't have Seth Ruling here, is I think he came out of that 50k just maybe a bit injured as well.
yeah, I think the same. It's just so fast. There's not many hills. It's like a net downhill. But yeah, Canyon will be fun. Will be there too, so it'll be fun to race him.
Oh, this is actually kind of fun though.
Taking notes.
Third, fourth, and fifth though all did race the Black Canyon 50K. Noah Dussault got 12th. Ryan Sullivan I think was 4th or 5th, and then Eric Hamill was 10th.
And they're all in this race, yeah.
Yeah, and they're 3rd, 4th, and 5th
They're
in the race.
in that order right now, yeah.
Oh, sweet. Well, they recovered fine. Just talk to those guys.
Yeah, see what's going on over there.
Yeah.
So we've got race leader Will Murray on your screen here, getting very close to the finish line.
Yeah, and then Will did the smart thing by just doing a pacing job at Black Canyon.
It's a pretty fast pacing job. His runner got 7th.
Yeah, who was he pacing? I can't remember.
Ferdinand Rowe.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Almost ran his way into a golden ticket. Or maybe it was 6th. It was up there. It was borderline. It was one spot off.
It was one spot, yeah.
Down to. Yeah.
Yep. Ferdinand's also on the Canyons 100K entrance list.
Be a good race. It's 3 tickets. So, is the goal there, Adam, to maybe go for a ticket? Would you want to go back to Western?
Oh, I sure hope so. I love Western States, and last year I just didn't have a very good race there, and thought I was in shape to do something special. So I just love to have another chance, and yeah, so that's the hope.
Nice,
but we'll see.
Quite the year to be in that field on the men's side.
Oh man, yeah, every year.
Every year.
Yeah, last year
Every
at States, you had one of the more epic finishes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Like I just had to walk for so long. So I actually that's why I started working with a coach. So now Will and I have the same coach. So
Is that
hopefully
your
that
first time
helps.
working with a coach in the sport so far?
Yeah, totally.
Nice. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
What made you choose John?
He lives in Montana. He works with
Nice.
another Missoulian that I train with quite a bit, Jeff McGavro, and
Yeah.
I've just heard great things. So, but he's been awesome. He's a smart guy. He comes over to Missoula, hangs out with us, and yeah, I really liked it.
Very
That's cool. And sometimes it just helps to have a fresh set of eyes look at things too.
Oh, seriously. Yeah, there's certain things that are very similar to what I used to do, but I do feel like he just knows what's going on better and knows how to structure things.
Yeah, I mean, I know he coaches Jen Lichter as well, right?
Yes, yeah, Jen, he started coaching her in November.
She ran all right at Black Canyon this year, 100K debut.
I think Will's about to finish. This is
this is very close to the finish.
I hear cheers. All right, let's go. Will Murray.
It's like how much faster can Will go right now? I mean, it looks like he's full on sprinting. Is he about to pop out to the park? There's a final timing, Matt.
There's a timing, Matt.
Our bike stopped.
Oh, maybe we're going to finish line cam. There we go. Finish.
Here we go. Here's he coming over the finish.
Oh, here he is. Your winner.
3:33. 34, I think, is actually what the timing is showing. Our clock might be just a few seconds lagging behind, but Will Murray, third time's a charm at CHUCKANUT for him.
And this is a what course PR by
15 minutes almost.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I think Will was 8th place last year, 8th place the year before. Not indicative of the fitness that he was in either of those times, but I think just had just a few things to dial in. And I think Will's done like missing in terms of races.
Oh, he looks great.
Awesome.
Yeah,
he does.
He's not even phased.
No, he looks pretty put together for
She hugs every single finisher.
Oh, this is Will's first race in the new Brooks kit too, right? Because he was unsigned at Javelina, and then he signed with Brooks after it. Okay, that's cool.
It looked like he'd got a little mud on his Brooks kit, but not too much, right? This is where you start analyzing the trail by how much of the trail has he brought over the finish line with him. But
yeah, not too much.
Not too much.
Looks like it's raining a little bit now at the finish.
Yeah, looks more misty for sure. Very cool. I'd say that was
But I think overall, for what the weather's been this week, they've pretty lucked out that it's, only starting to rain now. And those trails, I'm sure, could have been a ton worse.
Yeah,
and I'm
absolutely.
reading on the ticker on our live screen that Rosa was the lead woman through aid station 4. So I'm wondering if there's a little blip with the live timing, because I've seen that a couple of times.
We have bubbles at the finish line. This is key. Vibes. Yeah, and maybe Adam, before you go, talk a little bit about the finish line vibes at CHUCKANUT. Like it's supposed to be very much a party and a gathering, and just kind of, what we expect from the sport and the food trucks. And did you hang out for a bit afterwards as we get eyes on potential?
Andrea Lee in the lead woman.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. And how far has she just entered the path then?
She's, I think, quite soon, just left the final aid station. So 6-ish miles to go. That's the early section just out of the aid station where it's a little more in the forest, a little bit more, but not really technical. But
Sweet. Well, yeah, the finish was awesome. I mean, if I remember right, my year, like quite a few of us, it was just like a lot of runners that I'd met over the years. So we're all hanging out, and then the food trucks, like you mentioned, was awesome, finish and then got a big burger or something like that. And yeah, we hung out for a long time. It was a good time.
That's awesome. I think we have more guests in our chat too. I don't know if we want to bring everybody in, make a huge party here, but I see other faces. I see Adam Mary. I see Claire. You guys want to go off mute? Let's see if we can get how many people we can get into this live stream right here. Hey, Adam. Good to see you. Good to see you. All right. Sweet. Yeah, Adam's in. We're working on the back end. Bear with us. I'm just trying to be welcoming to everyone on the stream. But
all good.
It's so cool to see everybody here. Yeah. I'll let you guys do your thing here and work with the folks from the other side.
Hey, great to see you.
Hey, Claire, how are you?
And Adam, everyone, Ellie. Yeah, I just was muting the actual footage, so it wasn't going to be a weird echo.
No, you're good. You're good. I think we're gonna, maybe bring you guys in one at a time here. But Claire, how are you doing?
Good.
You're a mom?
Yeah, I had a baby. I have a sacral stress fracture, and that's my update.
Oh, no. Yeah. Oh, well, congratulations on motherhood. And I'm sorry on the sacral stress. I was really hoping I saw you on the list of a race I'm running coming up. I was like, am I going to see Claire there at Desert Rats? But
yeah, no.
Oh, man.
Well, for you.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, it's amazing to have you on. Tell us a little bit about, CHUCKANUT. We're watching the women's leader here, Andrea Lee, who was running in second or third for a while early on in the early miles. And we think maybe overtook in the, trail section and on the ridge sections here. So she's coming in pretty strong. But yeah, you have run this race very, very well. Tell us about your experience out there.
Yeah, she looks good. Wait, so she's already on to the...
She's like well into.
Yeah. Okay, great. And congrats to Will. His win. Yeah, she looks good.
Perfect.
Anyways, yeah, the conditions look good. This race is just so fun. I've only run it once and I just had a killer day. Like, I just was fit and it was fun. Sorry. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah, we hear the background noise a little bit. Maybe I can turn that down, but I don't think the viewers can hear it. But while you're real fast, I think everybody can come in. So if Adam want to unmute, I think we can all come in. And
cool.
Yeah, now we don't have the background noise, so we can all chat together. Go ahead, Claire. I think you had a banger day, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the best 50Ks in the US because you have to be so fast on flat, but then also good at technical, in the actual trails. There's just like nothing better. I also had a good time when it was really sunny. Like I know conditions last year were a total joke or not a joke, but just really tough. So that helps. I'm trying to figure out what are they on pace wise?
On the ladies' side,
I'm thinking maybe like a 4:15 to 4:20.
Okay.
Somewhere in, maybe in that range.
What did you run your year, Claire? Because we ran the same year, you and I.
Yeah, I think I was around 4:07.
Okay.
I'm just going purely off memory. I think Ellie, who still has the course record? Isn't it
Jody Adams Moore?
Jody Adams Moore.
Yeah,
401. 401.23.
Yeah, killer. So like a 4 teens time is like more of like an average year, right? They're looking. And then we have the returning winner from last year, Jade.
So we've got the second place guy coming in, Noah Dussault, who overtook Dylan Fluling.
Oh, later overtake.
They were second and third were 20 seconds apart as they hit the inner urban trail.
Somebody else has done that on that section, Mary. You've taken
Yeah,
Yeah,
somebody
Adam,
over
you
on
could
the
talk a little bit
interurban.
about overtaking people on this
Yeah,
trail.
wow.
it's true. I reeled in my fellow Boulder boy Seth Ruling, who was in first the year I ran it, which was 2023, Claire's year. And yeah, I mean, you got to be running like 6 minute pace at least to win. And so yeah, I was able to get Seth on that day, but it was cool watching Will on the live stream. Like I have such type 2 fun, but like good memories of that last little trail part, like the final mile or so, just like thrashing myself trying to get the win. And so it looks like they have a pretty good day. Like the conditions are solid and people are running fast, but maybe a little more spread out on the men's side. I believe the year I ran, it was like, I think I finished in 3:33 or something. And then like Seth was right behind and Chris was right behind. It was like just a minute or so for like the top 3 or 4 or 5 guys. So who just finished there on them? Is that like the third
I think
place
that was
guy?
Dylan. Dylan
Okay.
Fluling.
Yeah, he looks like he went to the
Cramping.
well at the end there. Yeah, that humidity piece, amazing. Yeah.
This race is so special though. I think one of the highlights for me was seeing Claire at the finish line. Claire, because you were like surprised that I had won and we're like, yeah, hell yeah, dude. I was like so pumped.
I remember those pictures, I think. I feel like there was like Iron Far updates or some kind of there were photographs because I remember seeing images of that year, I think.
Yeah, it's always good when Boulder sweeps. But not to take away.
No offense,
Okay, who was
Adam,
that?
Montana.
Number 4.
I think that's Ryan Sullivan.
Ah,
That's
Yep.
Ryan Sullivan. Yeah.
Nice.
so he picked up a little bit.
Yeah.
He looks good. He came in charging.
And I know he was questionable on starting because he was also nursing a little bit of something after the Black Canyon 50k, but seems like it didn't hold him back. And so I think, yeah, like that's he's out there, Nordic athlete now.
Nice. Out of the Western Slope in Colorado.
Yes, at Grand Junction.
He's a physician. I forget what
Part-time
type.
now. Part-time doctor now. He
Nice,
likes to throw around the part-time. He's very proud of that. But yeah, he's a great guy. We just recorded a pod about San Juan Solstice, and he talked in depth about his San Juan Solstice, and it was really cool because that's another one of these just classic races.
Oh God, San Juan Solstice is so hard.
That might be his dog at the end there, Willie. No,
Nice.
maybe not his, but his
Now,
dog is Willie.
Do the guys on here know? So these top 4 now, yeah. I mean, maybe I've missed this, but tell me about Noah, Dylan. Yeah, what are their scenes?
So Noah's, I think he's a Seattle-based runner, and he was actually just 12th at the Black Canyon 50k
Okay, great.
last month. Dylan,
Fourth here last year, so he improved spots.
Dylan I know the least about, but there's been some Dylan fans in the chat. Sounds like he's an East Coaster, kind of up and comer, starting to get his legs going in these faster ultras. Yeah, had a really good run. And then Ryan, I believe was 4th or 5th at the Black Canyon 50k last month. And then Eric Hamill was 10th at the Black Canyon 50k last month. So
these back-to-backs are wild. It looks like Dylan in college. Yeah.
Yeah. We saw that in
Cool.
fast roadie.
Yeah, great. It's super fun. I'm like all for these just fast people getting on the dirt.
Yeah, this isn't,
I
and
mean,
this is an
Adam's one of
interesting course.
them. Yeah.
This is an interesting course to do.
Was Dylan our second place finisher today?
No,
Third.
Noah.
Oh, Noah.
Was second.
Noah stuck behind.
I've noticed. I noticed he was wearing the cow print hat. What's the story behind that? I've seen that all over the. Whenever I do a race in the Pacific Northwest, there's like a fleet of
Cowgill Collective, right?
Yeah, big training group in the Seattle area.
Makes sense. Even when I ran Gorge last year, Erin was like, she went for a run while I was doing the race, and someone she was with was wearing the cow print. It's everywhere.
Yeah, they show up at races. They've had like some
Signature.
massive crowds, but yeah, they've got a really big training group. I know they do like I think Joe McConaughey leads or helps
Yeah.
lead like
Yeah,
a
wasn't
weekly
he one of
track
the OG?
workout.
Yeah.
Cool.
Blake Slatengren part of that too. I feel like I've seen him in cow print
Yeah, I think
before.
I've
He
seen
had to
that
wear
too.
certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what you wear before you pick up a sponsor. So like,
Nice.
those guys were in
It's
the cow print. I don't
the
know where
equivalent
the
of
cow
the
print
band
comes
of the
from, though.
Bandit unsponsored kit. That's how you show you're unsponsored. You wear a cow print and then they're like, I'm up for grabs. Yeah.
Yep, definitely. Yeah, I don't know the actual history behind the what that has to do with Seattle, but I like it.
Well, they're called the Cowgirl Collective, so I think it's got to tie back to that. Somebody is screaming into their headphones or the chat, going like, "I know all about this." It's probably Corinne Malcolm, who's out there on course, probably listening
throw
to
it in the
us and
chat.
analyzing us right now. Oh man, that's awesome.
That's great. So have you guys already talked about Andrea Lee? She's Ellie, do you know her? She's Canadian.
She is
The
Canadian. Yep.
116 half marathoner.
Yeah. 114.
No,
16.
faster.
Yeah,
116.
114.39. I'm looking up.
Oh, 114.39.
Yeah. Yeah.
Misinformation. One never. Geez, that's a lot of. That's a lot of minutes. 114. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you
she's
know her,
speedy.
Ellie?
I know her. Yeah, she's come third at CHUCKANUT before. 4:15, so it's like, I don't know, is she going to run faster today? Possibly. I think she's going to be borderline or around about that. Yeah, and I think these guys were just saying she ran a sub 17 5k in Vancouver last weekend. So yeah, no pressure, Claire. She had a baby last year. So
Let's
we'll be looking
go.
out for her sub 17 5k next year.
Holy
But
crap.
yeah, no, and she's got a bunch of, I don't know if she's of 50k experience, yeah, and really does mix up like fast road stuff with some of the 50ks on the trails. So yeah.
Nice. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
But
Thanks.
I think she's going to be stoked to win this, right? I mean, I think on paper we'd have said Jade would have been faster, and then Rosa popped up, who, by the way, Claire, Rosa has a 71-minute half marathon PR. So,
Oh my God.
you know, you look at it and you sort of say, yeah, Andrea should have been in the mix. I don't know if even she would have expected to be in the lead. I'm not so surprised, but yeah, it's this is definitely a super strong result for her.
Yeah, this is great.
And
Now,
looks like she's keeping that lead, right? So
yeah. Did
Yeah,
Rosa drop?
I
We're
haven't seen a
wondering. We're
timing update.
speculation. Yeah, we're not confirmed, but we think something major happened because she's not been showing up for a little while here after leading for
yeah,
good
Hopefully
while.
she's okay.
she was in the lead up
exactly.
clear to road, but yeah.
And then
So
Andrea had a 3.5-minute lead on Jade Bellsberg going into this inner urban trail.
yeah,
So
and given they've
Pretty
been
solid
they've
gap.
either been together or Andrea's been in the lead, so it's not as if Andrea was in the lead earlier on, and that's why it's like, unless suddenly Jade is holding something back. I mean, Andrea's looking pretty smooth here, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
3.5
And-
minutes. I mean, because yeah, what I wonder how far Noah was behind Dylan.
20 seconds.
Yeah, okay.
They were real
yeah,
close.
like super
Yeah.
close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
we
you
got
could
eyes on
see him the
Jade
whole time.
Now we've got Jade.
But
Yeah.
this has got to be a different bike.
Is that a different camera?
I know. I'll
Yeah.
say that has to be a different.
I'm getting JFK vibes. I feel like, except there's a lot of lushness around here, but it's like it looks like JFK because we're like, we can't tell how close they are to one another, but they're on a flat, fast thing here. Yeah, this is like CNO plus a lot of
But
lushness.
they both
pretty
look
cool.
like they're moving super smoothly.
Yeah, they do.
Not radically different paces, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
yeah. So I can't see Jade's going to lose a ton of time, but it's tough to think that she's going to make up 2 or 3 minutes.
Wow, so
Right.
Canada in the women's race, maybe they watch the hockey game or something and are feeling some. Is that rude? I'm sorry. Is that
No. There's plenty of Canadians that won CHUCKANUT, so
I know.
we could go and look back of percentage of entrants and Canadian winners, and I don't know.
I think
Canada's
we should,
done pretty
Ellie.
well here.
Check it
Yeah,
out, like, is the US Canada race.
it pretty much is. No.
Yeah.
There's 72 people from Canada in the race and 525 from the US. So it's still a little slightly disproportionate.
Yeah, but like, I mean, how many
But,
people
like, the
in
tippy top.
Canada?
Oh yeah,
10
so
million?
many. Yeah. No, yeah, like ratio.
Proportionally.
Exactly. And a lot of fast.
And yet the
people
two
too.
top women are Canadian. I love
Mhm.
Canadian runners. Gotta tell you,
I love Canada.
Yeah.
God bless Canada. Canada's great in general. We all want to go there right now. Let's just be honest. But yeah.
But
This is cool.
I can't see the little dot of Andrea ahead of Jade on the screen, which maybe I'm being optimistic that we would see that. But again, it does imply there's a little bit of a gap between the two of them, right?
Yeah.
So.
And
Yeah,
have we missed any more of the men? I think, yeah, the men are just coming in now.
Yeah, they're just kind of coming in every minute or so.
Great. And yeah, well, how do the men's times? I know you guys already mentioned it, but tell me again. So 3:34. What, Adam, you ran and oh, there's a bunch of Adams.
Yeah,
What
there's
did
a
you
lot
guys?
Which one?
And Adam.
What'd you
I know
guys run?
Adam Peterman ran faster than I did. I think
My
you ran
course was
3.
short.
Yeah, but it was still faster, you know.
Yeah. You think it was a mile shorter though?
I think it was a mile
Yeah.
short.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
ran 3:33.
Okay, nice.
Would you run, Adam? Like 3:26
Yeah, I
or
think it
something?
was like 3:24 or around there.
Yeah.
And then
Smoking.
technical course record is Francesco 3:26.
Great.
Calling that
Okay.
the course record
From last year.
from
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
24.
Yeah.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year Chris Myers ran, I think, 3:39,
Nice. Okay.
And they
which
had
was under
bucket
like
distance,
horrendous
right?
conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually pretty quick.
I
Because
think
women,
like you alluded to, Claire, like they're more normal times this year. Like they're not slow, they're not uber fast. They're just solidly like, this is kind of what you get, you know, in a slightly wet, slightly muddy, but nothing like crazy like last year kind of conditions.
yeah. Yeah. Hopefully they're having fun. Hopefully Rose is okay, because I won't lie. I mean, I don't know if you guys would agree, running those downhills at top speed is so, so scary. And it's not even that technical, right? But I'm like, you just have to let go. You have to just like unwind. Like I very rarely do that because I just do longer, slower things. And I mean, this is the course to do it on.
Yeah.
These downhills are sweet though. Like at least our year, Claire, I feel like they were it wasn't too sloppy, so it was the traction was pretty good, but and like the forest soil is very soft, you know, unlike the hard dirt here in Colorado. So
Totally.
I know what you mean. This interurban section that Jade and Andrea are on is like it's so tough though, because you have to just lock into like whatever splits they're trying to run, and there's like nothing to take your mind off the monotony of the last 6 miles that you have to do or whatever.
Adam, what was your...
It is slight uphill, like 500 feet of gain total in that last 6 miles. So it's not,
Yes.
And you're going to feel it, right?
Adam, how far back were you when you hit the path?
Dude, I could like barely see him. It was probably like a minute or two, you know, like, but yeah, so I don't know how far behind Jade is. It sounds like, I mean, there's 4 minutes at that last timing, Matt, but like,
I think
you'd
it's
be
about
surprised. Okay. Yeah.
I made a
mean,
mental note of that one black fence there when Andrea went by, and it's like 3.5 to 4 minutes since Jade went by.
Gotcha. Yeah, because I think it's like 6 or 7 miles of path. So if you do the math, it'd be like, I guess Jade would need to run like 30 seconds per mile faster.
Yeah.
You never
And
know.
Andrea's
with
still
ultra,
clipping pretty good.
sometimes you like randomly you'll be going like 6-minute pace and then suddenly a 9-minute mile hits you. So it's never
Yeah, or you
never
cramp
overgoes
and have to
over.
stop
Yeah.
for 30 seconds, like
Mhm.
boom, it's gone. Yeah.
And as a chasing woman, you don't know if somebody's a few minutes ahead or they're a guy or a woman. So you can sometimes be chasing somebody and then you get a little futile of like, no, but it's kind of at that point, well, if somebody made me go faster, that's kind of helpful. But there might be numerous runners ahead, not just Andrea. So
Opportunities to catch people, just rabbits, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It's all positions. It's all time. Yeah.
Okay, I think our third place girl is American but lives in Canada.
We're counting her.
Anna Katerina William. If my sleuthing is correct. And I apologize. I announcing this, but
No, they're just saying Canada represent.
nice, good. But if I'm not mistaken, but I have not come across her name before. She's not too far behind Jade. Oh, excuse me.
There's
No.
a Sarah Paxton in
Oh,
there.
it's Sarah Paxton. You're right. Thank you. My bad. Sorry, Sarah. Keep it going.
Yeah, Sarah's been steady all day. Also just came off of 17th at Black Canyon 100K just last month. Yeah.
What are these doubles? Like, I don't understand.
A lot of racing. Yeah.
It's so interesting.
She also ran CHUCKANUT last year and ran a 4:35 for 5th place last year, Sarah Paxton.
Yeah,
she's
great.
also leading the women's masters division, 42 years old. So
Whoa.
awesome. Yeah, crushing. So no excuses. Cannot blame age on not being, I mean, back to back winning, like lots of racing, quick recoveries. I think she might be a local. Raced a lot in Washington.
Yeah.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, but I got to head out. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Adam.
This was really
thank
cool.
you so much for joining us.
Yeah, fun to bring back the memories of racing a few years ago. And yeah, congrats to everyone out there.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Take care.
See you, Adam.
Talk to you later. Bye.
One Adam remains.
One Adam left.
Let's go.
Man, I just saw like a downed tree on the live stream. I wonder if the middle 18 had any downed trees in it or if they managed to clear it all.
Oh, good question.
Down trees. So I guess they would have taken as many out as they could before the race. But
yeah, I think they do a lot of maintenance up until, I mean, Chrissy said she runs the course pretty much every weekend for like the 8 weeks leading up to the race. So like to check on conditions every single weekend. And then, yeah, I saw some video footage of them removing trees. So hopefully I would imagine they got it all cleared, which thank you to that.
I think there was even a question a few days ago if CHUCKANUT Drive was going to be accessible for crew to get up and to the aid station, but obviously it was. We've seen plenty of crew up there, but yeah, I mean the weather this week could have brought a bunch of trees down with all the rain earlier on. So,
ooh, yeah, beautiful. Oh, it's so pretty. I gotta make a shout out to the first place men's masters.
I know who you're calling out, Ryan Smith.
13th place, 357. This dude is old, man. He's like, he's got to be like 85 at this point. I'm telling you.
He's a crusher, though.
A huge shout out to Ryan.
Oh, third at Hard Rock. I mean, like, the list of accolades going,
Yeah.
way back.
There's this contingent because Ryan started this amazing trail running group called Rocky Mountain Runners, and they are so obsessed with CHUCKANUT. I'm one of them. And when I ran this it was I was with these, they called themselves the Fossils, for men in their masters.
Yes.
And to their credit, they could stay up pretty late night of the race. It was like 10 p.m. and we were like, let's go get more wine. It's a good time
That's
in
amazing.
Bellingham. Congrats, Ryan. You're not that old. I
Yeah,
think his
for-
wife Silke is out here too.
for anyone who's watching, been out to Bellingham or done this race, it's so sick. Like, I hope you've gotten a sense of it from the trails in the live stream, but like, I don't know if they still do the post-race brewery hangout. That's a
They
highlight.
do.
I
Yep.
think there's a coffee shop in town, like Makeworth or something. One of the best coffees ever. It's really great vibes, the whole thing. So highly recommend.
Yeah, we were talking about how this has one of like the all-time post-race hangs that normally, you know, it feels like a smaller mom and pop race, but they've actually been able to scale it to, you know, this race had 600 starters. It was really cool to see that you can still have like a community-led race that
100%. Also, can't speak for this year, but at least in previous years, Chrissy was providing prize money to the winners, which is pretty cool.
Yes, back this year, they did a $4,000 prize purse.
Dude, been doing that like since way before other races were doing it. So shout out.
Yep. Yeah, they have the kids race, raising money for Girls on the Run. All kinds happening at the same time. So
I don't know about you, Claire, but I can't wait for Arthur to start lining up at these kid races. You know, our kids are gonna have to square up one of these days.
It's gonna be so funny.
in 20 years, we're gonna be interviewing them, and they're gonna be like, "My parents were ultra runners, and that's how I got into the sport."
My baby's kind of a meathead right now, to be honest. So I'd be
That's
lucky
good.
if he runs.
You know, how
He's
old?
like 6 months.
Oh, once they start walking, they really like lean out. I have a 9-month-old right now, and they can't walk,
Yeah.
so they just like got all baby fat. It's so cute. So
It's so cute.
yeah, he'll be running soon.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah,
Before you know it, they'll be 11 and 14, Claire.
I
You met those
know,
kiddos.
Karen, your kids are so cute. Yeah.
They're
Adam,
that old.
tell your wife I say hi.
Will do.
Yeah. And so wait.
A year ago.
Last year, about last
There
year.
we go.
Yeah.
Dude, this girl is my hero. Like, I just want to know more about her scene. Like, she clearly, I mean, she just must have had a great postpartum recovery. I mean, no one
think
has
she
a great one. That's so hard to do, right? But
Yeah, I mean, she last July ran the Neenacker in North Vancouver, which is a super technical trail race. 6 hours 39. I mean, like, yeah. She's and that was, I think, a few months after she had her baby. But I mean, I think she was fortunate. She trains hard, and yeah, she had a bit of good luck on her side that she got back out there. So yeah, so I think that was well, it sounds terrible. Her only ultra last year.
that's
But,
phenomenal. At this rate, I'm not gonna be racing until like 2030.
You'll still be like 30 years old though at that time.
Oh, I'm old. I've been in this sport for so long, Corinne. I mean, no, I'm
Yeah,
not.
but
I'm
you're
not like
still
an
young in
ageist. I'm
age.
not.
Yeah.
I think Ellie probably wins on
I
this.
can say,
Ellie definitely wins.
Yeah, that's because you started so young, Ellie.
oh, in terms of, yeah, well, I'm not running much these days. I'm just watching other people run, like, so
Yeah, you could be a commentator on the live streams.
yeah, watch all these guys, right? So yeah, no, it's super neat to go and like relive these kind of things, right? And I mean, like Adam was saying, like people should watch this and come and run CHUCKANUT. And hey, you've already had a preview of a bit of the course, but
look at how green it is.
It's so lush.
And I think this is a nice thing about CHUCKANUT. If you come from maybe Colorado or places where you get snow, I mean, I certainly remember it. Like I used to live in Alberta, and you just come and go, I'm running on dirt trails in March. Like there's no snow, and sure, it might be rainy, it might be wet, but I mean, you know, you're definitely not going to get cooking hot weather. Maybe you get a little snow on the ridge, but not real snow, right? And so I think that's why it's also super popular early year one of like, you know, it's not going to be extreme temperatures either way. So
Yeah.
yeah, and if you come from somewhere snowy, it's kind of neat to see all the green. So
Oh, it's so pretty. Look, it's like you're in, oh my God, just this fairyland. Look at the moss on the trees. Like,
Yeah, shout out to
dude.
the bike live stream camera operators. Like this is impressive.
Yeah, and we were talking earlier about how it's cool because, like, yes, we love the drone shots, but this really gives you the opportunity to see like underfoot looks like, how fast they're moving, like what, you know, what the runner themselves are experiencing, and so it's a cool vantage point to get this.
I
Yeah,
feel
this
like I'm
biker's impressive.
Yeah, they're doing great. I feel like I'm watching one of those like iFit treadmill videos right now where
Yeah,
it's like,
we should
take
all be
us
on
on
the
a journey
we
treadmill.
through the
should all be on
CHUCKANUT
our
course.
treadmills.
We should.
Yeah.
That's what they're going to repurpose this live stream into.
Yeah.
Is just like go run, CHUCKANUT,
Chrissy said she can
license
sell
it.
it.
Yeah, exactly. You can do that.
No, this
This
is
is
still
Jade.
Jade. And I think,
Okay.
yeah, like I said, I don't know, we're expecting Andrea maybe 4:15, maybe 4:20. I don't know. That's a little bit of a guess. We didn't quite see her come through that final aid station, right? But
And that would track because they were
they're both moving
minutes
like
off
super
of-
smoothly, but I don't think they look equally as good. I can't really see that there's going to be much of a change in the
Yeah.
gap
Mhm.
between the two
Assuming
of
no
them.
major falls.
Yeah.
But even still, it's so smooth at the end. You'd have to be having a real bad moment to F up at this point.
Do you guys remember that, Claire and Adam, just like how much it felt like? Did it feel significantly like harder on the climb back in, or do you remember?
Yeah.
Just like,
yeah.
I mean,
and going out.
I remember racing with Seth in the last like few miles, and you've kind of seen it on the live stream here. It's actually like right after this, you go up like I don't know, like 100 or 200-yard climb on a crushed gravel bit. But I think that was the part where I like made a move past Seth and got some space. And I don't know if he was cramping, but I started cramping there, and I was just like, don't let him see that I'm like kind of falling apart a little bit here. But yeah, you feel every little like undulation at this point in the race. At least I did, because you've been running it so fast, like for so long, and you have that big descent coming off the middle 18, and then you're running really fast on the inner herb. Like, yeah, it looks really flowy on the live stream, but at least for me, every little up kind of hurt a little bit.
And Ellie, haven't you run this race like 10 times?
No, 5. Sorry to disappoint.
No, 7. You said you've run
But I
it
was
7
going to
and
say,
won it 5.
Ellie's won it 5 times.
Won it 5 times. She's run it 7.
Only counts wins, you know?
But it's kind of interesting what you say, because this coming back, you think you'd be like, oh no, I'm just on this flat, boring bit again. But like going on the way out, you're like, you're finding your groove, and who are you running with? And okay, am I on my pace? Wait a minute, should I back off, or do I try keep with who I'm with, or whatever? And you've got so many more people around you, and you're just getting into that sort of like, I'm in a race mindset. And then hopefully, well, as our leaders are here, now you're really racing, right? And now it's like, no, the crowds of other people have gone. Like I said before, there's just these random Saturday dog walkers that are always nicely cheering you along. Like I have to say, everybody out on the CHUCKANUT trails, like members of the public, are super friendly. So you're in just such a different mindset of like, you know, here you're really racing on the way back, whereas on the way out, I don't know, even sometimes you're chatting with the people next to you as a way to like kind of go, okay, don't go too crazy on the way out. And yeah.
Totally. I love the chat. Can tell who's actually breathing.
Yeah, and even those little we just saw there, like a little road crossing, they throw you a little because you know there's like the road marshals, but you still don't want to go totally launching over the road. So you've got these little like, wait a minute, no, there isn't a lot of traffic, but there's enough little landmarks to break it up.
Yeah. I actually took a wrong turn at the end. I don't even know how. Like it's super embarrassing.
So did I, Kurt. Well,
Really?
at least you didn't also tell Jacob Pusey he'd gone the wrong way and he should come with you.
Oh.
And I led Jacob Pusey off the wrong way. And then I said, actually, no, this is the right way. So yeah. No, and like, sorry, we've mentioned that a couple of times in the live feed. CHUCKANUT is, well, in terms of it's extremely well marked. We can only blame ourselves, Claire, right? But yeah, there's a couple of exactly like little negotiate, and I don't know if the year I went wrong. They've had a few years, they've had to change a tiny bit at the end. And if you've run a course before, you get a little thrown, right? But I mean, generally, it's a super well-marked course. You've always got to have your eyes open a little bit.
Yeah, it's part of the game, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
Like,
yeah, but it's surprising here. Like, it looks like Jade's pretty much running on her own. Like, she's not getting.
Yeah.
I always hope to either be towed in by a guy or
totally,
you know, try and reel a few people off ahead of you. But I can't see a ton of runners around her, right?
And I mean, Andrea's got to be soon. Yeah.
Yeah, probably in the next 4 or 5 minutes. Just looking at the tracker as it keeps updating, and
okay, nice.
Yeah, I think there's only like there's like 4 or 5 guys that were in front of her at the last check-in that haven't logged the finish time yet. So it's gonna be.
We've had 24 men in, the 24th being in 4 hours 11. So again, these seem pretty standard. Like normally, I think the top woman is somewhere between 20th and 30th.
Nice. Great.
Somewhere in there because, yeah.
Ellie, what's your PR here?
Kareem told me it's 4:09, so I'll say it's 4:09, but I don't really, not as fast as you.
It was 4:10, and I said, don't short yourself a minute there.
Yeah, not quite as fast as yours, right? So yeah, and I mean, I was saying earlier this morning, I personally thought Jade is somebody who can possibly get that 4:01 from Jodie Adams-Moore. Certainly I said I could have never run that fast. I said that like at the time. It's a super stout course record, but I think there are women these days that it's like if you get the perfect conditions and maybe a bit of a deeper field, although there's been a good field today, right? So I mean, again, it's just showing like just how fast that time was, and that was 2013.
It's insane because I think I had perfect conditions our year, basically, as I don't know if you'd agree, Adam, probably better than you ever had, Ellie. And I'm like 6 minutes. Whew.
Yeah, it's a lot on a course like this where it's like, okay, are you going to go a mile faster down the Interburn? No, exactly. Right. So you kind of got to go, well, you're going to get most of that time maybe on those middle 18 miles, not over the 31 as a whole. It's just it's a super stout time, right?
Because all of the women were doing it roughly the same pace. It's like what, mid sixes for the lead women, right? And
on the Interurban.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get some, I don't know, but you know, Molly Seidel should come do this race, or someone just like, I think the call out there to, women to come try and break this course record. Let's go.
I feel like Jen Lichter could do it.
Yeah,
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, she's so fast. And I mean, Ann Flowers, heck.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
But
and then I don't know. We see people like Hannah Allgood and like think of the JFK Shea Aquilano, you know, almost those the women that have run so fast on JFK obviously have both the technical and the leg speed. So
yeah, maybe it's
we just need a deeper field.
Actually,
Oh, Rachel Drake. Yeah, that's a good one. Another mama coming back.
We had Sarah Beale, JFK course
Mhm.
record holder today, and then again, no, we don't see her like quite up in these super fast times.
Dang it.
so-
Yeah.
Actually, really,
Sometimes-
really good point, Ellie. Yeah. Hopefully she's
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
Jade
yeah.
won JFK last year.
She did it. Yep.
in 4:22, I think. So yeah.
This live stream, when I did it, it wasn't like crushed gravel kind of paved like this. This is wild. It's like a sidewalk.
What was it like when you ran it?
It was just dirt,
Oh,
like a
okay,
little
so
trail.
this probably helps the water drain out a little bit more.
Probably, yeah. It looks nice.
Wow.
Amazing.
How do you remember that? That's amazing.
I don't know.
You were looking down, trying not to cramp up. You're like,
Pretty
legs,
much, yeah.
come on, keep going.
So
Good.
hopefully.
And I don't know why we don't have eyes on Andrea, but just so everyone knows that's tuning in here,
Yeah.
this is Jade Bellsberg, second place female. We believe Andrea Lee is leading the women's race and getting really close to the finish line. So we will definitely be showing you her finish as soon as we have eyes on that. But yeah, I'm joined here with Ellie Greenwood, Brett Hornig, Adam Mary, and Claire Gallagher. This is the first year streaming CHUCKANUT 50k.
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's great.
So cool.
So Andrea has run a 4:15 here before in 2023.
Yep.
Was that the year we did it, Adam?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was.
Yeah, so she got third that year.
I wonder if conditions, we were wondering how much mud maybe was up high or how slick it was, if that played into it.
There wasn't
'Cause they
much.
have had a lot, this year they've had a lot of moisture leading in. You know, like an inch of rain every single day of this week until now.
Wow, that's amazing. It's so lucky it's sunny.
So yeah, this is the
they
first
got
good
so
day, but
lucky
that
with the
all that
rest of
moisture
them.
had to go somewhere.
It's like when these Pacific Northwesterners, when they see this sun, it's like I've never seen happier people in my life.
They all come out of seasonal affective disorder and they're like, I am the most the happiest person.
I think
Ellie
we've got
can't even respond. She knows it's true.
It is
Andrea.
true. Yeah. Nobody in the Pacific Northwest has got any kind of suntan right now. We're all the color of Jade's white shirt there. And assuming Andrea's still in the lead, I think she's run it twice before. 4:15 was her fastest time.
Yeah.
She ran it in 2024 as well. So
Yeah.
pretty neat if third time coming back.
Yeah, now we have a finish line cam out. Here.
How old is Andrea? She's 35. Okay. Wow. Go, girl, go. Hero. Big.
So cool. So cool seeing
Congrats.
parents out here crushing
Yeah.
races,
Yeah.
winning, breaking
Absolutely.
tape.
There's
Speaking
Super
of,
cool.
Here she comes. Here she comes.
That's Andrea coming around the corner.
Wow, she
Yes.
looks kind of
Flying.
casual.
So casual.
She's got the arm cadence. Look at that.
To this race,
Woo!
knowing that like it can happen.
man.
Oh,
Oh my God. Great. Wow. Yep. There's the team.
third time's
Yeah,
a
mama.
charm for Andrea
Wow.
as well.
Her kid's like half her size. Nice.
I think she was just out there going like, oh my God, I am so excited to just have 4.5 hours to myself on the trail right now.
Totally.
She was soaking it all in.
Huge congrats to Andrea, new mom, 4:19, was it?
Yeah.
She's like not
Mega.
even breathing that hard. That's crazy.
Looks
I'm
great.
excited to watch her career. It's pretty cool.
Wait, this is the infamous. Oh no, she got to pick a hat. Okay, she's going for the corduroy. I think she went for the corduroy hat.
Chrissy Mole
Uh-huh.
Mel racer of how many years? 20 years?
24.
24. Yeah.
Yeah, Chrissy's such a legend. She won the first ever UTMB back in what,
She did.
2000
7,
something.
4.
No, it's got to be like 2004 or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's early
it's
odds.
yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's going
wow.
to be interesting now to see if Jade did make up any time or
Yeah.
If just sort of maintained her position there.
When you're out in no man's land, it's, yeah, you just
Oh,
kind of
she's getting close to the finish line.
hold on.
I see her
Yeah,
on the
across
live
that
stream.
bridge, that last bridge there.
Nice.
And so
Wow.
was Jade ahead? Wasn't Jade ahead of Andrea from like the first half?
Yeah, up at
They
least
were
through the
pretty,
top
they were
of,
pretty
close.
together. They were
Real
pretty
close.
together,
Okay.
like within 5-10 seconds, I think, for most of it.
Okay.
Mhm.
It was Rosa Morielli who was,
Mhm.
yeah, in the lead and quite a bit ahead of them.
Right.
yeah.
I'm worried Rosa took a tumble or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
super hard.
I don't know. I'm just wondering, you know. She's so fast, but yeah, here's Jade, another Canadian coming in who
Close down that gap a little bit.
Also, yeah.
yeah.
nice. Wow.
That's a great sign for just, yeah, where her fitness is at. And obviously the injury issue did not bother her during this race. So
Yeah, she
Yay,
knocked,
Jade
Jade.
Salzberg, second
knocked a
place.
minute off that gap.
Nice.
And I think Jade's run maybe to the second, very close to what she ran last year.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's got to be super close, right? But I mean, I
also
think
probably
I
a
think we
much,
can much better conditions.
much
Maybe.
more enjoyable experience, I would imagine, this year.
That's great. What was she dealing with beforehand, Corinne?
Oh, she just dropped out of the Black Canyon 100K, I believe, with a bit of an injury or something.
All
Hip
right.
maybe that flared, that just she didn't want to overpush, so she called it.
Yeah, smart. Wow, that's great. Great news for
Yeah.
her spring.
I see one
Very
of
cool.
Jade's dogs there is with her
Oh, yeah,
husband.
with
That's like
Nicodemus.
Nicodemus. I think Jade has got about 20 pets. She's
Yeah,
got
isn't
Really?
that like cashew or
rabbits.
something?
She's
Is
got,
her,
I think
feel
it
like
is
she
cashew.
travels a lot with
Corinne.
Cashew, her dog Cashew.
She's got pet rats. She's got all sorts. Like no joke, they've got about 20 pets.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
So at least
Yeah, and
one
it
of
kept
her.
her from traveling a lot in the past, but she's figured out how to make it work now. Like, great. Now we can have Jade at all those races.
Oh, that's funny. Big
Su-
fan.
Such great racing. So cool to see them finish as close as they did.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to bounce out to facilitate
All
a
right.
run for my wife here, but thanks for having me on. It's been so
Oh,
fun
good.
to see the racing going on today. Good
Yeah,
memories
great
for
to
sure.
see you,
Thanks, Adam.
Enjoy this
Good luck
Thanks,
with
Adam.
continued
Bye.
training, and
Thank you.
we'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Bye. I don't know if you've already talked about how hot it is in Colorado, but I know we're watching Bellingham, but it's like what,
Yeah.
90 degrees in Boulder. It's pretty terrifying.
It's wild, and it's been
Oh,
like,
is that
I
our
think
third place? Sorry, third place.
Yeah.
Oh
woman
man!
that has just
Holy
crossed the finish.
moly!
Whoa!
So that's
Sarah?
Sarah
Sarah
Paxson.
Paxson. Okay, it is happening. She is getting both the Masters prize first and the third place prize. Double, as Brett said, doubling down on
Yeah.
prize money.
Oh,
Double dip.
at the
and
race.
then there was fourth.
Oh.
Wow.
Whoa, is that Jenny
Oh.
Quilty?
That is
That
Jenny
might have been.
Quilty.
Wow.
That was
On the
tight right there.
Okay, incredible racing from
No, it's not.
third and fourth.
I don't know if that's Jenny.
17 seconds between them.
17 seconds.
Yeah.
Dang, that's fun. Oh my gosh.
Now, I don't know, Chrissy didn't used to allow double dipping between like Masters and Open. So it'll be,
okay.
I
Well,
don't know, maybe rules have changed and that was a
it's
bit
still a
more, you know, when
flex.
it was age group.
Like,
Oh, it's still darn impressive. I mean, it's impressive to go, I came third overall and first master, but I think they used to have a like, which was kind of nice.
Gotta go.
Spread the prizes out possibly.
yeah,
So we'll
that's
see.
true.
Pick
Yeah.
the bigger number.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I think
Wow.
that would probably be the Masters Award, 250.
Oh my gosh.
bigger
So
than-
I feel like those ladies' finishes, Sarah and Jenny, just shows the power of a deep field, right? Like
Mhm.
if you're racing someone on those last 6 miles, you're gonna go probably like 10 seconds faster per mile.
Yeah.
Look at
Well,
Adam catching Seth, you know. I mean,
Mhm.
they almost caught Jade.
It
and
was-
Jade
it-
Jade
it
was getting
was-
closer to
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, okay,
It was
they were 2
five. It was
minutes.
5. But it was 5
Yeah.
minutes between first and fourth, which is pretty. Is keeping it pretty tight because
Yeah.
Pretty tight.
there certainly
Yeah.
weren't. They weren't in a closer pack earlier on. So
Yeah.
it really seems that Jade and Andrea went out a little harder and then just maintained that lead really. So
Yeah.
Mhm.
Awesome.
cool.
And
yeah, that's
I
Jenny
think
there.
so they're all kind of from the region.
Semi-local.
Yeah,
That's true.
Yep.
It's great.
So cool. All right. So that's your
Alright.
first, geez, we didn't have to, that was your first 5 women in.
Yeah, they all really came in there. A little bit of a blanket
Woo!
finish at the end.
Yeah.
Nice.
Bikers probably had to get out of the way.
And I believe we're going to keep the stream on, for through, this afternoon. We're probably not going to be commentating through then. We're definitely not going to, because I got to go watch Project Hail Mary in like 20 minutes here.
Nice.
Yeah.
With your
But,
kids. Good.
yeah, exactly. But we are going to have the camera up for all the finishers coming through till
Yeah,
that 8-hour cutoff.
Yeah, the finish line's 4 o'clock Pacific, so I guess 5 o'clock if you're in Mountain Time Zone. But yeah, you've still got a good 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Of people coming
Chrissy,
over the line.
yeah, race director Chrissy really emphasized to me when we were just chatting this week. She's like, CHUCKANUT is not just for the elites. It's the like everyone at this race. We celebrate all the way till the end. And yeah, coming from Chrissy, it just means a lot. I think this is
Yeah, she
a
wants
good
wants it to be accessible. Like she
Yeah.
she talks about how doing everything she can. It's so many people's first 50Ks.
Yeah. Put it on your list. Whew, it's so fun. It's kind of like a little bit of Russian roulette though, because you don't know if you're signing up for a day like today, which is like, okay, best day of the year, basically, could be of running, or last year.
Yeah.
Guess that's what's fun about trail running.
It is.
Are
you going to return, Claire, to CHUCKANUT?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'll come back with old man Ryan Smith at some point. Yeah, maybe I could get my husband to do it. My husband's never done a trail 50K, so maybe this
that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, but like I won't lie, I kind of want to be really, really fit to do CHUCKANUT because I had so much fun. Like when you're fit running this race, like it feels so good. So it's worth actually training through the winter for.
You saw it looked fun. I mean, we got visuals of Will going down one of the final descents, and he was just flying, and it just looked so like that's what you live for, kind of like.
Yeah, he had a very impressive race because he wasn't leading, right?
He was not. No, we had Adam Soland leading, Flagstaff, kind of fast road and track guy leading for a while, but Will was always within a couple minutes.
Wait, did that guy drop?
I think so.
We think so. We saw him at the aid station right before the Chin Scraper climb, and he had a jacket on and he was hands on knees bent over, so it did not look great.
Okay, well, hopefully he's okay.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if there's some catastrophic cramping happening with all of the runners.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about how like cramp heavy of a course this could be because of the aggressive but open downhill, and then all of a sudden you just got to like run flat and lay down power, and the legs just don't love that.
Totally.
Oh yeah, costumes. Some of these aid stations. Do you remember costumes at any of the aid stations when you were out? Apparently one of them always does a different like costume theme every year. Right, Ellie.
Claire was running too fast to notice costumed volunteers.
I run so fast she blacks out during races. So
yeah. I just remember everyone being really nice. Yeah, really nice. I mean, but it was a sunny day, so these, these Bellingham people were like, they'd never been happier again. Like today, everyone's so happy.
Brett, are you coming back here? You've been laying down some speed as of late.
Woo!
This would be a really fun race to come back and do now that we're in like the era of fueling during races. I mean, I did this in 2015 and it was like
Whoa.
pretty minimal in terms of what I consumed
Oh.
on race day. So yeah, it would be a lot of fun to come and do this one again.
Brett,
I
that's
think-
so funny. I feel like you just summarized a lot of what's happening in trail running.
Mm-hmm.
I think we
Yeah.
just had our first non-binary finisher.
All right.
Um,
Was that
registered as baby Tim? Yeah.
Tim. Yeah,
37 years
baby Tim.
old,
Nice.
from Oregon, 4:31. So,
And that would
nice.
be, I think, an improvement. And I believe baby got second last year. So this would be taking the win in the non-binary, earning some prize money, and I think a PR as well for them.
Right on.
Yeah,
Awesome. Great spot.
Again, that was I think 5th place woman, Anna Katarina Wilhelm.
Great.
Okay.
Yep, 4:32.
And I
Woo!
think also we're gonna have maybe some interviews happening too with our podium, if we can here.
So that's three Canadians, 4 Canadian residents in the top 5. I believe
Noted.
Andrea Katarina
Just
is.
keeping track.
I think she's German and American, but she lives in Canada. I don't know. The
Alright.
name seems familiar from Vancouver area, but
Yeah, that's what
we'll
I see.
claim her as ours temporarily.
Nice.
So must
we'll
have been
give
a
it-
pretty mild winter then.
The ladies race, Canada for sure won. Without question, Ellie.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, we'll crunch the numbers on the men's. Like, what are we doing? Top 10 averages, or
Yeah, maybe top 10. That's it. I
yeah.
think that should be it. Top 10.
And then we've just had our 6th place woman, Lee Mulligan from Tennessee. So she was
Great.
probably feeling a little bit chilly today. Yeah, but again, these are fast times, right? 4:32. So what's that, within 13 minutes for the top 6 or so?
Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah, and I feel there hasn't been much splitting up, right? Like I often feel at CHUCKANUT, like early on, you see these times quite close, and then it just starts like splintering as you get onto like the different types of sections of the course. But
yeah, that didn't happen
Leia,
too much.
Leia she was 3rd at Leadville 2 years ago. No,
Nice.
last year. Super strong race and sportive athlete, 27, up and comer for sure. I think it's her birthday too. So
Go Leia.
happy birthday.
Yeah,
Happy
great.
birthday, Leia. Good stuff.
Having so much
Looks like
fun.
she's gearing up for Gorge Waterfall's 100K here. What? That's only like 3 or 4 weeks. Maybe this was the tune-up
Quite
race.
the tune-up.
Mm-hmm.
Frequent racing is cool again.
How it pans out.
Well, that's where the fueling part comes in. It's becoming a little more
Totally.
doable because people are finishing
has.
these races not like totally tapped out on empty.
Yep. And hopefully slamming some post-race fuel from all the food trucks out there.
Yeah, they had a good
protein
lineup
intake.
for this year.
Yep, there's all kinds of. It was like a really cool name. I gotta find it here. The name of the food truck.
Yeah, I remember having good food.
There's OVN Pizza, Tacos El Tule, Sammy's Vegan, and Street Dogs. You can use your $8 voucher to go get a finisher meal.
Everyone's just chilling in the grass. We got more men finishing. Just chilling
Not
in the wet.
raining. Everyone's happy. There's sun.
Yeah. You got some what are fairy godmothers at the end?
Yep.
Are they tooth
Yep.
fairies.
Butterflies.
Yeah, so we're now like just about rounding out the top 50 finishers overall, like in the space of an hour, which again, I know it's a 50k, so you're going to have like these tighter fields, but that's still pretty impressive. Like,
Woo!
pretty much a runner a minute over the finish line in the first hour.
So cute. He looks so great. So basically, no one wears pack. Like, are people aren't wearing packs?
A lot of waist belts. We saw a couple of the elites up front
Wearing
start with
packs.
packs, but then they dropped it as soon as they hit the inner urban trail at their crew there.
I feel like
at
there's been a
125.
big waist belt revolution in the last couple years as well. And a lot
And
of
it
like
makes sense.
shorts with pockets and like long pockets that you can even put soft flasks in and stuff like that.
And the mandatory gear was like a jacket, a buff, and a pair of gloves, right? So it's like you can easily pop that into your waist belt, and
it's great.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
and
I think
pretty frequent aid stations. So.
Yeah, it's nice to have a 50k where you're like, yeah, you don't need to go overboard.
totally. Yeah, Will Murray was a pack. He wore a pack for all but the last 10k.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Because he needs a lot of fluid. He likes to have like
he
more
drinks
than
like
a
2 liters an
liter on
hour.
him.
Wow.
So he always has a pack with like multiple bottles, but he dropped it right before that last 10k.
Wow, good for him. I mean, it shows you gotta kind of know your own body. Sometimes I almost feel like the faffing of he clearly had a fast drop, but sometimes it's like I feel like it could take more time than you think. But he literally must have just thrown it and what kept
Yeah.
a soft flask.
I think so. Yeah, because he just
Okay.
had one handheld
Okay.
for the last 10k, and then I was like watching him. He drank that whole handheld in probably the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then was just running
Another
to the
woman.
end.
Wow. Who's that?
Yeah, we've
That
got
might have been
Grace,
Christina Randall.
Grace Perkins.
Oh, Grace Perkins. Okay.
Yeah, from Oregon. So I
Great.
think she's in 7th.
She looked like she was in a Brooks kit.
Yeah, I know. It looked like a Brooks kit. And then nice.
Yeah, and go check out the Mountain Outpost Instagram. There's some great shots of like the ridge section and some of the areas that we didn't have a lot of footage of, just the technicality and like some of the front runners running in that section. They're great photos. So yeah, shout out to whoever took those. They're really, really solid. That looks like Spencer Jones visuals and Emma Jane Firmo taking some really cool shots. That's like these are the pictures that you like get printed and put on your wall because they're also really pretty landscape picture.
Yeah. I love it.
Cool. Well, I think we are going to wrap up as a commentary team here. It was an honor to bring you guys this. I want to just say on behalf of, Brett Hornig and Ellie Greenwood and all of our special guests, including the one and only Claire Gallagher. It's awesome to bring CHUCKANUT to the live stream, Mountain Outpost live stream this year. And we are going to stay on with a static cam. There's also going to be some on the ground interviews that happen with our podium. So you guys can stick around for that. But thank you all for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And, if you have not already, hopefully this inspires you to get out there and run CHUCKANUT yourself. Shout out to Chrissy Mail and her entire team for putting this on and having another amazing day.
Woo! Thanks, Corinne.
All right. Thank
See
you guys.
See you, Ellie.
Take
It's great to
care.
see you.
Bye.
Go CHUCKANUT. Congrats, everyone.
CHUCKANUT.
Woo!
Alrighty, we're here live. I would say about 100 feet away from the CHUCKANUT 50k finish line. I'm Corinne Malcolm, and I'm joined in studio by today's men's champion and local to Bellingham, Will Murray. Will, how was your race today?
It was great. Really fun to race at home. Like, it's kind of a luxury. It felt like just going out for a training run, and all these people came to join me. So
it looked like a training run. I got to see you when you were just about to the final aid station, and you had a huge smile on your face. I guess I'm a little bit curious too. Were you letting yourself have fun at that point? Like the win, you had a 5-minute lead, I want to say.
Okay, I had no idea what the gap was. And early in the race, like, Adam made a big surge on the inner urban to start, and then I caught back up to him on the $2 descent, and he dropped me on the cleater climb. It was probably like a minute gap. I could still see him, and then caught up to him on the ridge, and so I just figured he was there the whole time, and I knew like Ryan and some others would be really close too. So yeah, I didn't know the gaps. I was having to like run hard, but I just you can always smile.
There were a handful of broken boys here at the finish line that I think were maybe the early tributes from today. What was that like, kind of, I mean, having to maybe work through a few of the other competitors between the start and the finish?
Yeah, I mean, we were running fast on the inner urban to start, and definitely Fragrance Lake climb. I think I did both of those sections a little faster than I would have liked. I was kind of fighting cramps from the ridge onward, and I think it was just like taking it out a little hot. So maybe with a bit more even pacing, could have done a slightly better run today, but it was, yeah, I figured like I would have the staying power in the last part, and I still had the legs on the flat part to finish, so it was good.
So we were just talking, you were 8th in the last 2 editions of the race, finally bringing home the W today, also returning to a place that you've lived before. You've been a Bellingham resident again since the fall.
Yeah, I moved back here in November, so went to grad school from 2019 to 2021 here, and then yeah, always wanted to come back here to live, and I live right over there, so I walk to the start, and I'll walk home after the finish.
Yeah, you don't have to take the shuttle like everyone else.
No. Yeah, I mean, it's a big advantage. It really is. So, and knowing the trails, that's important.
Yeah, truly your backyard trails. I guess, did you bring in a lot of confidence into your race, knowing that you've done, I feel like, almost every single long run of this block on the trails out here?
Yeah, I did. I mean, the training's never perfect. Like, I had some things flare up in the last week or so, but nothing that like derailed it. That's just kind of how training goes. And so I was confident before, but there are always fast people that show up. And even like, I know some locals who are going to be here, I know are really fast runners, even though maybe other people won't know them. So that's kind of how CHUCKANUT works.
You know, all the secret competition, because Bellingham, and I feel like CHUCKANUT in particular, is the land of secret competition. I was ruminating with some people before the start, thinking about your season that's coming up, and I was like, I'm really curious. Like, this is obviously a very important race for Will. It's in his backyard. It's a race that has kind of eluded him of having a great day, but you have Western States on the horizon in June, arguably the biggest dance in our sport, I want to say. And so I was curious, were we going to get a fitness test today, or were we going to get an A race today? So I'm curious, a little inside baseball, a little insight into that strategy. Like, was this an A race, or was this a fitness test?
I guess like from a mental, emotional perspective, it was an A race, but the training has definitely been geared more towards the Canyons 100K and Western States. So training for longer stuff, a little bit more steady, and like I wasn't fully sure what the like 50K readiness would be like. So yeah, but I gave it all I could at the on the day. So you can call it an A race or not. Like, I did my best. So.
And then I guess I'm curious, just from like a course slop standpoint, it was pretty wet and cold last year.
Yeah.
We actually had a beautiful day today, but we've had like an inch of rain every single day this week. So from your perspective, when we talk about like temperatures are perfect for a great day for running fast, but the course itself was maybe in less than ideal conditions, what did it like actually come down to?
So I would say it was like, it wasn't super fast, but it wasn't super slow either. The front part of the course, like the Fragrance Lake climb and $2, were in decent shape. And then the ridge was okay. And Lost Lake was really muddy, and Chin Scraper was really muddy. It was hard to get traction at points, and I was dealing with some cramps on Chin Scraper as well. But Yeah, I would say it wasn't a slow day, but it wasn't. There was some mud out there, that's for sure.
Yeah, there was time left on both course records today.
Yeah.
You know, not a perfect day for it, but is that something that you think you'll want to come back for? Try another year in the future?
I mean, hopefully I'll come back another year. Yeah, I don't know about next year. Maybe I'll try something different and just experience the race from a different perspective and watch some friends out here next year. But yeah, I think the course record it's very strong, but it's possible if we get another like really dry day. So
nice. So now back into the trenches, preparing for Western States, or what's next between now and then?
The Canyon's 100K in 5 weeks, which comes up really fast. That's kind of why the training was geared more towards that, because I don't have a whole lot of time to like layer some stuff for a longer race between now and then. But yeah, it's like full racing season now, so I'm excited.
Sweet, we're excited that you got to kick off your season here, and we look forward to following you along. We'll be at Canyons, so I'll see you on the ground there, and then I'll see you at Western States.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
thanks.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Mountain Outpost studio. My name is Corinne Malcolm, and I'm joined with my personal favorite for the race, Bellingham's own, our Bellingham star, third place finisher, top masters athlete. You can keep adding accolades, Sarah Paxson. Sarah, how are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
This is your first interview ever?
First interview ever.
A little scared?
Yep, a little bit, but you're my good friend, so
that's true.
That helps.
A little nepotism goes a long
Yes,
way.
it
So this is your
does.
second time running CHUCKANUT?
This is actually my fourth.
Your fourth time
Yeah.
running CHUCKANUT. Okay, so you ran last year. You had a great day last year.
Yes.
What were the other 2 years that you ran?
I ran 2022, 2023.
Okay, so we're almost in like a good string, but I feel like last year was a big kind of
breakthrough.
step up, a big breakthrough in your running.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Once I started working with you as my coach
A
a couple years ago.
A consultant.
That really helped. Yeah, so the first 2 years I was just running it to run it. It was before I ever cared about time or trying to be fast. And then the third year I had a medical procedure, so I couldn't run it. And then last year I went out with a goal, an actual time goal, and consulted with you and actually did training. And then this year I had another personal time goal, and I was never expecting a podium, so
I feel like you also were a late addition to the race. You quote unquote got off the wait list.
Oh yeah, that's right. I wasn't planning on doing it because I did Black Canyon a month ago, the 100K, and I didn't know how I'd be with recovery. And so I just emailed Chrissy and got in off the wait list a couple of weeks ago.
The benefits of being local.
Yes, benefits of being local. Yeah, and it was awesome out there.
I was gonna say, how did you ran your first official 100K finish at Black Canyon,
Yes.
right? Because you wanted to run Vermont 100K a couple times.
Yes.
Hasn't happened
Good
due
memory.
to terrible weather and flooding.
Uh-huh.
Got Black Canyon 100K done. Had a phenomenal day.
Oh, thank you.
A great run.
Thanks.
It seems like recovery was not a problem. And
Recovery
that you probably
wasn't bad.
Got
Yeah.
a fitness bump from it.
I think I did get a fitness bump, yeah. Although this felt much more challenging and muscly than Black Canyon. Granted, I ran Black Canyon to run it, not to race it. I was just trying to, you know, get my feet wet with 100K, and today was hard.
I was gonna say, between that 100K experience just a couple weeks ago and the 50K experience, do you have a favorite distance now?
I do like 50K for the intensity, but the 100K was really fun. I surprised myself. I enjoyed it more than I thought.
Are we gonna get to see you sign up last minute for any more races this season?
I don't know. I don't have any on the books. My friend wants me to do the Kodiak 50K in October, but I don't know about that.
Nikki and I will work on that a little bit further.
Exactly.
I think one of the really cool things. So actually, Andrea, who won, is also a mom. But your mom was too.
Yeah.
And you're a PT here in
it.
town. So tell us a little bit about the juggling act, the balancing act of having a phenomenal day here at CHUCKANUT, but having a lot on your plate.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a juggling act, and I would say I kind of have minimum effective dosage with training. It's minimal, but it is high quality, low volume, and it is a juggle. Yeah, we have family to help out, and we have an amazing caregiver team that makes it possible. Otherwise, we wouldn't really be able to train, because my husband's training for Boston, and he ran CHUCKANUT today too. So the two of us are both trying to get in our training times, and it's a little bit of a squeeze.
I mean, maybe most importantly, both your boys ran the kids race
Yes,
today.
they did.
And I'm pretty
Huge breakthrough.
sure Sawyer won the
I heard
kids
he
race.
won 7 laps.
Yeah, 7 laps, but the first boy or first child to finish 7 laps. So
Amazing.
It runs in the family.
I'm super proud of him. He ran his first 5K last Saturday, solo. He ditched me out of the gates, and he loves it. Yeah, it's really fun.
It's a family affair,
It's a family
I guess.
affair.
So 4 times now at CHUCKANUT. Will we see you back for a 5th CHUCKANUT?
I think so. Okay. As I keep getting older, I just keep trying to get faster.
Yeah,
that is
PR
my
today.
goal. Fitter and faster into my 40s.
Yeah, faster as a master.
Yeah, exactly.
Sweet. 425 or 424, I think, today. So
exactly.
Looking maybe for sub 420 next year.
Woo, I don't know about that. I gave it everything today. I don't know how much more I have to give.
Well, knock on wood, we'll have slightly better conditions next year.
Hopefully. Although I do love these conditions. I like the grind, and I like slipping around. Reminds me of being on ice.
Oh yeah, we should mention to the Mountain Outpost family that you were the college roommate of another very wonderful runner in our midst, Heather Jackson.
Yep.
So hockey player.
And we played hockey together on the same team, and we grew up playing hockey together. Yeah.
So it's special to see you both now taking on the trails in.
I'm not at her caliber.
I don't know.
Flattering of you to put me there.
Pretty darn good. So congratulations on a great run. I can't wait to see you run next year.
Thanks so much.
Okay.
Awesome.
Bye.
All right, guys, what's up? I'm David with Mountain Outpost. I'm here with Noah, M2 for CHUCKANUT 50K. Corinne had to go. I guess her ride was leaving, so we will continue on. Noah, tell us about the race. How was it today?
It was really good. I started out with the front pack, felt pretty good, and then on the climbs I felt even better. And
Let's slow it down a little bit here. You started out with the front pack. What was the paces like at the start?
I think we were around like 540, maybe a little bit under there, 535.
Any talking going on there?
Not much, to be honest. It was pretty
in.
silent, yeah.
Okay. And then you guys got to Fragrance Lake. Do you take a bottle?
I took 2 bottles at the first aid station, and I took like 4 or 5 gels with me as well.
Okay.
And I held on to those the whole time.
Yeah, so let's hear about it. After you took off there, you're headed towards Cleator, and
yeah, I was. I don't remember what place I was in. Maybe like 6th or 5th, and then on the cleater climb, I passed one person, and then was in like 4th or 5th.
Yeah, that's a good section. You kind of locked on someone and just kind of just kept working and
just working up.
Before you knew it, you were at the top of the ridge.
Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed that section.
How were the conditions up there? Have you ran the ridge before?
I have. I was out here like a month ago running. The ridge was beautiful today, way better than when I had done a training run up there. So I was, was running faster than I had before up there.
Everything was flowing.
Yeah, it was good. I didn't fall at all, which is good. That was a possibility for sure.
Yeah.
But
so finishing that up, you came off there, kind of finished up the middle 18, hit the footpath back, and kind of when did you kind of pick up some more places?
Yeah, in the interurban trail on the way back, I was coming off in 3rd, and I could see 2nd place was like less than a minute in front of me, and just I'm not notoriously good at speeding up at the end of a race or running flat, so I felt really good when I passed 2nd place on that flat stretch back. That was pretty good.
So this is your first time running CHUCKANUT, though?
It's my first time running CHUCKANUT, yes.
Yeah, and you got a sunny day?
Yeah, it was sunny. Was hailing and snowing a bit at the top of the peak, and
yeah,
it was threw a little curveball there, but nothing crazy.
So what did your training look like leading up to this?
I had done a lot of easy aerobic climbing. I moved to Issaquah last summer, and it's allowed me to get a lot more vert in my training, which has helped a lot. I've been more consistent with my workouts as well, which has helped a ton in getting fitness back.
You did a little warm up at Black Canyon a month ago?
Yeah, I was set to pace Blake there, and then he ended up not making it to where I was needed for pacing, and I jumped in the 50k the next day, kind of as just like a fun tune-up race.
And then all systems were go leading up to this?
Sorry, what was that?
At Black Canyon, it just worked out good?
Yeah, I felt good. I don't feel like I pushed myself fully there. I had done it last minute, so I didn't really want to strain too hard.
I see you're rocking the Cowgill hat. You want to shout out any of the guys you train with them or run with?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to everyone in Cowgill. Shout out to Workout Wednesday crew. I do all my workouts with them. It's been great having them, and I saw a lot of them out here today, so it means a lot to have
really
that.
representing for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyone else you want to give a shout out to?
Shout out to my girlfriend Maggie. It's her birthday today, and she came out here to crew me, so that means a lot to me. And
congrats, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for being out here. Appreciate
it.
All right, take care. All right, guys, welcome back with Andrea Lee here, our F1 for CHUCKANUT 50. You want to tell us a little bit about the race?
Yeah, no, it was great. It went really well. I just tried to pace it well and from the beginning and not overdo it. So I felt really, really solid the whole time. It was so great. There's so many spectators out, and like even other racers were chatting on course. Such a friendly atmosphere. So it was a blast.
Have you done a lot of running on this course?
Yeah, I've been here twice before. I think 2023 and 2024.
Okay.
So it's my third time, but I feel like I still don't remember all the. I was still asking, like, how long is this hill? Do we have another couple K up this hill? So yeah, it's hard to.
How was the weather compared to other years?
It was a bit of everything today.
Okay,
yeah.
I heard there was some hail up.
We had some hail and snow kind of up on the top, which was pretty chilly. And then coming down from there's a fair amount of mud. But then once I dropped down back to like the bike path, the sun came out, could see over the water, beautiful day. So yeah, a little bit of everything, but like temperature-wise, it was really kind of comfortable.
Yeah.
For running. Yeah.
How was the first 10K? And you came out to Fragrance, and you started to hit the trails. And
Yeah.
where did you make your move today?
Yeah, the first 10K, I just kind of picked like a comfortable pace. I think I was, I don't know, maybe back in like 5th for the women or something, and just kind of dialed into just a really comfortable pace. And then I think kind of just slowly over the maybe next 10K, once we hit the hills, I kind of just slowly worked my way up. Nothing crazy, but yeah, it was really, really fun.
You had your daughter at the finish line, your son?
My son,
yeah, and your
Kai.
husband. So that was a pretty victorious moment. As a parent, I think there's not much better that you can see.
Yeah, it was really special.
your
Yeah,
loved ones there?
it's been really fun to get back into running since having him. and
Okay.
it's been
Is this
kind
your
of-
first race back, or?
I've done some road races over
Okay.
the last few months, which has been fun, and it's just felt like a kind of a fun reset and getting back out. And yeah, it's just so special to have him here and my family here.
Well,
and
congratulations. That's an inspiration to be able to get back and have such a good day out here and have them all out here. What's going on for the rest of the season for you? Have any plans yet, or?
I actually don't. Yeah,
Just
I
get
did.
to soak this up for a little while.
I just had some road races earlier in the year, and then I had this planned, and then I was kind of just gonna see from here. I don't know, make some plans for the summer probably, and maybe do some more trail races going into the spring and summer. But yeah, no plans.
Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. And is there anyone back home you want to give shout outs to or anything?
Well, actually a lot. We had a big group from North Van and Vancouver that I came down with, so it was really fun to have lots of friends and teammates.
A lot of familiar faces on the course
Yeah,
today.
and lots of people came down just to cheer too, because it's only, I don't know, an hour and a half away. So yeah, there's so many friendly faces, familiar faces out there, and also really nice to like chat with new people from this area too, because I feel like when you race in Canada, you know everyone. So it's kind of fun to get the opportunity to.
And
meet
what
new
would you
people.
say your favorite part of the course today was?
Ooh, I would say I think the ridge.
Okay.
I think it's fun.
You really got into a flow up there.
Yeah, a little bit more technical, kind of nice, just creative downhill. That was just kind of fun. But honestly, I like it all. I feel like each element has got its own good thing.
This course suits your strengths. It sounds like you've been doing some road racing.
I would say so, yeah. I definitely am not very good at like the really steep, like power hiking, mountain type courses.
I don't know how much we can believe you on that because it worked out pretty well today. So.
No, this type of course for sure. Definitely much more runnable. So no, it was awesome, and it was so great to have so many volunteers out and everyone cheering. So thank you for everyone being here.
It was awesome seeing your race unfold, and hope to see you again at one of these live stream races. And enjoy the rest of your day here in Bellingham.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. What's up, guys? I'm David Yowsling with Mountain Outpost, and I'm here with Dylan, our men's third place finisher here at CHUCKANUT. Dylan, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us where you're from and what you were stoked about coming out to CHUCKANUT for.
Yeah, my name's Dylan Flewelling. Originally from Maine. I live in New Hampshire now. Came to CHUCKANUT for just like kind of to try to race a competitive field. I thought it was a course that would probably suit me well, and so I flew out on Thursday, and yeah, it's been pretty cool.
First time seeing the course?
Yeah, so I went to yesterday. I went up to the ridge and just kind of checked that out for my little shakeout, and it was super slick. It was pretty technical, but just super slick. So that was my first time seeing the course, and I was like, whoa, okay, like all right. And then I think it actually dried out a little bit overnight, and it was really fun up on the ridge today.
So tell us about how the race started out. You got that 10K. It's pretty quick. It's a 5:30, 5:40 paces, maybe.
Yeah, I think I just looked, and my split for the first 7 miles was 5:42, something like that. And I was up with the leaders. I think one guy had kind of pulled out from us a little bit, but there was another pack of probably 5 or 6 of us until the turn. So just kind of hanging in there, and I was hoping it would feel a little bit more comfortable than it did, but managed to hang in there, and then kind of moved into third on the climb, and was there for a while.
Yeah, you held on right there, just not giving up anything and just trying to make some ground.
Yeah, actually, I moved into second on the ridge. I think I was running the technical spot, technical stuff really well, and moved into second, but then lost it like 3 miles from the finish and fell back to third.
Yeah. You're giving it everything you got. It's hard to worry about that at that point. So what's how many 50Ks have you done before?
This is my third 50K, and
fantastic. I
DNF'd at JFK 50 mile last fall.
Okay, yeah. So you'll be back at JFK again?
Yeah, hopefully. JFK was the reason I signed up for this race. I was surprising myself early in the race with kind of who I was up racing with. Turns out it was a little too much. But ran in fourth for most of the race, and then ended up dropping like 43 miles. But went home, kind of realized like, hey, I want to be good at this, and I reevaluated as like, these are the things I need to work on. Wrote a training plan and kind of stuck to those things, and came to CHUCKANUT to hopefully kind of prove them, and I feel like it went pretty well.
One of the oldest 50Ks in the country is a good follow-up to one of the oldest 50 miles, or the original 50 mile.
Absolutely, yeah.
So we'll be at JFK again, so hopefully we'll see you out there.
Awesome.
Thanks so much for this.
Absolutely.
And look forward to talking again.
Great, thank you.
All right, take care. All right, guys. We are here with Jade Belsberg. I'm David Yowsling with Mountain Outpost. And Jade is F3 here at CHUCKANUT 50k today.
I think F2 actually.
F2, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to start off, you know. Let's you gave me a look and I was like, I don't think that's right. But tell us a little bit about the race. You're no stranger to this area. You live north of here.
Yeah.
And I think I saw you in third a couple times, and then you knew the race was coming to a close and made your move. Let's talk through the race a little bit.
Yeah, this is my third year in a row doing the race, so know the course really well. Originally, I was inspired to come back again in order to try for the course record. After like this atmospheric river this past week, I did not think that was going to be a possibility, and that's kind of what the course showed me today. Yeah, the race started off super fast. Rosa, I believe, I think she may have dropped, but she started out very quick.
Yeah.
So I think I was in third. I passed someone. Then at the top of Cleater, I got passed by Andrea, who was the eventual winner. And it was kind of just hanging on from there.
You passed a lot of guys going up Cleater.
Yeah, yeah.
And then that's when you got into second place, like right on the ridge there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and how was the ridge for you? Is that a favorite part of the course for you, or?
No, I think the ridge is my least favorite part. I like the climb, so Cleater.
Yeah.
Cleater's a favorite. Going at Fragrance Lake, and honestly, the coming back on the interurban I think is pretty fun.
So this is your third time. How were the conditions comparing for all your races? It was last year was like, I mean, cold and rainy the whole time.
Yeah.
It was limited precipitation today.
Yeah, first year was beautiful.
Okay.
Last year was horrendous. This year was kind of a mix of both. It was pretty nice to start, but I did get hailed on. I ended up actually having to pull out the jacket.
Okay.
And so I'm happy that Chrissy required everyone to bring a jacket, because I did put that on coming up around North Lost Lake, because it got pretty cold.
So you were out at Black Canyon though.
Yep.
And how did that go for you, like kind of leading up to this? Did that interrupt your training block or anything, or went as planned and then you rolled into this?
I wasn't totally decided on doing this race.
Okay.
Black Canyon was kind of the main goal, but I dropped at mile 24 with a hip issue. The hip seems to be like 90% better. I can feel it a little bit out here.
Pretty good.
Yeah, but things are on an upward trajectory.
Excellent. So. Yeah. So do you have any travels overseas for racing, or are you going to stick around and race?
Yeah, I'm a little bit undecided still, but looking at doing some of the Golden Trail Series races. So I have Zagama and Sierra Zinal on the schedule.
Those are some pretty good bucket list races
Yeah,
to check off.
exactly.
So.
Yeah, I kind of want to take advantage of that.
Fantastic. Well, thanks so much. You know, we always appreciate seeing you out here, and congratulations today.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, excellent finish.
Thanks.
Welcome back to CHUCKANUT. I'm Zach Marion. I'm here with Lance from the city of Bellingham. Lance, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so your official role with Bellingham City is as a recreation coordinator.
Yeah.
Clearly you've been to this race before. CHUCKANUT is definitely one of the things that Bellingham is known for, at least in our little community. What other events do you guys have going on out here?
We have a ton of events. There's a lot of paddling events, a lot of mountain bike events. Not as many road bike events as there could be, but there's plenty of them. Indoor events, some like swimming and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it seems like you guys have a lot going on here. This is my first time in Bellingham, like officially visiting, not just passing through on my way to Vancouver, but actually coming here. And I can tell you, I fell in love with the Interurban Trail. It kind of was like the thing that I could get to the quickest. Obviously, they raced a lot on it today, but it's not the only thing that Bellingham does in terms of kind of cultivating that outdoor culture and being out on the trails. How does this race kind of epitomize what Bellingham is, considering you're on the interurban and then you're up in the mountains and then back down here?
I think there's that aspect of it, but I think if you look around here, it's the community. There's just all these people who are coming out of the woodwork. It's March. Like, it's typically a little bit wetter.
It's an iffy time of year.
It can be, yeah. It can be, yeah.
Yeah, as we've learned in years past, it can be pretty iffy. But this really is, this race is about the community. It's about the culture. And I really feel it fits. It is very fitting that it's here in Bellingham that this happens.
I think so too. This is a great place for this event to happen. And I think a lot of places this event couldn't happen just because people are like, oh, this is my park, you can't be here. And I think Parks and Recreation is a little bit, they're more flexible in a lot of places where they're like, okay, we can have this event here and bring all these people out, kids, dogs, everything, bubbles.
Yeah, I mean, what does it mean to the city to have quite literally an international race? And I don't mean just from Vancouver, because that's too close to really be considered international, but you've had, Ethiopia represented here this weekend. You had a dozen countries outside of the US and Canada. I think there was 67 runners from British Columbia that were here.
Yeah,
I mean, we definitely had a lot of our neighbors to the north here, but it was also representative of the entire world, across the world. And it's all here in Little Bellingham, Washington, which is awesome. What does it mean to the city to have something like this?
I think for the city, for Bellingham Parks and Recreation, it's about the community of people here, like these kids over here and these dogs. That's what it's really about for Bellingham Parks and Rec. I think the international feel that you're talking about is a bonus. It's extra for us. A lot of these events are put on with grant money, and that grant money comes from hotels, and I think that really it really helps. It makes it more viable for us to be able to put money towards events like this. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, you definitely got me a fan for life, and I'm already looking forward to coming here. I talked to my girlfriend literally the last 2 nights. I'm like, we need to come here. Like, I was bummed she couldn't come out this weekend, and I'm like, okay, this is a destination. I think with the live broadcast only got to showcase it, because I've known about this is the 32nd year of CHUCKANUT.
Yeah.
I've known about this race for a long time, haven't made it out here, and I've only heard the stories, and it's really hard to understand what it really means until you see it. And to have the live broadcast out here, and to have views from the peak, views from across the trail, views down the trails on the interurban, and all the way here into the park, where you just get this super beautiful, pristine country that is very green and mossy. So for some of us from Colorado, we don't get a lot of that.
Yeah.
It's amazing. But yeah, it was really, to me, it was a great opportunity to actually really see and showcase what CHUCKANUT is about, and what, therefore, Bellingham and the Pacific Northwest is all about.
Well, I think CHUCKANUT is beautiful. CHUCKANUT's amazing, but CHUCKANUT's like the low-hanging fruit. There's amazing paddles out here on the bay. Like, there's a huge paddle community in this town. The mountain bike community is enormous. We've got Galbraith, and I don't know if you're a mountain biker, but you should check out those. Even if you're not, you're a runner.
I'm mainly a runner, yeah.
They're beautiful to run onto, and it's pretty cool. Like, they've taken this. It's a tree farm, basically.
Yeah.
So they've taken that space and they put trails all over it, and people mountain bike up there. People still hunt up there. There's a deer season. It's cool. There's just a lot.
You know, the best part about this is I got to come out and get a little taste of Bellingham, and I'm really excited to come back. And I think that what you guys are doing here with the city, and investing in the communities that help support the city is really like, we appreciate it as trail runners. What you do to invest into those, the tree farms, and turn those into recreation sites, and not just let them be like what they are, but give people a reason to be here and to enjoy the area around it, because this is some of the most beautiful country I've ever been in, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job supporting your communities within the community. And we are just super proud and grateful that you guys were hosting us, and proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, I'm stoked you guys came. This is amazing. I'm stoked, super stoked.
One of the other great things that we got around here is Wander Brewing.
Yeah.
So I think it's about time we wrap this up. We go enjoy a drink. Lance, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to the city of Bellingham for supporting us and for hosting us and for letting this be a part of it. And yeah, let's go grab a drink.
Right on. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Thank you so much.
David Yowsling here with Mountain Outpost, sitting here with Morris. Morris is somewhat of a legend here at CHUCKANUT. I'm going to let him explain it to you, but he has ran 22,
23 since 2002. So they're all consecutive. It's just what I do every March.
So let's go back to the beginning. 2002.
Yeah.
What pulled you into this race? And
well, I have a regular community of runners that run on Wednesday night. I got pulled into them, and probably
hey, we got this thing. Come check this out.
Yep, and that's CHUCKANUT is our regular go-to place to run. The trails are great, so why not? Do the race. It's in my backyard.
Yeah,
and then I run every week.
Obviously, you're a Bellingham resident here.
Yes, I am.
And what's the name of your run group?
Well, we started out with Fairhaven Runners, and then during COVID, that sort of got abandoned. And then we called ourselves the Often Epic Runners because sometimes we got lost, and so it sometimes became Often Epic. And that's the Often Epic Runners.
Yeah, that's maybe a little crossover to Type 3 fun, but definitely Type 2.
Yes.
So you did it the first year. How did that go? Tell us a little bit about that. Was that your first 50K?
That was my first 50K, and I'm not sure I even remember. I just remember that I was a little bit more than 5 hours, and then I spent maybe the next 20 years of my life trying to go sub 5.
Okay.
Never happened.
Okay.
5:02.
Just knock it on the door.
Yeah, but that kept me going for 20 years.
Yeah. And how has the course pretty much been the same over the years, or what is your favorite part about the course?
Well, when you're doing a race every year, you're not peaking every year. Sometimes you have an injury. Sometimes you're sick the time before. There's times I've run with my arm in a sling because I had shoulder surgery.
Commitment. I love that.
And there's times that I've I haven't felt good, but it's
it's what you do in March.
It's what you do. Well, and instead of showing off how fast you are, basically it's a measure of how much fun you had that winter.
What are some of your favorite CHUCKANUT memories that come to mind when you think about this race?
Oh, I have great memories. There's the same community. Sometimes I would be on Lost Lake Trail coming downhill, and after running for 3 or 4 hours, I'm thinking I need to tie my shoes a little tighter for this downhill. And one time I was doing that, and this guy stopped, and he's like, "Hey, I was at the same place last year, and you stopped at exactly the same place to tie your shoes. You're freaking doing it again." I was like, "Yeah, I'll probably do it again next year, and I'll probably run into you again." It was like you run into the same people and have some of the same memories.
Yeah. A lot of people, when you ask them what they love about this race, they say the community first. And, the course is really awesome. It's very unique. But the people here seem to make it pretty special.
Yep. Chrissy does a great job. The volunteers do a great job. And, of course, I'm looking for all my friends out there.
Yeah. Shout out some of your friends that you run with and train with.
Well, the only one, Brian ran it this year.
Okay.
And so,
hats off to Brian here.
Hats off to Brian. It's like a lot of my friends have moved on to other races, and now they're running. Well, they're running support. That's what often happens is you're a racer, and then you end up, marking or sweeping or volunteering.
You know the routine. So whether it's working an aid station or crewing a friend, it's just keeping the experience going for sure.
That's what they're doing.
Well, thanks so much for sharing with us. We look forward to maybe seeing you out here again next year.
Yeah, I might come out. I'm not sure if I'll run, but it's been really nice not running. I have to be honest.
So if you had to consistently, what were you doing out here? Hanging out, crewing this year, or get roped into some?
Just cheering on my friends.
Okay, so if you had to do something else, what would be your favorite aid station to work here?
Oh, probably at the bottom of Chin Scraper.
Okay.
People have just finished a long leg. They're ready to climb. They're ready for a little special treat. So,
all right,
that's a good place to be.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Morris.
All right. Nice to meet you, Dave.
Yeah.
last night you loved me. Sigh, baby, sigh. Wrapped up on the cover with the stars above me. And in the dream I was loving you. But not this time. Gotta get up, oh, not this time. You were so close, I could hear you breathing. You were by my side, and I was never leaving. But I was late, I'm dreaming, believing what my mind was showing while my eyes were busy sleeping. And I was all you were ever needing, but not this time. Oh, why me, oh, why? Why me, oh, why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh, why? You know I need her. Why me, oh, why? The true believer. Give me one chance, and you know I'd steal her. Why me, oh, why? I dreamed last night you wanted me. You cried for me, cried, cried, cried. Came back around in my sleep and haunted me. And in the dream I was loving you, but not this time. Oh, why me, oh, why? Why me, oh, why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh, why? You know I need her. Why me, oh, why? The true believer. Give me one chance, and you know I'd steal her. Why me, oh, why? 'Cause I'm a dreamer. Why me, oh, why? You know I need her.
What's up, guys? David Yowsling here with Mountain Outpost. I'm here with Jenny Quilty.
Hi.
Yes. So how'd it go, girl?
It was good, yeah. So I finished 4th, which was awesome. This was the first race I've done in a while that was like a race from start to finish. I haven't, when I've ran the CHUCKANUT last 2 times, I haven't been in that front pack. And today it was like, oh, she's right ahead of me, she's right behind me, we're racing the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You knew going out that you wanted to be in the front. You didn't want to let the race get away from you.
Yeah, and I typically go into races being like, do your own thing, like set it. But this is one where like you can't. So from the get-go, it was like, yeah, if this is going out a bit faster, but it's the flat-ish first 10K, like we go. And I was, in sights of the lead pack going through that aid station. So that was nice. Actually, it actually felt, I'd say, relatively comfortable, which was confidence building.
Yeah, so you said you've been out here a couple times before?
Yeah, twice before.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what is the part that you feel like, if I can get to there, I'm going to be okay? Or like, if I can get to here feeling good?
The finish line? Honestly, probably just like getting over the ridge. If I can get over the ridge in one piece, keep myself upright. Yeah, and then like if you can run that Lost Lake section to get to the bottom of Chin Scraper, like if you're running pretty strong through there, I think you can make up a lot of distance on people. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Now you are from Canada.
Yeah.
Yes. And you are with Norda.
Yeah.
And so you are Norda's hometown hero, home country hero. How long have you been running with them?
I've been running with Norda since 2022.
Okay.
So they're pretty fresh as a company when I started with them.
Yeah, so one of the more veteran team members.
Yeah, I am now, which is wild.
What other races do you have coming up this season?
This year, I'll be out at Quebec Mega Trail. So in Canada, that's our Canadian Championships.
That's the big one.
It's a big one.
Yeah.
So I'll be doing the 80K there with hopes of making the Long Trail Team Canada. And then after that, I'm going back to Fat Dog 120, which I did last year, and I loved it so much that like I just want to be back on those trails.
Yeah.
And on an adventure. So yeah, I'll be back out there. And then I have a few other projects kind of throughout the year.
Projects.
Okay,
yeah. So we'll stay tuned.
Yeah, I'm happy to share. Yeah, I've recently been talking to Gary Robbins, who some people might know, and he did the Big Chill route, it's called, in Chilliwack.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to do that this summer, hopefully. Yeah.
So that means you'll be doing some scouting on that course, I imagine, leading up to that?
Yeah, that's kind of the summer plan. I think a lot of scouting there will hopefully lead up into
What are the
Fat
stats
Dog.
on that again? Refresh?
It's 108 miles, roughly.
Okay.
Honestly, I think the vert is around, like, I can't remember. I don't know. It's up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
But it starts with, like, a pretty flat 50K out, and then you come back through the mountains.
So after that, you'll be ready for Barclays?
No. That one is not on my list. Okay. After that, we'll probably head to Thailand for the Thailand UTMB in December. Yeah.
Okay.
So out of this fast stuff and back into the adventure mode.
Yeah. Well, you had a really great race today.
Thanks.
You came across the finish line and there was instantly hugs.
Yeah, because I chased 3rd place for 10K.
Oh my gosh, you could just see her the whole time coming back.
I could see her, yeah. So, well, actually, I was running in, so she was 3rd, I was 4th. I was running in 5th. And out of aid station 5, I passed the girl who was ahead of me, and I thought she would come with me. Like, I thought we would be duking it out for the final 10K, and I was like, how early do I pass her? But I went for it because, you know what, you got to run your own pace, and I'm gaining, so let's go.
Nice work.
Thank you. And then went with that, and then, yeah, within probably a few K, I think about 6K from the finish, I saw a 3rd who I knew was a local, so I was like, she knows when this ends. She knows where we are. And I just couldn't, she did a shoulder check and saw me, and and then the gap just didn't close from there. So I think I finished 20 seconds behind her, but like, just couldn't get it.
So this was just racing from the start to the finish.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, which I guess is what CHUCKANUT brings, right? Like, it's a deep field.
I mean, it brings the best out of you, right?
Yeah,
so.
it's what we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good day.
That's awesome. Any shout outs you want to do? Or,
well, shout out to Norda.
Yeah.
Thanks to them for sponsoring Precision, my fuel sponsor, and Katrina, my crew. So she came out, my bestie came out and crewed for me and did a flawless job. We're a well-oiled machine by this point. So yeah, shout out.
You can't do it by yourself. So
no.
It takes a team.
Yeah, like we literally had 1-second transitions of just handing things off that we practiced yesterday.
Man,
so we're ready.
There's so many little seconds you can get. I don't know if you remember this, but coming out of aid station 1, you had to go through that little windy spot. There was a rock to the right that people were just
I could see the footprints, and I was like, are they going that way?
But it definitely, like, I went over it a couple times. It saves you like a couple seconds.
Yeah.
But it's a game of
that could have been my 20 seconds right there.
compounds?
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Yeah.
Next year, really?
Well, who knows?
Okay, cool.
It's a
All
good
right.
early season race, so yeah.
Good. All right, well, thanks so much.
Awesome.
Good luck with the rest of the season.
Thank
and
you.
Take care.
Thanks.
trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, the welcome of the dawn. The voice of the robin, the call of the dove, the red leaves are falling, the barn owl is calling, the welcome of the dawn. The dogs will be howling in the early morning light. All are happy to be out in the ending of the night, the welcome of the dawn. The nights are turning colder, soon the falling of the frost. Soon the summer will be over. You feel the change is closer at the welcome of the dawn. The trees they are singing to the tune of a song, and the wind is gently ringing the bell that brings the morning, the welcome of the dawn. Though the warm days are over, they are not forever gone. Like the dusk brings the night, the summer brings the fall. It won't be long till harvest comes, morning brings the welcome of the dawn. Daylight is calling, welcome of the dawn.
I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. All these dummies on my DMs. Oh my god, I see him. Do you think I'm reading? If I did, I'll leave them on red. Can't believe they thought I wanted them. Like who? Me? Her? She? I don't really care if they hate me now. I'm on my way out, but you're way out my league. Cause I'm hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. On the coffee you spilled, the text you never sent. Play this full of feelings where you never listen to the outfit that you loved, but your ex couldn't bear. Yeah. On the top you never closed, maybe you shared. Joke that went too far, crush you never named. Lipstick on your mirror, staring at your face. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy. Hot and pretty and I got nice. Hot and pretty and I got nice teeth. Hot and pretty and I got nice. If I die happy.
nearly halfway through, trying to get over you. If it feels like something's dragging, it's just me. I'm off the wagon, so pass me the bottle, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through, trying to get over you. I watched the shooting star from the moonroof inside my car and wonder if maybe that's how love works. I think about the love we made and all the words I didn't say. Then I start drinking to keep my mind from thinking. Pass me the bottle, yeah, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through, just trying to get over you. Just pass me the bottle, 'cause I ain't nearly halfway through, yeah, I'm trying to get over you. Oh yeah, well I'm not nearly halfway through, just trying to get over you, over you. The city life and the crazy nights. Figure I should probably give it a try. Maybe check it out, see what it's all about. But the traffic was fast and the money was slow. The people I met you never get to know. I kinda miss this place I used to live back home. 'Cause up here it's breakneck, paycheck, rat race. What's next? I'm tired of feeling like a small fish in a big pond. I think I'll go back where I came from, where everybody knows my name. My friends are still the same. I guess the slow life hit me just right, like a bonfire on a cold night. Hell, and you can keep your 9 to 5. I'm happy with the simple life. Yeah, I ain't here to try to change your mind, trying to save your time, in case you're thinking about breaking out the bucket list. Girl, you can skip this funny business, 'cause up there it's complicated and overrated. Down here everything is understated. That's alright by me. I got everything that I need, but there is breakneck, paycheck, rat race. What's next? I'm tired of feeling like a small fish in a big pond. I think I'll go back where I came from, where everybody knows my name. All my friends are still the same. I guess the Tired of feeling like a small fish in a big pond. I think I'll go back where I came from, where everybody knew my name, and all my friends are still the same. I guess the slow life hit me just right, like a bonfire on a cold night. Hell, you can keep your 9 to 5, 'cause I'm happy with the simple life. Oh Lord, you can keep your 9 to 5. can't stand. Gonna cut it down with my own 2 hands. Tall timber falling, I hear Tulsa calling, saying, won't you come back when you can? So long, Oklahoma, I think they said farewell to thee. Sleep beneath the stars in California, dreaming of an old used to be. Thank you.